Good morning, everyone. Slept well? Ready for some pitches? Is this working? Hello? Yes? Welcome to the Health Tech Challenges 2022 finals. I'm Fredrik Andersson. I'm the CMO of CardiHealth, and I will be your host for today. Very happy to be your host and excited to take you through the first pitches here. For those who join us for the first time, Health Tech Challenges is an international startup competition where we aim to find the next big thing within health. And we're excited to share this year that we had over 400 startups that applied from 25 different countries. And out of those, our jury voted and selected the top 80 finalists. And I hope you're ready to meet the winners today of each category. And you really need to buckle up because we're going to hear some of the most innovative companies on the health tech stage today. And the startups will be pitching across 8 different tracks, and that's going to be mental health, gut health, metabolic, cardiovascular, MSK, neurology, workplace wellness, and clinical workflow. And I think without further ado, we can introduce the first track of today, and that's mental health. And by that, pleased to meet the honorable members of the jury. We have Daniel Chu, External Innovation Director of Haleon. We have Ross Farrow, founder and chairman at the GOE Development Limited. We have Neringa Dubowskin, researcher and Interactive Electronic Systems Group at Kaunas University of Technology. We have Brian Cooper, Chief Information Service Officer at Synchronous Health. And we have Yahil Halamaish, Investment Principal, Head of Investor Relations, D&I at Nina Capital. Andy Cashaldora, General Manager of Digital Service Northern Europe, GE Healthcare. And Michael Bidau, co-founder and CEO at Mynd Therapeutics. And thank you, judges, for joining us today. And now let me tell you more about the competition. They have some rules, simple rules, but rules. Each company will have 3 minutes to pitch, and then the jury will have 2 minutes to ask their questions, and I will jump in if we run out of time. And for the jury, I would like to remind you to keep 6 benchmarks in mind while you listen to the pitches. And that's 1, the problem, 2, the product and service, 3, go-to-market and strategy, 4, progress and traction, 5, the team, and 6, of course, the financing. I think that is it, and I think we are set to introduce the first company of today. So I would like to welcome on stage Samuel Stern, co-founder at Affinity AI. Please give him a hand. Thank you. Good. Thank you. All right, with that, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, thank you all very much for being here. My name is Samuel Stern, and I am one of the co-founders at Affinity AI. We are a deep tech spin-out of University College London, and we help solve the problem that mental health experts cannot replicate themselves fast enough. So if you're in this audience, then you're probably already quite familiar, if you're in the audience, you're familiar with this problem, that the supply of mental health experts cannot keep up with the current rise we're seeing in demand. Also, if you've worked in this space before, then you'll be very familiar that most of the service that you provide within the mental health space, a lot of it is standardized and repeatable. I mean, we provide validated and evidence-based techniques and worksheets to patients. So what we want to be able to provide is highly personalized, self-managed solutions, something that can handle the more commonplace, the more standard problems that patients might experience, so that we as humans can focus more on where we truly add the value, which is in handling complex problems. So with this in mind, we developed Affinity AI, which is a platform specifically for non-technical domain experts to digitize and scale their expertise using conversational AI. We provide this directly to digital mental health apps and clinics for them to incorporate into their existing product offering. Unlike, say, conventional chatbot technology, our technology is very much the next generation of conversational AI, in that it's 100% data-driven. What this means is that you don't have to go and do a lot of the hard coding and creation of rules within the back end. And it allows you to do that, apologies, without having to create the rules sort of in the back end. And what that means is that our customers are able to customize our AI models with, to capture things like their unique tone of voice, to capture their unique therapeutic styles, their intellectual capital, without having to build a solution completely from scratch. So we started Affinity, we started building this product about a year ago. In this meantime, we've created a very strong, highly technical team of PhDs in machine learning, computer science, human-computer interaction, and cybersecurity. Since we launched our product about a month ago, we're already starting to see a lot of interest. Our early customer outreach program saw a 60% response rate, and now we're in the process of bringing on early beta release customers. So thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions or if you'd like to see a demo, please do contact me at samuel.stern@affinity.ai. Thank you.
You can stay. Very nice pitch. And now we have the judges. You'll get 2 minutes to ask your questions, and please go ahead.
Who do you imagine your customers to be? Well, companies or the...
Yeah, we're B2B. So we sell this to digital mental health apps and to clinics. We don't sell it directly to patients.
So from a B2B perspective, sometimes, especially developing these types of services, requires a lot of support. So in terms of, given that all the companies are quite different, what type of support and how do you manage the variety and diversity of the different types of services that ultimately your customers will be producing?
Sure. So ultimately, we're an enterprise SaaS tool. So there's the underlying platform that we provide as a subscription service, but then there's a significant amount of customer success that we do in the background to help the individual businesses use the platform if they need that. But the tool is designed to be used by non-technical domain experts. So most of the support that we provide is in the early stages of integrating it within their existing platform if they don't already have the technical background in-house that they need to just plug it in.
Hi, just one question. How do you get around the sort of compliance side of things? Because obviously giving advice and all that sort of stuff, does that sit with you guys or actually your client?
It sits primarily with the client. It depends on how they want to use it. So the stages that we're working with clients on right now is they're very much more focused within that well-being space. But we're also, when our customers do want to ultimately to make it something that's, say, like a medical device, we're UK-based, so there's the regulations there and like NICE and so on. So we are able to help support them in going through that process as and when they want to actually take that next step. But at the moment, it's mostly well-being.
Excellent.
Okay. That's the 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Giving my hand. Next up, we have Hadas Herzog Manor, the CEO and co-founder of Kobe Labs. Oh yeah, behind me, yes. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Hadas Herzog Manor, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kobe Labs. We were all teenagers once. Whether you were the most popular kid in class or struggled finding friends, maybe you were bullied or questioned your sexual identity. In most cases, teens don't find someone, especially when it comes to adults, to talk to about their problems and struggles. They simply feel that they are being judged. Most teens don't talk to their parents and other adults in their lives. This communication gap prevents for most of them to receive the help they need in case of emergency or crisis. 1 in 5 American teenagers seriously considers to commit suicide these days. Meet Kobe. Kobe transforms the perception of adolescents' mental health and well-being and transforms the current paradigms of how to interact with teenagers. In a $56 billion fragmented and stagnant US mental health care youth outpatient market, COBE suggests a new way to identify, support, and manage teens' emotional distress through the power of artificial intelligence. COBE's teen-centric solution combines deep technology, evidence-based clinical practice, and Gen Z communications methodologies to bring immediate and long-term, affordable and scalable mental care to the fingertips of teens. COBE bridges the gap between the way teenagers communicate these days and their ability to access care. It was built for teenagers with the help of diverse background teenagers to ensure authenticity and relevance. Our go-to-market starts with a judgment-free conversational agent, who speaks their language and lives on platforms they already use today. Being there for them and understanding them creates a trustworthy feeling, and therefore, it brings them to engage. Once they are engaged with COBE, COBE early detects emotional distress signals by matching in real time during the conversation their information, the information they shared, with gold standard psychological and psychiatric protocols. Then COBE can provide or suggest personalized mental support. But early detection and immediate support using a conversational AI agent is just the beginning. Mental well-being is composed of many components, and COBE's vision takes each and every part of it and make it accessible all in one place for those in need. To date, COBE achieved 93% accuracy in anxiety detection using our proprietary algorithms, and onboarded hundreds of American teenagers, gained 60% retention rate from first to second interaction. Currently, we're working on our first clinical trial with an accredited US-based American mental health care provider, and got our first product, a US network of community clinics. Okay. We believe COBE is an answer to one of the most pressing issues in today's society. Join us in solving this crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have the judges again, 2 minutes for the questions, so please go ahead.
Can I go online? So language is a difficult input for any conversational AI, and especially when you're addressing teens, they have their own, let's say, dialect, right? So how do you make this, how do you transfer the technology in a way that will adapt well to teens and will scale in different countries, basically?
So first of all, we start with a funnel. So we start with English as the first layer, of course, and we narrow it down and we train it to understand slang in different areas. So we start with a very generalized slang and segmentation, basically, and then we narrow it down according to different backgrounds, different areas. But first and foremost, we start with English, then we craft, I can tell you that our models already understand simple slang of teenagers. So it's layer-based and funnel-based.
You mentioned connection with other specialists, not only having a bot, but also healthcare providers, nutritionists, and on everything else. How are you going to manage that? What's the response system?
So we use a takeover during the conversation. We know how to, and by the way, there is also for crisis. So these days, what we're doing is once we detect a crisis or any other human intervention that is needed according to severity or other cases, we route the conversation and hand off it to the relevant specialist, either if it's for emergency hotlines or other specialists.
Okay, that's time up. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Shin Akim, the Vice CEO of Delvine, or Delvine, and will be virtual as well, yes. Hello, we can see you.
Hello.
Please start up your presentation if you have one. Now we see it. Perfect. Okay. If you're ready, then your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. Hello, I'm Sheena Kim, Vice CEO at Delvine. Numerous patients gave up their treatments due to decreased motivation, resulting from psychological and physical fatigue. Most existing treatments rely on conscious effort and take much time. Physical fatigue also comes from frequent visits and drug side effects. We resolve the fatigue with 3 characteristics of our product. First, we target and correct implicit cognitive processes. Implicit correction requires minimum cognitive effort and accelerates the effect based on brain plasticity. Second, we provide enjoyable content. And third, digital device. Our product, iCogma, for overweight and diabetes, tackles a problem not only with explicit process management, but also with implicit process correction. Like other apps, you can make your healthy habits and get helpful knowledge, but what's important is that you can restrain your appetite for bad food and elevate it for good food just by enjoying games. An AI analysis report provides how your explicit and implicit behavior changes contribute to your health. Additionally, you can get immediate help with various mindful meditation programs. Our game content corrects implicit cognitive process causing problematic eating, as manifested by cognitive biases and malfunctioning brain networks. They are normalized by our games that target different cognitive processes. We plan to expand our service from healthcare content for the diet to digital therapeutics for diabetes, even for hypertension, hyperlipidemia requiring healthy eating. Our product and technology is high in scarcity value, increased compliance, and produce a synergy effect with other existing treatments, which fit with other healthcare company and DPP certified company as well. A beta version of the diet app will be released to improve the content. And after that, we plan to create a dashboard for other company users. At the same time, POC for the diet app will proceed and prepare for the DTX for diabetes. I got a PhD in brain and cognitive engineering at Korea University, mainly studying implicit emotion regulation. A medical professor is participating in our company as a CMO, and we have partnerships with many institutions and organizations. We are currently conducting R&D based on a national fund and will grow based on initial profits along with base investment and R&D funds. We aim to have 30,000 monthly paid users by 2023 and 200,000 users by 2025. No pain, yes gain. Thank you for listening.
Very interesting pitch. Thank you very much. Now my mic works again. And as usual, we go over to the judges. The 2 minutes, please ask away.
Have you identified any other areas except for just for diabetes that you would bring this application out for?
No, but we are about to release similar app for smoking cessation because smoking and bad eating habits share similar mechanisms in the perspective of addiction. But we haven't yet actually.
Yeah, because you can get a lot of eating disorders from different types of mental issues. So somewhere to look.
So overall, there are quite a number of companies in a very similar space. So just want to be a bit more pointed relative to differentiation. So you're a C-stage company just starting out. You've laid out a plan, but just relative to your competition, what is truly the unique selling point relative to some of your peers?
Um, we are specialized in correction of implicit processes because there are very few people who study these implicit process. So we can tackle the problem with implicit way. So I think it's our differentiation.
Are you going to earn from healthcare providers or from the patients themselves?
We plan to start with healthcare service, and we plan to expand our service to DTX.
And if there's still time, have you did any research whether including games actually increases the mental load that the patient has to bear?
Yeah, I have been studying with those games in my PhD.
Okay, that's time. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Next one up on stage here is the company Little Otter. I don't have a name or position, I'm afraid, so you're going to have to present your name yourself and your position, and then please also bring up the presentation if you have one.
Very nice to see you here. I'm not from Little Otter, though. I'm from Mindmore. So if you want Little Otter up, I shouldn't be zoomed in.
Then we have Sarah Wallén, founder and CEO of Mindmore.
Great, thank you. And I'll share my slides and go up right away.
Yeah, please bring up the slides, and then I will tell you when we see it. Okay, we see your slides. You have 3 minutes from now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sarah, founder and CEO of Mindmore. Really happy to be here. We regularly measure our heart and our lung functions, but another vital organ lacks this focus. But 2 public health diseases, very large ones, affect this organ, the brain. We're talking about dementia and stress-related mental illness. Despite this, brain functions are rarely assessed. Consequently, patients, and there are many patients, as you can see, don't get the assessment, the treatment, and the care that they need. For example, 75% of people with Alzheimer's are undiagnosed. How come? The tests are still done with paper and pencil. Yes, today, 2022. So they are time-consuming and expensive to conduct, hence are prescribed too seldom or not at all. We have solved this. We have digital versions of commonly used tests of brain functions. These versions decrease time needed by clinical staff up to 95%. Tests such as this one, evaluating the ability to name things. What is this? This? And this. Of course, there's competition in this attractive field. Our position is that we assess multiple cognitive illnesses, not just one. We aim at clinical use for clinical staff, such as ourselves, but at the same time, we stay patient-centric. And you can use Mindmore anywhere, remotely or on-site at clinics. We're not platform or hardware dependent. Our go-to-market is B2B, and our market segmentation has been primary healthcare for early detection. Our product positioning is that we save time and money for the clinics, and we experience good traction with over 100 clinics as customer per today, paying a SaaS license fee. Our average growth month over month of MRR is between 10 and 20%. Naturally, the next step for us is to expand in Europe. We sneak peek this by making Mindmore available in English, Norwegian, Finnish, and Arabic. We plan Series A in about 18 months, but appreciate long-term investor relations and a deeper understanding about our market, our product, and most importantly, this team. I'm so proud of our amazing team. We have the best startup mix with experience from startups, academics, clinical staff. Have you thought about your naming ability? The words were trellis, wreath of flowers, and of course, unicorn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly on time. And now the judges. Again, 2 minutes. Ask your questions. Ask away.
Hello. Good traction. As you rightly noted, not that difficult in terms of, or there's quite a existing competition today in the sense that fairly easy to kind of digitize a lot of these standardized types of tests, but great traction nonetheless. As you're starting to grow and expand and looking to expand into additional services, how do you expand and sort of outposition yourself relative to some of your peers?
Thank you for your question. Did I understand it correctly that you want to know about our unique selling point when we expand in Europe?
Both unique selling point, but then also just expanding beyond just the tests themselves, right? So the tests themselves, again, fairly standardized to be able to digitize and create, but as you grow your business beyond just adding more clinics, both the unique selling point as well as potential new areas of service and revenue.
Thank you for your question. I just want to take one step back and acknowledge that you're right. It's easy to digitize, but after that, it's many years of research. It's about 5 years that it's taken us to collect healthy controls, to collect clinical data, and to collect good reliability data. And for that reason, it's anyone can digitize it. But the research has led that we're actually recommended in national guidelines in Sweden as the only test for cognitive impairment and within dementia, and we will be recommended in more. So I see that time is actually running out. So our unique selling point is actually that we are a tool that saves time for clinicians. We are clinical staff ourselves, and we have a lot of research where external academics actually pay to collect clinical data with our platform.
That is time, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Nihal Swami, the founder and CEO of Real-Time Clinic, also on link. Hello, we can see you now, and if you have any presentation, please bring it up.
Hey guys, can you see my presentation?
Perfect. We see it very clearly. If you're ready, then your 3 minutes to pitch starts now.
Hey guys, my name is Nihal Swami, and I'm the founder of Real-Time Clinic, where we measure how people feel about their health. And one of the ways we do this is through clinically validated assessments called PROs. The purpose of PROs is to tell us what the patient is saying rather than what the doctor is testing, right? And so right now what's happening is we're testing first and then asking questions later, which is obviously costing us billions in expense in unnecessary tests. Furthermore, we take the data, or furthermore, the Institute of Medicine has declared that PROs are the next frontier of medicine, right? But the problem that we're having right now is that A, they don't know how to collect these PROs, and then B, they don't know how to interpret them into their clinical workflow. And so what makes Real-Time Clinic unique is that not only do we digitize this, but we also show something called a discrepancy score. A discrepancy score takes the score from the patient and the caregiver and then analyzes it. And so it tells you the further they are apart, the less the caregiver and the patient agree on the patient's health. So for example, you have a child that has a transplant and he thinks his scar is really cool. You have his mom who thinks the opposite. She thinks that, okay, his scar is, it's making him sad, making him depressed, doesn't like to talk about it. Well, what ends up happening is that mom makes decisions based off her interpretation that, okay, my child does not like his scar. And then the child does his own thing thinking, okay, I love my scar, and going down the opposite direction. Until now, there was no way for both of the caregiver or the patient to even know what kind of questions to ask and then how to loop in your doctor, right? So when you get to go see your specialist after 3 months, 6 months, even a year, rather than wasting time on tests, you'll know exactly what to talk about, because we don't just data dump on you. We also tell you what areas you need to focus on and areas of concern. Our go-to-market strategy is partnering up with a network called the Starzl Network. The Starzl Network consists of 10 hospitals across 2 countries, and we are currently being actively used in all these sites. What's unique about the Starzl Network is that it was created by Dr. Thomas Starzl. He's the first surgeon to do a liver transplant in America, and he's often referred to as the godfather of modern transplant. As you can see, we started in 2019, where we were officially chosen as the tech partner of the Starzl Network. The year afterwards, we won our first FCC COVID-19 grant, where we integrated with a device called Sino Health, and that was with UPMC. And then the month afterwards, we won another FCC COVID-19 grant with Mount Sinai, where we integrated with a Samsung tablet. The following year, we were selected to partner up with UPMC and UCSF for a PCORI grant. And then right afterwards, we won an AHLQ grant, which was the really bigger one, with 40 clinics. As you can see on your right, we just released our Spanish version, which is being used at Mount Sinai and UCSF, who has a larger Spanish-speaking population versus English. We're the first company
I am
to
very
actually...
sorry, but I'm gonna have to stop you there. The 3 minutes is up. But we have the 2 minutes for the judges still. And for any questions coming, let's start right away.
I can start. How do you plan to monetize it?
Yeah, so we use reimbursement codes. There's 5 CPT codes, which equals about $162 per patient. So to get to an annual recurring revenue of $1 million, we only need 800 patients, for example. But these codes have been reimbursed before for RPM, so it's not nothing new.
Is there a limit of conditions that you can target, or is just purely adaptable, your system? You mentioned transplants. Yeah. Is that all you can target?
No, there are hundreds of assessments out there, right? We can also target the aging population and focus on falls. There's something called the ABC scale, and that tells you what are the chances of this patient falling. So it's not exactly just for, our tool is not for the pediatric population. It's for these assessments, being able to deliver them to the patient once they leave the hospital, and then being able to interpret them afterwards.
Questions?
No more questions? The jury is sure? Okay, then we thank you very much for the pitch and good luck. Next company, we have Mohammed Ala Eldin Mustafa, CEO for Chezlong. And he is here in person, yes. Welcome up on the stage.
Thank you.
If you're ready, then you can come up on stage.
Yeah.
If you're ready, then your
I'll just
3 minutes starts
the
now.
clicker first. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
Perfect.
Thank you. So good morning. My name is Mohammed. I'm the CEO of Chezlong. Due to lack of awareness, social stigma, fear of exposure, and therapist accessibility, less than 2% of people who needs access to a professional therapist can have one. That's why Chezlong came to life. Chezlong is the first and leading online psychotherapy platform in the MENA region in Africa, with the vision of providing accessible and affordable online mental health services. Chezlong is a very attractive opportunity. We are the first and leading online psychotherapy platform in the MENA region. We are a leading startup in the mental health. In terms of data-driven, we are focusing so much on our unit economics with reaching a break-even point. We focus on the quality of therapy that we provide, and we are converting our app into a full AI app. Using Chezlong is very simple. You start by taking an online assessment. You can visit our blog to know more about your current status. We use our AI tool to match you with the most convenient therapist to your case. You book online, pay online, and enjoy your session online. We have a large traction. We provided more than 160 therapy session for clients coming from 85 countries. We have more than 350 professional therapists from 25 countries. We are very proud that 60%, more than 60% of our supply and demand are women. We also provide our services to corporate. We are working with multinational corporate, well-known names with great feedback from them. All of this is happening because of a great team of 45 team members whom we call the saviors, dedicating their life to enhance the quality of other people's life. We have been trusted by well-known investors from all over the globe. Also, CSR is in our DNA, so we provided more than 9,000 free sessions for women surviving violence all over the globe. We are also serving 6 of the UN SDGs. We have a growth rate of 5x in the last 2 years. We are also focusing very much on the AI to provide tailored and smart chatbots, automated notifications, therapist matching, also to help our therapists to handle more clients along with smart diagnostic and emotion recognition. In terms of our supply, our selection process is very strong with a 5% acceptance rate to make sure that we have the best quality ever, and also we provide them with supervision and academic programs. We had our first global office outside Egypt, our mother country, in South Africa in the last months under the name of Upright. Please help us to make sure that mental well-being is a daily routine for each individual in the world to enhance their life. Thank you.
Thank you for that pitch. And now we move over to the judges yet again. Please fire away. 2 minutes questions.
I suppose my first question is, if you're focusing very much on the African region, how do you deal with internet and making sure that your customers can get the right level of internet to be able to do their therapy sessions?
Okay, we are focusing so much now on Africa and the MENA region. The internet is not that good, but it's still there is an internet connection. So we work on 2 things. First of all, we are enhancing our video session technology to make sure that it's working with the minimum bandwidth that we need. That's why our sessions are working with the minimal internet connection. At the same time, in the rural places, we provide a kind of partnerships with different centers on which we provide the internet connection, we provide tablets, and then if you need the service, you go there and you do the session in a very private room with one of our partners in that place.
So you mentioned that your AI tool can triage and match patient and basically physician or whoever gives the support. Are there any liability issues with that?
No, because we are actually using a triage that is an FDA approved. So we did not create our own triage. We took the triage questions from one of the approved triage, but we use our AI to make sure that it's not only about the diagnostic phase, but it's also about your preference. So we need to make sure if you want a female therapist or a male therapist, if you are from a certain region in the world, by machine learning, we understand more what is your preference in terms of therapist age, therapist gender, the language, and many other aspects that we use on our platform.
Yep. I think that will be the last question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck. Next up, we have Adam Huxley, who's the co-founder and COO for Thrive Mental Wellbeing. Please enter the stage.
Everyone, I'll be quick.
All right, your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. Thrive was founded in 2012 with a simple mission to try and improve the world's mental well-being. We're both clinicians, the co-founder and mine. We've heard today about the crisis of mental health. It's not going to get better, unfortunately. 1 in 3 of us will experience a diagnosable mental health condition in our lifetime. What we found is organizations really want to improve the experience for their workforce. And one of the things that they've always struggled to do is to think about their mental well-being. This is where Thrive comes in. We work with organizations to improve their employees' well-being, reducing absenteeism, reducing presenteeism and getting the most out of your workforce. That's often quite difficult. The existing EAP services don't tend to have a lot of mental health support as part of their product. Thrive works seamlessly, integrating into existing EAP packages. Our solution is currently the only NHS, which is the healthcare provider in the UK, regulated tool. We offer unlimited in-app therapy. Thrive is an app-based solution that looks at early detection, screening, and prevention. We offer evidence-based techniques. You'll all be aware of cognitive behavioral therapy. This empowers the person to take responsibility for their own well-being. But for some people who may be in crisis or may have more mild to moderate types of difficulties, they need to speak to a person. So we don't have an AI or a chatbot. We have clinicians and therapists that will triage and signpost you on to somebody to speak to if you feel you'll need it. So our therapy is provided either online or through a chat-based function. We have 93% of the people who've accessed the service said that it's helped them moderately or been extremely useful. We have a much higher completion rate than comparable services in the UK, which is the IAP service. It's a registered medical device, so security is right at the front of our minds. We're ICO registered. Data protection ensures that people can access the service confidentially and discreetly. We support over 4 million people globally. They're just some of the organizations that we work with. We're available in 9 different languages as we spread across the UK, and we're supporting organizations to help offer a better working experience for people under their care. I'm a bit early, 10 seconds left.
You were quick, as you said. Then we jump over to the judges yet again. So you get your 2 minutes, ask away.
It's great that you provide one-on-one service, but how scalable is that?
It's been pretty scalable for us. Not everybody who accesses the services will then go on to see a therapist. The idea is that the app and the solutions within the app will allow that person to self-manage. We continue to grow and recruit more staff as we need them. So we onboard more therapists as our client base grows. We have a pretty quick turnaround time, so there's no waiting list. If you're seen by the triage therapist, you're seen within 5 minutes. So if you are in crisis, you won't have to wait to get support. And then we can usually allocate person to therapist within a week.
If there's time, can you expand a little bit more on your team? We didn't hear much who is in
Yeah,
your
the
company.
team, so the founders are clinicians. I'm a consultant psychiatrist. My partner's a psychiatrist. We'd worked in the NHS and in healthcare. We felt that mental health needed a radical overhaul. There were long waiting lists. If you had to access therapy privately, you needed the financial resource to do so. Thrive doesn't cost the end user at all. The organization pays. We have about 70 staff at the minute. We have a team of business psychologists that will support organizations with well-being strategies. So the focus is on prevention just as much as it is on treatment when people develop a problem. So very much about early intervention, stopping people from developing difficulties in the first place. But when they do need them, there'll be the support there to provide the treatment and intervention.
Yeah, I think that's it. Also,
Okay.
just about out of time. Thank you very much. Okay. Now I think we actually have the last pitch for this section for today. So it's Heidi Frost Eriksen, who's the CEO and co-founder of Yatech Solutions. Please enter the stage, and as soon as we have everything up here.
Like
and
Frederick
you're
is
ready.
doing okay, or?
Yeah, everything is okay. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. So hi everyone, I'm Heidi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Yatech, and we're on a mission to help people overcome social anxiety. More than 300 million people suffer from social anxiety at any given time and live with an overwhelming fear of being negatively judged by other people.
And sadly, these numbers are exploding due to the pandemic. The gold standard for treating social anxiety is through exposure therapy. Exposure could be ordering at a cafe or holding a presentation at work, and this is done as homework in between therapy sessions. But for people with social anxiety, going out to seek out these social interactions is a huge challenge. So these homework assignments are not done or done improperly. The barriers are just too high. We're addressing this head-on, allowing people to practice uncomfortable social interaction in VR and from home before practicing in the real world. Our solution is based on my co-founder, Anne-Lene Dahl's research on hippocampus and his role in regulating anxiety. And we're combining this neuroscience with deep insight in AI, and we simulate anxiety-inducing situations where you can engage with human avatars and have conversations that are dynamic and not prescripted. We also supply a user app that automatically tracks the training done in VR, and we report this progress back to the therapist. We have talked to more than 60 therapists and key opinion leaders in Europe and in the US, and they love what we're doing. With our solution, therapists see an opportunity to both reduce patient dropout rates, reach new client groups, as well as adding an additional income stream next to the therapy session. Our sales model is a B2B model where the therapist is our paying customer. Private health insurance companies is a payer in our model. We founded the company only 1 year ago, and we have now signed pilot agreements with large psychology providers in our beachhead market, Norway, and we will start commercial pilots with these partners in January. When scaling internationally, the market opportunity is massive, considering that 6 to 12% of the population suffer from social anxiety. We're 3 founders, so it's Anne-Lene. She has a PhD in neuroscience, and she's our clinical lead. Our CTO, Lars, is a machine learning engineer, and he has founded 3 AI startups previously. Myself, I'm a B2B sales manager, and Jatek is my 3rd company. We also have a strong tech team and 2 psychologists on the team. We have raised €1 million to date, and we are here now looking for both clinical and financial partnership opportunities. So if you're interested, please reach out. Thank you.
I'm going to have to jump in here, and yeah, of course, an applause. Now, yet again, I'm going to ask the judges to do their thing, and you get 2 minutes again. Ask away.
Is there any clinical validation already?
We're a young company, so we have not started our own clinical trials yet, but we are in the planning phase of that now. When that being said, there's more than 100 research studies proving the very, very positive effect of VR exposure therapy.
I may have missed this throughout your presentation. So VR headsets are very expensive. So I missed who's actually paying for the headset itself?
Yeah, great question. So we will be leasing VR headset and bundle them with our software so that patients can have them on a 1-month kind of basis. So you will be embedded into the price, but we will be the one leasing them. So they will be used between patients.
What do you think would be your biggest obstacles to scaling?
Well, first of all, therapists is not known for being like super technical, so there is a technology barrier that we take very, very seriously. And of course, like VR is a new technology. Gaming has been the one kind of really embracing this technology. We do now see very, very much kind of healthcare applications in VR, so that's very promising. But of course, it's a technology barrier. And most important of all, we need to demonstrate that we do provide value for both for patients and for therapists.
Do you already have some sort of scenarios that can be played out in VR?
Yes, we did a kind of an early beta release now in September, and we're currently testing it both with people with social anxiety and therapists.
Okay. Thank you very much, Heidi, for that.
Thank you.
All right, that was actually the last pitch for this category today. So I think it was a great pitch session. I'm not going to lie, I actually got so drawn into some of the pitches, I actually forgot the time, but I think we managed quite well. And what happens now is that the jury is going to cast their votes for the company they think deserve to be the best in the category. We will announce this winner during this event, and then the winners will be invited to the superfinals on November 15th, and it will take place at HLTH 2022, and that's an event that's going live in Las Vegas, so that's pretty amazing. So for the lucky winners, they get to go there, and with that, I think the mental health finals are actually over for today. But fear not, there are more pitches. There's going to be pitches the whole day. And I think we'll move on to the next category quite soon, so stay tuned. And thank you very much.
So, hello, and welcome to the second session of the Health Tech Challengers 2022 Finals. I'm Goda Mikochanita, Market Intelligence Team Lead and Kilo Ventures Manager at R&D Kilo Health. And today, we're gonna have Health Tech Challengers Global Pitch Competitions that brings the most groundbreaking companies in the industry on this stage. Few months ago, we received more than 400 applications, but only 80 startups went to the finals. So wondering who will become the ultimate challengers of 2020-22? So we will find out soon. But now, let's kick off the gut health track and discover the most innovative companies pioneering the future of gut health. So please meet our members of the jury who will evaluate the pitches. Simon Turner, partner at Sanova Partners. Applause. Kasparas Aleknavičius, head of medical affairs at Kilo Health. Daniel Chui, External Innovation Director at Haleon. Some applause. And we also have some virtual juries. Maybe they're not yet, but I will introduce them, of course. Sachin Sak, Global Medical Partner, Digital Health Devices at Haleon. Also Lizzie Goldman, investor at Samsung Next Ventures. So thank you for being with us today. But I would like to repeat the rules of the competition. Each company will have 3 minutes to present. Then the jury will have 2 minutes to ask questions. I will let every contestant to know when they're running out of time. So, are you ready to hear the first company on gut health track? That's nice. I see so many sparkling eyes. So please meet the first one, Barbara Sladek, founder and managing director from Biomed Diagnostics. So please take the stage. I see your presentation is ready. So
wait for the other 2 members?
No, we are good, I think so. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Wait, no. Can I just start?
Okay.
Just the clock?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's exciting to be here. So we are a meta company, and we help to cure cancer by using the microbiome. So imagine you're diagnosed with cancer. Most likely, the doctor will recommend immunotherapy to you because it is the best treatment out there for a variety of different cancers. However, only 20% of all people actually respond to treatment. Why is that happening? Well, only a few people actually know that the effectiveness of the immune therapy is decided by the microbiome, so by the gut bacteria. We can analyze these gut bacteria by using next-generation sequencing and our own proprietary algorithms. We call this microbiome profiler Biome-1. So to give you a few more insights, you can regard Biome-1 as a microbiome signature. Knowing the signature, the doctor actually knows, even before giving the first immunotherapy, how a patient will respond to therapy, how severe the side effects will be, and ultimately how to handle the patient. Like that, the patient is able to get the right treatment right from the start. Biome-1 is validated by multiple studies, CE-IVD marked and approved by the European authorities. It's a revolution for healthcare. We have a very easy business model, price per analysis business model, which is hyperscalable through our BiomeDX platform. And as you're all aware of, we're working on an ongoing market. Our platform, BiomeDX, is HL7 compliant, and it offers Biome 1 for the prediction of response and side effects for cancer therapy, Biome CRC for colorectal screening and all pre-stages of colorectal cancer, Biome FMT for donor selection for fecal microbiome transplantation, and obviously MyBioma, our lifestyle product revenue generating, which is a general healthcare assessment tool for the microbiome and available to everybody. Our tech was validated through multiple clinical studies. We have some top-tier collaborations, and our validation studies for Biome 1 and Biome CRC were very successful. But not only our tech is outstanding, also our team is outstanding. They're fully committed, and we're all not learning at the job, right? We know what we do. And finally, for all investors in this room, I would like to draw your attention to our timeline. We're raising currently to further focus on development into new markets and also producing new tech. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Barbara. So, jury, now you have 2 minutes to ask questions.
Could you maybe give us a little bit more information about the training set, the data set that you've been using to train your algorithms? How robust are they?
So for Biome 1, so in general, we have one quite large microbiome data profile or database of about 45,000 unique microbiome profiles. One microbiome profile is the health data, the entire health data of a person, plus the next generation sequencing data. For Biome 1, to give you a concrete example, we used over 10,000 training data points to actually create the biomarker, and then we validated it in a multicentric validation study with 6 different university hospitals, and I think in the end it were about 90 patients in 3 different indications. So it's a tumor-agnostic marker, actually, so you can use it for any kind of cancer, actually.
And how accurate is it? What's the positive predicted value?
It's 81%. It's the best one out there. So otherwise you would use PD-L1 expression test, which is about 55–60% of accuracy. So we're decently proud.
I can keep going otherwise. Could you maybe tell us a bit more about the business model? What are you thinking in terms of pricing? Who's going to pay for it? Are you kind of also thinking about pharma collaborations going forwards?
So the nice thing is we have large pharma collaboration with some of the top-tier pharmaceuticals. Our main basically customers are healthcare providers, so clinicians on the first side, and obviously also healthcare providers, so the doctors there and the clinics itself, because it's actually quite important as well for insurances and who covers which kind of costs, because immunotherapies are very expensive. They're about 100,000 to 150,000 euros per one patient. So, and obviously also, the pharmaceuticals where we do run quite a few studies.
So thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So
good luck.
Please meet Kristin Gunther, co-founder and CEO from Biomes. We see your presentation, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I'm Kristin from Biomes, and I am here to talk about the genomic revolution of gut health. So I believe that all of you are aware of the fact that when we talk about gut health, we have to talk about our microbiome, which is our second genome consisting of the thousands and thousands of bacteria, bugs that inhabit our body and mainly our intestines. And we also all know that when those little bugs are in balance, they keep us happy and healthy. But we face 2 major problems, mainly in our Western world, which is number 1, that our Western world lifestyle is way too sterile, and I'm not talking only about sanitizing our hands, it's also our sterile food, which actually destroys our microbial balance. And that leads to many more problems than just indigestion. We've heard it from Barbara, how far the microbiome reaches. It's even associated with overweight, with diabetes, and with depression. And problem number 2 is that once we have issues, we are still satisfied with one-fit-all treatments and solutions, while actually our microbiome really is as unique as our fingerprint. So people keep on swallowing pills and even probiotics without knowing what they actually need. So we from Biomes, we are DNA specialists, and we launched Europe's first gut microbiome DNA analysis, with which you can detect your personal microbial fingerprint and find out how to get better. This is a lifestyle product mainly focused on prevention, but we also offer B2B solutions. So this is the self-test. You can easily order online, send the sample to our laboratory close to Berlin, and there the magic starts, where we convert your biological DNA into digital DNA and interpret it on the basis of our unique and proprietary knowledge database that combines the findings of more than 8,000 worldwide clinical studies, and it's manually curated. So in the end, you get a simple online report telling you what to eat to gain back which box that you're actually lacking. Plus, we offer high-class probiotics, which we produce in Germany, that are according to your personal deficiencies. But what actually makes us unique, right? There are many microbiome companies out there now, and I believe it certainly is our own laboratory. So this is our head of lab, Philip, who could also be a model. So we have all the processes really in-house, from next-generation sequencing to whole genome sequencing to producing probiotics, which enables us to really offer the highest quality in the analysis and the highest quality in interpretation at lowest possible costs. So we not only have 8,000 studies, but also 35,000 data sets. Plus, we offer white label solutions for competitors. So Barbara, let's talk. And more than 80% of our customers would recommend us further. Our experienced management team has over 125 years of experience. Yeah, and it's a success story that I would like to keep going, also with the help of this award. So I'm happy to receive your questions.
So thank you, Christine. And the jury, now you have 2 minutes to ask questions.
Yeah, thanks very much. Similar question. Could you maybe just talk about that 8,000 study data set that you've compiled? Because it sounds like it's basically literature mining that you've then interpreted in a different fashion. How is that unique versus, let's say, others that are doing knowledge graph plays, etc.?
Yeah, exactly. Very good question. So at the beginning, we've launched the test 5 years ago, where we only had data sets available from the gut microbiome project. So we didn't have our own data sets. So we did knowledge mining with those more than 8,000 studies. So we keep on mining studies that are out there, worldwide, clinical, scientific, to get the reference values out of those studies, but we are also working on our own algorithms that we are already training with our now more than 35,000 data sets to, in the future, not only rely on what studies say, but what our algorithm says is really healthy for you, for you, for you, for me, because that's completely different, and we know that. So our algorithms are already in training, but we had to start at some point.
Quick question for me, just verifying. So you had mentioned you're a B2B, and you mentioned 35,000 customers. So from that standpoint, it's 35,000, I'll say, businesses that are customers today and not necessarily actual individual.
Oh, no, those are 35,000 individual B2C clients.
Okay.
Yeah, plus we have B2B solutions, for example, in the field of veterinary medicine. We are researching, and a couple of other research projects with diabetes. We'll in short time, we'll be publishing a paper on diabetes and the microbiome. So we definitely see the B2C business as an opportunity to collect data and grow, but we want to focus more on B2B in the close future.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. It was a nice presentation.
Thanks.
And now we have Amir Reichman, Chief Medical Officer from Day 2, who is joining virtually here.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Please present your presentation. Are you ready?
Yes. Yeah. Let me make sure I can pull it up.
Okay.
Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Not yet. Yes, we can see it. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. We are very excited to present. As you know, today is our company is U.S.-based and Israel-based, and so today is a major holiday in Israel. So you'll be stuck with me for the presentation. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. So what I'd like to spend the next 2 minutes talking about is day 2 and our unique approach to using the microbiome to address gut health and to address chronic disease. Day 2 is a microbiome-focused company. It's at the core of what we do. The company was founded in 2015 based on research that was done at the Weizmann Institute, and then later on research that was done in partnership with the Mayo Clinic. We're about 100 employees or so, $85 million raised so far, and 3 locations for our operations: Tel Aviv, New York, and Nashville. But now Day 2 has transitioned into mostly a U.S.-focused company with an emphasis on our operations in the U.S. and the market in the U.S. The foundation of Day 2's current product is the notion that individual responses to food are very, very specific, but that you can actually modify those individual responses using the gut microbiome and normalize those responses. So what you see on the screen here is how different combinations of food can normalize the response, the blood glucose response that individuals have to different kinds of food, thereby predicting what the impact of a particular food is going to be on their postprandial glucose response, and thereby managing in a predictive fashion their diabetes. The Day 2 patient-facing platform is essentially we do a full shotgun sequencing of the microbiome using a stool sample, use a predictive algorithm that we've created using machine learning and AI tools, and then we create a predictive analytic model that using an app, an individual can determine their food score and determine what they eat. Our microbiome science and application has proven results with drops in hemoglobin A1C, improvements in quality of life measures, and a high engagement and net promoter score rate. The competitive edge Day 2 has, probably the key point here is we have the world's largest metagenomic data set, about 80,000 samples and growing, that we've done full shotgun analysis on and looked at different clinical conditions to see the impact of the microbiome. And our goal ultimately is to use the microbiome science to manipulate the microbiome and impact chronic disease. Right now, we're adjusting nutrition to the microbiome, but we're migrating towards manipulating the microbiome. A quick case study, we prove the results of the microbiome manipulation on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, in addition to diabetes, obesity, and prediabetes. And what we showed in this study was the impact of large samples. I'm happy to go into detail on any of these, but in the interest of time, I'll skip through. And just close on the fact that we are now able to treat disease by treating the gut health. And as previous speakers stated, there's a big connection between the microbiome and mental health, cardiovascular health, metabolic health. And our hope is that we'll be able to close that gap by hopefully manipulating the microbiome.
Sorry,
Happy to take any questions.
Amir, I have to interrupt you because you're running out of time. So, jury, now we have 2 minutes to ask questions for Amir.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Do you target specific chronic diseases? Do you have?
Yeah, so we started with diabetes, and what we're targeting right now is diabetes, clinical obesity, and prediabetes, and we're moving into non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and then we're moving into cardiovascular. But right now, our product and our service is around obesity, prediabetes, and diabetes.
Okay, do you have any studies published by yourself?
Yeah, so we have we have 2 studies, sorts of studies. One, are the studies that we did with our academic partners to validate the model. And then the second are results that we've published on our book of business. So on our book of business, we've actually shown an improvement in hemoglobin A1C. We've showed an improvement in time in range for blood glucose, and we've shown an improvement in weight loss. On the clinical studies that we've done with our academic partners, our main goal was to actually validate the model. So we have both kinds available.
Thank you.
Out of curiosity, are you able to start also modeling for multiple chronic diseases suffered by the same patient? Because very often you've got diabetes with heart disease, for example, or something else.
Yeah, and as you said, most people that have a chronic disease usually have a comorbidity associated with chronic disease. What we're doing right now is we're starting with, if a patient comes in or a member comes in, we're starting with diabetes, although as you can imagine, they probably have clinical obesity or cardiovascular. We have not yet come up with so we're doing the research, but we have not come up with a predictive model for cardiovascular or other chronic disease. But the hope is ultimately when we come up with these predictive models that we're able to target multiple chronic disease. But right now it's a single chronic disease focus.
Thank you. Thank you, Amir. And now we're gonna have Sunny Jain, founder and the CEO from the floor by Sun Genomics, joining us virtually. Hi, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Great, I'm ready.
So you should prepare your presentation.
Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Honored to be here with 10 other gut health companies presenting to you today. And from my lens, as someone who's been in the field of molecular medicine for 20 years, poop is critical to understanding and improving our overall health. My name is Sunny Jain, CEO and founder of Sun Genomics, and we are making the microbiome standard of care through AI, DNA sequencing, and e-health technology for the hundreds of millions of people that suffer from gut health issues every year. And since founding the company in 2016, we've seen an increasing number of people suffering from gut health issues, further increasing the economic burden. And with the precision medicine sector as a massive market opportunity, and with a subsector of personalized nutrition, we believe this area is a perfect opportunity for Sun Genomics solutions. But what do people do when they see the news or media around gut health? They might find themselves somewhere here, staring into the wall of confusion, looking for a set formula to solve for something that needs precision. You have trillions of microbes in your gut. You're unique. You're 90% unique within your gut. So these products may not work for you. That's why after 2 years of research and development, we launched Flore in 2018. And to date, we have 20,000 plus profiles in our database. And Flore has now become the world's first precision probiotic based off of metagenomic sequencing. We offer it as a monthly subscription model at $79 a month, and you can retest to monitor and manage your progress. Our patented technology is 3 years ahead of anyone else in this space. Most importantly, our product works, just worked for my son, works for my family, our customers. Our products are 8x more effective than the off-the-shelf probiotics, proven to survive, and has helped a range of customers from irritable bowel syndrome to autism spectrum disorder. In 2021, Flore sold to households all across the United States and has become a national phenomenon. We grew significantly from 2020 to 2021, over 314% growth, and we've seen an amazing reoccurring subscriber base, creating a long LTV, a high LTV, and a strong CAC to LTV ratio for our model. We differentiate ourselves between others that are also in the consumer space by our deep sequencing, that full solution where we're actually customizing a precision probiotic based off of the metagenomic data, and superior customer service. We've now expanded into clinical offerings through our CLIA lab, including toxins and heavy metal, calprotectin, and GI pathogen. With a strong beachhead market, we're leveraging that into the clinical market and seeing a considerable amount of traction already. We've got the world's largest metagenomic DNA sequencing database with longitudinal profiles within it, so you can actually monitor the differences. And we're now preparing for an A+ round to help us enable that clinical channel and opportunity. We've built an amazing team, and we welcome your questions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a very nice presentation. And now we have 2 minutes for the jury to ask questions.
Hi, thank you. Just a quick question about customer acquisition and channel partners. How do you do that? How do you acquire customers?
Yeah, on the DTC side, we have a full digital marketing team through email workflows, performance marketing through Facebook and Google, optimizing our conversion ratios. We do blogs, SEO optimization. We've got a great website. If you go to flore.com, there's my plug. You can check us out there as well. And on the clinical side, we go to conferences and events where functional medicine doctors are our primary customer base there.
Thank you.
Could you maybe just talk about the clinical evidence you've developed to date?
Sure. We have 2 clinical studies that we've completed. One is the world's largest metagenomic study in IBS. That is referenced here at the bottom there. That published in November of 2021. Our second clinical study is the world's largest study in autism spectrum disorder. In this study, we're one of the first groups to show that you can recover a diversity impact in a chronic condition through precision probiotics. And that's unpublished data. It's just getting submitted right now. And we hope to see that here in the next couple of weeks, make it to at least the bioRxiv early publication stage. And then we've got 2 additional clinicals planned in the next year.
And what's the magnitude of the effect you're having? Because you said kind of 8 times better than off-the-shelf components and things like that. But I thought they were pretty low on a bar, just to get a sense.
Yeah, the magnitude depends on the chronic condition and what the issue is. In IBS, that's where we saw an 8x improvement from the symptoms and the reported information we got back. In autism spectrum disorder, it is varying depending on what the individual came to us for. And we see that true amongst all chronic conditions because the chronic conditions actually have subtypes within them. So in autism spectrum disorder, we found that to be true. And in IBS, we found A, C, and D microbiome profiles to be very distinct as well. So it does vary, but it could be as high as a 20x benefit, but it could be as simple as a 2x benefit. But we see that a 2x benefit could be great for someone.
Sorry, Sunny, to interrupt, but we are running out of time. So thank you so much. And now, please meet Sue Sheen, Center Director from Giant Biome Limited. So hello, do you hear us?
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'd like to
Yes.
share my screen if that could be allowed.
Yeah,
Okay.
sec.
Could you share your screen?
Yes. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
And now?
Not yet.
Let me I'll reshare that again. Share screen. And how about now?
Unfortunately not.
Right, just one sec, sorry. I'll just try this again. Sorry about
Just a heads
that.
up that those of us
Yes,
on
we
video
can
can actually
see
see it.
Let me just try now. Can you
Yeah, we see your screen.
can you see it now?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, fellow judges. I'm Siu Eng and I represent Genie Biome. It's a pleasure to share with you our work. I'm trying to move the screen. Can you see the slide being moved?
We only see the first slide, I think so.
Oh, I'm very sorry because there seems to be a technical issue. Let me just redo this again very quickly. Just starting the share screen mode now, and you can see it. Can you see it now? Yes.
Yes.
Great. Sorry about that. Thank you for having me. I'm co-founder of Genibiome. Do you know that colon cancer kills over 1 million people each year? In fact, it's the second most common cause of cancer and cancer deaths worldwide. But it's the most preventable and beatable cancer by early detection. However, many people don't get tested early enough because it's invasive and it's difficult via colonoscopy. Our invention, 1 teaspoon of stool sample, a new technology, fecal bacteria DNA diagnostic, can predict your risk of cancer. This breakthrough is through 1 decade of research via identification of 4 bacterial gene markers known as M3, and we can now detect pre-cancer lesions, polyps, even before it appears with high sensitivity and specificity. There's no such tool in the world. Now, this tool is not only limited to colon cancer. We have launched this with clinical trials going regulatory approval. It can be applied to autism, long COVID, and multi-disease disorder. But we don't stop here because we realize that we also want to have the best data to provide a solution to patients. So we have an AI-driven microbiome data set. And right now, we launch our SIM01 and SMT04, an anti-colon cancer formula. And I want to share with you our key differentiation. Patent families over 40, over 18 years lifespan, and supported by over 300 scientific papers in peer-reviewed journals, as well as several international awards. More importantly, 3 out of the 7 products are now commercialized. The first world microbiome diagnostic for CRC and the anti-CRC bacterial formula is available. We are very encouraged because we are now generated in revenue over 100 million Hong Kong dollars in just the first half of this year. Our R&D pipeline is extensive. You can see many candidates are undergoing different phases of clinical trials here to come in the next few years. We started as a humble R&D platform and office in Hong Kong. We've expanded to 4 areas in mainland China, in the United Kingdom, in Southeast Asia, as well as in the United States. I'm the scientific co-founder, also a professor of medicine from Chinese University of Hong Kong. Our CEO has 20 years of experience from GSK and Pfizer. And this is our team structure. You can see from R&D, regulatory, commercial, as well as our own in-house laboratory. And we collaborate, it's our culture. We have Ferring and Olympus and AstraZeneca as our ongoing distributors. And we are working with UC of Cambridge, Chicago, as well as Melbourne. And this is my last slide. The roadmap. Currently, Genibiome is the world's top 21 microbiome startup with 40% of R&D. But you can see we envision the world's top 5 in the next 5 years. And we are now preparing for fundraising for Series B next year with Alibaba and key institutions expressing interest. So panel juries, Genibiome, we are here to rejuvenate your microbiome with science for a healthy future. Thank you very much, and I really welcome any questions and comments from the distinguished judges.
So thank you so much. And judges, now it's time for your questions.
Thanks for that. Could you maybe tell us what your false positive rate is for the diagnosis of CRC?
Yes, thank you very much. So that's a great question. So our false positive rate currently is about 10 to 20% for CRC. But I think the most important part is that this can detect early stage cancers. So it's about the stage 1 cancer that do not actually bleed, because currently the fecal immunochemical test detects only bleeding. And we found that lesions as small as 5 millimeter are actually being detected. So the false positive rate actually is higher because of early lesions, but when it goes to stage 2 or 3, it goes down to actually less than 5% or so from so.
Got it, okay. And just maybe tell us a little bit about your business model, your return on investment perspective for kind of the healthcare systems. What's the calculations there?
Absolutely. At the moment, our business model, this has now been commercialized in Hong Kong. So actually all the public sector and sort of over 500 sort of clinics in Hong Kong are currently utilizing this. So this is endorsed by the healthcare sort of professionals in Hong Kong. The next most important site is to get into the mainland China market, which is to get regulatory approval. So we're now conducting sort of 1,000 person clinical trials and RCT, and one this is being approved, which is anticipated in 2024. We believe that this will then enter basically every single hospital in mainland China, and then probably to the rest of the world when we validate this in other population as well. But it's clearly the only and first microbiome-based PCR2 that is actually very cheap because it's not metagenomic based. It's just first on 4 key markers that have a pattern as well for coverage.
Thank you so much, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give some applause. And now I'm excited to announce that we have Kumar Sankaran, the CEO of Leucine Rich Bio. Hi. Do you hear us?
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Please share your screen if you have it.
Yes, I've shared.
We can see it. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Kumar Sankaran. We are India's first and South Asia's first microbiome focused company. We've recently won the National Startup Award in India for the best life sciences company in India. The problem that we're trying to tackle is the chronic disease and the lifestyle disease health burden. And we strongly believe, like many of the other companies, that the microbiome can be used to fix any of these problems. After multiple years of research, we've come out with our gut microbiome profiling test kit, which detects for risk for about 16 diseases right now. So this is still a risk predictor. We're hoping that a handful of these diseases will get a diagnostic mark for in the coming years. We've also applied for a patent for a gut health score, which gives a numerical score for the consumer, saying how good or bad his or her gut is. And lastly, we provide personalized nutrition and probiotic recommendations. The benefits of the consumers is good. I mean, it's an at-home test with hyper-personalized recommendations, or recommendation based on what the consumer is microbiome is at this present moment. We are mainly, over the years, we were present mainly in India and South Asia, but we're now growing to the Middle East and getting some samples from Europe as well. We have recently got regulatory approval in Thailand, and we'll enter the Malaysian market soon. We're currently seeing a growth rate of about 100% every quarter. The other part of our business is we have one of the largest Asian microbiome data sets. So it's insights that we provide to both pharma and nutraceutical companies using the data that we have collected. That's me with my co-founders. We have over 40 years of cumulative experience in drug discovery and pharma consulting. We're backed by a very passionate team of computational biologists as well as molecular biologists. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Kumar. Let's have some applause. And Jory, now it's time for your questions.
For that. So we've seen through several presentations so far, including yours, fairly similar business model with diagnostic, probiotics, et cetera. So from your perspective, specific to your company, the point around differentiation, and is it one of, there's something that's truly differentiated, or is it perhaps more of is this market so large that there's room for multiple competitors, and sort of your position within that? What's your view of that?
One, from a data point of view, the South Asian microbiome is so very different, and there's so many new insights that are coming out of it, that I haven't seen from the other microbiome data set. And secondly, you're right. I think there's the market is large enough and we're only starting on the microbiome journey worldwide. So there's going to be there's huge potential for different companies in this space.
Hi, thank you. Could you elaborate more on those personalized recommendations that you give? How do they look like?
So we do two kinds of recommendations. One is a three-phase nutritional recommendation. This is over a period of 3 months. It's broken down into 2 weeks, 8 weeks, and 2 weeks, where based on the microbiome, we're giving nutritional recommendation to correct any imbalance that might be there. And secondly is more on the prebiotic, probiotic recommendations based on what is actually missing in the gut. What we're also doing is going down to the strain level information and looking at what will actually colonize the gut of this region and trying to source probiotics based on that.
Okay, thank you, Kumar, for your presentation. And let's move on. Now we have Thomas Gurry, co-founder and the CEO of Myota. Do we have Thomas?
Hi, sorry, I was muted. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi.
Okay. Yes, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a real pleasure to speak to you. I'll be telling you about Myota, and we develop fiber-based solutions to leverage something that happens in all of our guts all the time, which is the fermentation of fiber by the gut microbiome. What we do at Myota is that we leverage cutting-edge science in microbiome research to create precision fiber blends that'll help prevent and reverse over 1 billion cases of chronic diseases worldwide. I don't need to convince any of you of this fact, but we have a rampant chronic disease problem, diseases ranging from diabetes through to depression, anxiety, or even chronic gut issues like IBD and IBS. And one of the things that science has uncovered lately is that these diseases often develop from improper gut health and microbiome imbalance. Specifically, this happens through two main axes, either intestinal inflammation, which can run away to become systemic or chronic locally, as well as impoverished glucose metabolism that can lead to diabetes and other metabolic conditions. So the last thing I'll say is that science has now shown, and I did a lot of research in this as a postdoc at MIT, that fiber in combination with the microbiome are key modulators of gut health. They do this by producing short-chain fatty acids through the fermentation of fiber, and short-chain fatty acids impact many aspects of our physiology. The last thing I'll say is we all have different microbiomes, and that means that we're more effective at fermenting different fibers. That's why we introduce the world's first precision fiber blends that are proprietary and backed by scientific research into the different fermentation capabilities of individuals. We take an intervention-based approach. That means we work with your existing microbiome to produce blends that are actually designed to boost short-chain fatty acid production, improve bowel regularity, and reduce inflammation. And this works across different microbiome types. This we combine with a digital platform that allows us to collect real-world evidence from our customers. Many of our customers have actually reported that the effects of these fiber blends have been life-changing. People struggling with gut issues like IBS, but also people with inflammation-related issues have reported major benefits. And that's why we don't just go D2C, we actually have an extensive clinical development program where we target different conditions with different mixes optimized to those conditions, ranging from IBS through to diabetes and inflammation, even neurodegeneration, the aim being to unlock B2B opportunities as well. And ultimately, our vision is that we'll create fiber-based functional foods with proven health benefits by leveraging the gut microbiome's fermentation capability in this manner. And with that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happily answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. And now we have 2 minutes for the questions.
Yeah, thanks for that. Could you maybe just give us an idea of what kind of studies have you been running? I mean, it sounds almost like if you just increase fiber in a diet, you'll have more or less the same benefits.
So unfortunately, not really, because it's really hard to get enough fermentable fiber. So that's where specifically we concentrate on fermentable fiber in our mixes. And also different people might not ferment certain fibers as effectively. So that's also accounted for. We've done studies both in vitro as well as in vivo, where we've done longitudinal blood sampling through following the ingestion of a meal with and without fiber mixes and tracked inflammation markers. More recently, we've launched some formal clinical trials in the pre-diabetic space, tracking those biomarkers as well.
And who will you be selling the product to, both in terms of your end customer, but also in terms of who will be your go-to-market strategy? Is it going into the GI systems and the physicians in that space, or others?
So actually our strategy is, on the one hand, to target people with IBS D2C, because there's a high willingness to pay and there's not a huge amount of structure in the healthcare to help them, the healthcare system to help them. On the other hand, we're going B2B with payers like the NHS, with whom we're doing several clinical trials right now in the pre-diabetes and diabetes space, because there the flip is true, namely there's a low willingness to pay of the customer, but a major burden to the healthcare system. So we go directly through them, and insurance companies as well, I should say.
Could you just quickly elaborate on the difference of the effects when you're supplying a person with fiber versus short-chain fatty acids?
So the short-chain fatty acids are very difficult to administer. You can administer through an enema, but the problem is they have a horrible smell and taste. Butyrate smells like vomit. Actually, that's why vomit smells like that. And the main problem also is that it's difficult to administer them acutely. Really what you need is to produce them chronically through time, and the best thing to do that is the gut microbiome itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you very much.
Now we have Beth Fisher, product specialist from Motiland. Please give some applause. And your 3 minutes starts now.
Good morning. I'm going to jump straight into a patient story for you all. So this is Max. Max's symptoms include severe stomach pain and an increased frequency and urgency to use the toilet. His stomach pain is so severe that when he's out shopping with his mum, he could be in the supermarket, he has to crouch down onto the floor until the pain has eased before he can carry on walking. At the age of 12, Max is too scared to eat outside his family home in case there isn't a bathroom close enough. After numerous tests and investigations, Max was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease is a chronic condition affecting 1 in 10,000 people. Max will now manage this disease for the rest of his life. He will undergo numerous tests and procedures such as endoscopy, and he will start a treatment process of immunosuppressants, biologics, and steroids. These drugs cost about $50,000 per patient per year. Now, I'm Beth. I'm a product specialist here at Motiland, and our mission is to change the way we see the gut. But my focus is on Crohn's disease and our first product, GI Quant. GI Quant works alongside routine medical imaging for Crohn's disease to give an objective score to clinicians to track treatment response. We are FDA cleared and CE marked, and hopefully this will help spot drug failures sooner so that switches can be made in medications. The value of this is that patients understand their disease. Swinging back round to Max, Max's mum is injecting him from home, so she knows that these drugs are working, and the awful side effects of the steroids that he's taking will be worth it in the end. We have doctors making data-driven decisions, and our payers know that the patients have a higher chance of being on the right drugs, meaning less waste and less surgery. Surgery for Max would mean about 30 centimetres of his bowel being removed and a stoma bag fitted. This would be the starting moment of an incredibly different life to the rest of his peers and the rest of society. Oh, sorry. Now, my goal is to focus on the complex problem that is Crohn's, costing $15 billion in the US per year. GI-Quant is the first in a growing portfolio of medtech products aimed at digestive disease. We have 300 plus users across 53 institutions, to include the NHS and the US. We are annually doubling our revenue, excluding grants, and we are profitable without any outside investment. We are a small but highly skilled team focusing on the introduction of disruptive tech to a very difficult area of medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And now we have a few minutes for the questions.
I guess I'll go again.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks very much for that. Out of curiosity, what's the image modality? And also, can you tell us how frequent do you need to do the actual imaging to get that read and therefore be able to change treatment?
Okay, amazing. We use MRI scans, and then we have an algorithm which analyzes the pixel movement behind the scan to create a motility score. Sorry, what was your second question?
More or less around how often do you need to do this to be able to actually guide treatment effectively?
Okay, amazing. So you can, there's been studies that can show that up to 6 months later, you can start seeing changes, but at the moment, obviously, scans are being done about a year, especially in the NHS with long waiting lists.
And what are you actually targeting? Because one of the big problems with Crohn's is you have flare-ups, but they can happen within kind of weeks of each other. So if you're waiting 6 months to do a re-imaging, wouldn't you miss that?
I think you can see the inflammation within the small bowel of the wall thickening.
Okay, and final question for me, what's the actual innovation you have? Is it because it's not the imaging modality, is it your understanding of what the imaging actually means?
It's GI-Quant, so it's our algorithm which is analysing the pixel value to give clinicians an objective score. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes,
Hi, yes, sorry. Brilliant presentation.
Thank you.
I see, obviously, you've done a lot of work in the NHS. In conditions like Crohn's disease, a lot of the gold standard imaging, like endoscopy, is often always, the shining star. And when you have novel AI tools to help ascertain, like you said, there's small bowel wall thickness or inflammation, etc., it's often just in small pilot and launch studies rather than wide stream implementation across services. How do you plan to change the perception of gastroenterologists and colorectal surgeons that this type of tool can be valid in the prescription of stuff like steroids and biologics, etc.?
Great question. So we sort of gain our trust through research. So we bring researchers in, they use our tech, they gain an understanding and a trust for our technology, and then it becomes a clinical product.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you
so much. Thank you for the presentation. Yes. And I'm thrilled to announce that we now have Alberto Noroja, the CEO from Noum. So the stage is yours.
Thank you.
And the 3 minutes starts now.
Here. I don't want to block the slides. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alberto. I'm co-founder and CEO of Noum. We're a spin-off of the University of Luxembourg, working to transform the food revolution into an health revolution. So there is a lot of interest nowadays in the industry of products that can increase gut health or can have a benefit to the microbiome. And food companies that develop these products, early on, they use models to emulate the gastrointestinal tract to test these products. But these products are typically very clunky, they are low throughput, require a lot of investment and high running costs. And so clearly we need better models to address this and to develop better products. And for that reason, we are developing the microgut. So the microgut is a platform that is composed by a gut-on-a-chip device and a bioinformatics pipeline. So this device, as you can see, is composed by an automated control platform and this cartridge, a consumable that you can see in my hands right now. So the cartridge basically has 4 interconnected sections that mimic different sections of the gut. So what we do is we run a microbiome sample and the products we want to test. We emulate digestion, and then we analyze what's the impact of that specific ingredient or product on metabolism. So when compared with the standard model for microbiome testing of food products in the market, so this is the SHINE model, the improvements are clear. So the microgut increases throughput, reduces considerably prices and also in size, while providing more insights. In terms of IP, we have IP protection for the cartridge itself, so it has a granted patent both in the EU and the US. In terms of verticals, the model can be applied for several verticals. We're currently focusing on the food industry, working mainly with dietary fiber and probiotics, but we're also looking into how we can translate the application of this model for clinical applications, and we're already working in cancer in particular. Right now, we provide services to these companies, and we're trying to scale the platform right now, and our goal is to also set up manufacturing in the coming 18 to 24 months to start selling devices towards 2025, and generating recurring revenues in the form of the cartridge, so the consumable, which has the patent protection. My clicker is really not working. Yeah, so this platform is the result of the core team's complementary skills. My background is on IT and bioinformatics. Pranjul is the inventor of the microfluidics device. He is also a past entrepreneur, has a PhD in microfluidics. And Adam also has a PhD in human nutrition, but has been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years. And has a lot of experience in setting up sales team and operations. We have started this project in 2019, running proof of concept projects. So these were funded by national grants. But we have started also early on generating revenue. So we started straight away running paid pilots with many companies in the food sector. And we're now looking to scale this platform, productize the microgut device, and then start selling devices after a Series A towards the end of 2024, 2025. So we're currently raising a seed round of 2 million euros. And of course, if you want to discuss this in any more detail, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. And now it's time for the questions.
So thanks, super interesting. I'm curious, are you planning to sell the actual hardware system itself, or are you going to do all the analysis in-house?
So for the next 18 months, 24 months, we're going to run everything in-house, so still providing services and scaling that platform, but the goal is to sell the device. The goal is towards 2025. Well, the reason is we can, so this platform is, first we have protection. We want to decentralize the hardware component of our platform. And we also have a lot of work that we do on the bioinformatics side of things. So we want to lock in customers through the sale of consumables and access to our pipelines.
Okay, so you'll do the actual analysis component of what the hardware is reading out. Okay.
Yeah.
And could you tell us kind of what that looks like in terms of a revenue potential? Just what's the contracting? How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, so right now it's very much service-based, so it depends on what the customer needs. What we're looking at is around 1,000 euros per run. So that's the model we want to run. And basically you can do these type of runs on cycles of 12 hours to 48 hours, which compared to the previous model was 4 weeks to 8 weeks. And as you can see, it's microfluidics based, so highly scalable. You can really do a lot of screening very fast. Yeah.
My gut, forgive the pun, would be almost to keep everything in-house so that you become kind of the only data analysis component of it all. That way you keep so much control of it. You're offering this as a service, and then you wouldn't have to even think about the hardware, the cogs, etc. It's all kind of there. Again, just a thought.
Yeah, if I can just add on to that, I would agree with that, but the reason is we see also the impact that this can have in terms of, for example, testing nutrition interventions. And so we would also want to place a lot of these devices anywhere you can. And because it's so scalable and they are so small, it's basically a desktop-based device. It also loses a bit of potential of reach when you just bring in everything in.
So thank you. Let's have some applause. Thank you, Alberto. So thank you, everyone. We will announce the results during the conference, and the winners will be invited to the Super Finals on November 15, taking place in Las Vegas. So thank you, everyone, and we are moving to the next category soon. Our judges went through 400 applications to pick the best of the best, and we are thrilled to introduce these companies to you. Let's celebrate founders reinventing metabolic health and empowering patients. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to meet our top 10 finalists in the metabolic track. Our judges for this track is Andrius Tamulis, Head of Growth Opportunities at Kilo Health. Kasparas Aleknavičius, Head of Medical Affairs at Kilo Health. Also, we have Yahel Halamish, Investment Principal, Head of Investors Relations, DAA at Nina Capital. So thank you for being with us. Now I would like to repeat the rules of the competition. Each company will have 3 minutes to present. Then the jury will have 2 minutes to ask questions. I will let every contestant to know when they are running out of time. So let's hear for the first company on the metabolic track. So please meet Vinicio Vargas, CEO and the co-founder from Innova Tech. Hello.
Hi, my name is Vinicio Vargas, co-founder and CEO of Innova Tech. Nice to meet you.
So your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vinicio Vargas, co-founder and CEO of Innova Tech. More than 500 million of people in the world have diabetes, and around 40% of this number develop diabetic retinopathy, the leading cause of blindness in working age adults. 95% of these cases could have been prevented with a fundus eye test and with an accurate diagnostic, but 49% of these diagnoses are wrong. For this reason, we create Vision AI. Vision AI is a powerful web platform based on artificial intelligence to detect diabetic retinopathy and other diseases by fundus eye test with high accuracy in seconds. Vision AI compares tens of thousands of retinal images validated by retina specialists and return a report in around 5 seconds with high accuracy and make the segmentation of the damage to prevent the ophthalmologist from making a false negative diagnosis. We have a research and development strategy with the objective of make detection of different diseases, not only retinal diseases like our competitors. For this reason, we have a partner with Boston Scientific in this moment to detect cardiovascular risk in the retinal imaging. Right now, we are in the MVP phase. In the team, we have experts in business development, artificial intelligence, data science, and we have worldwide renowned retina specialists, important advisors, and even we have a Shark Tank on the board. Our business model is very simple. We have a pay-per-use platform, postpaid. Our clients pay to us around $8 per patient, and we are also designing a low-cost retinal camera to make more scalable. Our go-to-market strategy is go to all optical sourcing all over the world, clinic and hospitals, allied with digital health companies and important companies like Roche. We detect more and they sell more treatments. Pharmacies and medical laboratories, mainly with people living with diabetes. Even we have an important agreement right now to detect diabetic retinopathy and other diseases in the pets, and PetSmart right now in US, starting a pilot plan this March 2023 with 20 hospitals in United States. We have important clients right now in Costa Rica and Mexico, running Vision AI with high satisfaction, We raised more than $500,000 in US in the seed round, and we are completing this round with an additional $1.5 million.
Sorry, Vinicio, we are running out of time, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
And now, dear judges, we have 2 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you elaborate more on the fact that you mentioned that 49% of fundus tests are wrong? Why is it so?
Yeah. First reason is because not all the ophthalmologists are retinologists. Is the first reason. And second, in the first levels of the disease, in the moderate, mild, and severe stage, in the most cases, there are doesn't have symptoms. It's very difficult for the ophthalmologist to detect diabetic retinopathy in the most cases.
Okay, thank you. And do you have future pipeline of other diseases that you would tackle?
Yeah, right now we are creating a new upgrade with cardiovascular risk. We have an agreement with the University of Leeds in UK, Boston Scientific, in this moment, and we are working in macular edema and Alzheimer in early stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. We do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's move on and welcome Mark Rippin, founder and the CEO from AlertG. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Let me go ahead and do share screen. Can you see everything right now, or?
Yes, we are seeing it.
Okay.
But we don't see the presentation well, so maybe you could maximize it and turn on present mode.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Yes, that's correct. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Mark Rippin, and I formed a company called AlertG because my wife almost went into a low blood sugar-induced coma back a few years ago. And when I looked around, there were no devices that would alert me at that time. So that's why we developed this technology. This is the choices that people have right now to monitor their diabetes. They can prick themselves and they look at the blood and see what the blood sugar is real time, or they can put devices into their body, which they have to be replacing every 2 weeks. None of these things are really acceptable. We've developed a technology that allows people to wear a device, which can really make life much easier and also allows them to see the blood sugar real time in the blood, not interstitially, so there's no lag. There's a big market here in the United States as well as the rest of the world, as seen here. There's really a big problem all around the world. There's over 2 billion people borderline diabetic. No one's doing anything to help those. We can help those as well, so 500 million others. We can also help significantly reduce hospitalizations. The technology is very well established in science. We just made it practical. These are 2 generations of MVPs we've developed, and we are now ready to do a commercial product, which we're going to be doing clinical trials in Europe. We have a great team that's made this possible, great advisors that we're working with. We've got incredible people that backed our company to this date and will support us as we move forward. And basically, we're going to be making revenue by selling the product, as well as AI, data analytics, SaaS product, which will generate most of the revenues. We're in a place that no other competition is in. We can only ones that exist that can do it real time in the blood directly. We're looking to raise $10 million in our Series A fundraising efforts, and this will get us past clinical trials in Europe and the US, as well as put us in a position to commercialize product in 2025. Our core model is to do a SaaS revenue-based introduction to market through strategic partnerships directly online and through other channels, partners such as insurance companies and healthcare providers. We have patents that protect our technology as well as trade secrets, because the critical aspects of this technology are, it's very difficult for people to have the right RF frequencies to be able to measure things inside the body. You have to use very low frequency RF, and the sensors typically are the size of telephone poles. We were able to reduce it to a 32 millimeter by 32 millimeter product, which is practical in real world applications as a wearable device. The FDA process is fairly quick because it's not invasive. It's basically a class 2 device. Europe is similar. And the next generation, we're working with IMEC and CSAM to develop a spectrometer on a chip. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Let's give some applause. And now, jury, it's time for your questions.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Could you elaborate more on the most common challenges of measuring glucose in this way? Sweat, for example.
Yes, well, most other techniques that are based on optical spectroscopy and also looking at higher frequency ranges, which are affected by water, suffer from sweat. However, because we're using the same frequency ranges as ground penetrating radar, sweat is not really a critical issue for us. We are basically projecting the field deep inside the body, and by doing that, we create a near field inside the body that has no effect on the surface. So surface effect is a critical thing for RF spectroscopy. We overcame that by choosing frequencies that we're using and the way that we project the field into the body.
What accuracy can you achieve compared to interventional methods, for example, versus Abbott FreeCell Libre that you've shown on the presentation?
We're actually performing better than any of the, including Dexcom, which is a little bit better than the Abbott sensor. We're performing better than they are right now with our commercial product. In the past, our first product, we were able to demonstrate equivalent sensitivity and accuracy and precision. Right now, we're going to be doing much better. We're getting close to SMBG or self-monitoring glucometer like chemistry methods. We just did studies that we're actually probably about 3% better on an accuracy precision than they're at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. And
thank you.
Thank you. Let's give some applause. And now I'm thrilled to announce Tom Edmond, Chief Marketing Officer from InstraPredict by Wishing Well Global Health Services. So the stage is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm one of the older people here, so I have to wear glasses. iPredict. We are a next generation healthcare technology company. And what we, sorry, it's not turning. What we're looking at is the problem of real-time access for type 1 and type 2 diabetics to be able to get their blood sugar readings. How we want to address this, is through optical technology and artificial intelligence. We have 2 products in line, 3 actually. The wearable product, which is the watch, the app, and the iPro, which is a second generation. The difference is that the That's the watch. What we're looking at is that it's non-invasive to anyone, no blood draws, no more waiting for lab results. It gives the person the opportunity to be able to actually get their blood glucose reading in real time and allows better management of their blood sugar. Now, we know that the addressable market for medical devices is $45 billion. Our market size, we believe, is about $4.2 billion. Our progress in this is that we're looking to get to India, the Gulf, Singapore, and APA, along with UK, Europe, and then Canada and the United States. We have founded the company. That's our business model. Oh, I know it's quite busy. I'm sorry. We have a core team in place that sits in Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom. The company is set up in Singapore. We're in the trial stages of the watch, and we look to have the smart app on your phone, first generation, by December. So it would be a nice situation whereby if I'm a type 2 and I decide I want to check my blood sugar, I can be able to do this. And we'll make sure that the accuracy level through our calibration system will make it up to 95%. These are our key people. Mr. Bhaskar Chandra, our chief scientist, is the person who's responsible for all of the technology aspects of the business. We figure that in 5 years' time, this business, the way that the model this, we believe will work, is worth $250 million in 5 years' time. And that's only taking a part of the marketplace. Very conservative numbers. For us at this stage, we're looking at, sorry.
Tom,
sorry.
We are running out of time.
Did we run out of time? Sorry, we're
Yes.
looking for a $5 million investment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give some applause. And now we have a time for questions.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Could you elaborate more on the first results of those trials, of proof of concept trials?
At this point in time, we're sitting at 85% with the watch, and those trials are ongoing. The application with the software app, that's still in trial stages at this point. We've not come up with a conclusive number, but it will be around the 85. We're looking to come to 95% or better.
You also mentioned not only glucose, it was mentioned in the slides, lipids.
Yes, that's our next generation. We want to do the blood glucose first, and then after that we'll look at lipids, triglycerides, and other blood problems. I don't know if you noticed it or not. The University of Warwick has just come out with a skin meter to detect skin cancer without biopsy. We believe the phone application will be able to get to that stage with what the technology we're going to use, because the optical technology is going to be the answer along with AI.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't get it quite yet. You're planning to develop watch by yourself and the app by yourself, or you're going to use the watches that were third party?
We're going to use a third-party watch. The watch isn't. We're entering the market with the watch. The watch isn't where our business model really is going to work. Our business model is based on the software application used on the smartphone, because that will allow remote use. As you see from our slide, we're looking at going into India and the Far East, where there's going to be a lot of remote locations, and be able to get the people to be able to use it using the phone versus having to go to a lab and not getting the results in time. We think is a game changer from a standpoint of allowing people to live longer.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
And please meet Sloan Saunders, the CEO of IntelliHealth. Hi. So please share. Okay, we see. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Perfect. And you can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, I'm Sloan Saunders, the CEO of IntelliHealth, and we are a medical technology company scaling and democratizing access to effective obesity medicine. Everybody is acutely aware of the underlying issues, chronic conditions, costs. What most people don't recognize, even though a quarter of the global population suffers with obesity, only 2% are treated according to guidelines. That's the problem that we're solving. And we're doing that with a dual fold solution, both through technology, our software platform called Evolve, and our affiliated clinical services arm called Flight. Our technology consists of two portals, a patient-facing application that is both mobily responsive and also a native iOS Android app that delivers a health risk assessment and comprehensive behavior intervention. That behavior intervention was studied at the Brigham and Women's through an 18-month PCORI-funded randomized clinical trial, and those results were published in JAMA about a year and a half ago. We take all that information to power our proprietary algorithms on our clinical-facing side around our clinical decision and medication decision support. Coupled with our clinical services arm, we deliver a holistic intervention to achieve clinically significant and durational weight loss. And we have the data to prove it. So this is a study done at Weill Cornell with 7,000 patients using two different formularies. One was a purely generic medication formulary, and one also includes the more effective new medications coming out from Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. We typically see about 85% of our patients achieving at least a 5% weight loss milestone, with a mean weight loss of 10 to 15% for the generic formulary and closer to 15 to 20+% for the full medication. That correlates to dramatic cost savings for a lot of our customers. So depending on starting BMI, we're seeing upwards of $20,000 on an annual cost reduction for some of our customers. And we work with a myriad of different organizations, from academic medical centers like Weill Cornell and Mass General to specific orthopedic hospitals like Hospital for Special Surgery, value-based care organizations, some payers, and a lot of self-insured organizations helping to deliver this care at scale for their populations. We're starting to launch tailored programs around women's health, obviously diabetes, bariatric surgery, orthopedic surgery, GI with fatty liver NASH, and even a geriatrics intervention. I lead the team with Dr. Aroney, our co-founder. He helped to co-found the American Board of Obesity Medicine. And is a Stanford Weill Professor of Metabolic Research at Weill Cornell. Our CTO comes from Dr. Prono and EMR Company. And we have a lot of support from our existing investor base, from Hearst Ventures to the state of Connecticut's venture arm, Black Opal, 25 Madison. And I look forward to answering questions and I appreciate anybody's support. We're currently raising a Series A round.
Thank you, Sloan. Let's give some applause. And Jurian, now it's your time.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. What's your regulatory strategy? I think maybe I've missed it from the slides. Are we going after 510K?
So, good question. So we don't currently fall under sort of a regulatory oversight because of our, I guess, broad recommendations, not specifically limited to one medication. We currently are in conversations with a number of digital therapeutics companies to explore that pathway, but currently right now we don't fall into that category.
Okay. And on the app side, how do you deal with engagement, retention problems?
Yeah, so we use a lot of, I guess, best-in-class feature sets. One of our product engineers comes from a very sort of consumer-focused engagement platform, and we continue to use those insights to refine our engagement strategy. We see about 85% adherence, and again, we have the results to prove it from a weight loss outcomes perspective. You know, our superpower is actually understanding how obesity functions as a chronic disease and treating it with a medical model that's comprehensive.
Okay, thank you very much.
How do you monetize your business, and what's your basic pricing model?
Yeah, so if a customer is solely using our software platform, it's a traditional SaaS-based business model by patient volume. When we provide the holistic solution, we've done it in a fee-for-service environment, but most of our customers are on our performance-based pricing. So our revenue is actually scaled by the outcomes we achieve in our target population, so it helps to align interests with our customers. So,
Thank you.
You know, quasi-value-based care.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give some applause. Come on, guys. Now we're going to have Tommy Parker, the CEO of the Keyactiv company. Hi, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please share your screen.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can see that, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, I'm Tommy Parker, and I'm CEO here at Keyactiv. We're making people's everyday movement an accessible medicine. Physical inactivity causes disease and premature death globally, but creating a huge but unavoidable healthcare costs. In the UK, 25% of people are at risk of diabetes, CVD, or obesity, with prevalence rates costing us £24 billion alone per year for diabetes. For decades, healthcare has resolved solely on exercise interventions for this, but this has failed. And it's not accessible or appealing to those who need it most. It doesn't even create sustained behavior change or improve self-care. However, our personalized and guided digital service meets this challenge by optimizing everyday movement in the context of people's health, capacity, and surroundings to enable self-care and improve health outcomes. We've combined our proprietary technology with cutting-edge science to make everyday movement a medicine which can benefit population health globally. We expand the therapy window to include all 112 waking hours per week, and also integrate the multiple dimensions of physical activity, which are independently important to our health. This personalized approach moves beyond the usual metrics of wearables and is essential for creating an accurate assessment of an individual's physical activity to enable bespoke behavior change strategies. This has resulted in better outcomes, and it's also more appealing and more accessible to a very broad demographic. It's been accessible in hard-to-reach groups and areas of deprivation across multiple conditions. The innovation was designed in collaboration with our target audience, and we've continued to evolve through their engagement and their feedback. And our strategy has been underpinned by robust evidence generation, including randomized control trials with leading academic institutions and real-world evaluations in the NHS. Keyactiv creates new care pathways that move beyond healthcare traditional settings and create more measurable outcomes that provide better health economic data to prove an accurate return on investment. Our service has been contracted by the NHS since 2018, and this year grew by 400%. We're now active in 10 of the 42 NHS regions across England, and I'm a fellow on the NHS Innovation Accelerator, and we continue to create that expansion across the UK within a range of different healthcare conditions. We're also one of the first 100 companies to be listed in the UK's Digital Health Playbook by the Department for International Trade. Our team combines decades of commercial, scientific, and technical expertise, and they're driven to deliver a healthcare impact at scale and have a strong track record of success. We're currently self-funding through our revenues, but we intend to accelerate growth by raising new capital to expand our team, further develop our technology, and reach new audiences internationally. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Tommy. It was a nice presentation. And now we have time for questions.
Thank you. Could you elaborate more on who is paying for your solution?
Yeah, sure. So within our current market, we're getting paid by the NHS. So as you can see kind of on the map on the right-hand side, the NHS is actually split into 42 different organisations. Each one of them is responsible for providing care within a region. And so within the UK healthcare market, they're the ones who would be paying us. Typically, they would engage with us on a mass deal. So we would support X amount, thousands of individuals, all with a simple one-off per patient license fee.
And could you elaborate more, just briefly, on the journey of the patient? How long does it take to experience those outcomes?
Sure. So once they're referred to us through their healthcare pathway, which could be primary care, it could be through a rehabilitation pathway, people get sent a wearable device at the beginning of the program, and then we then support them through their use of our technology for the first 12 weeks. So that's engaging in their kind of self-management dashboard, creating that behavior change and making them feel supported whilst doing so. So our initial intervention period is 12 weeks. People get to continue to use the technology beyond that so that they can continue their self-management. And our outcomes for sustainability have been fantastic, demonstrating improved levels of physical activity at 12 months and beyond.
Thank you. Do you have a strategy for expanding to a number of markets, and how do you see it?
Yeah, so we're being supported by the UK's Department for International Trade, and our focus has really always been in international markets in finding strategic partners. So we want to be able to find people who already have that market access within the US, the Middle East, and other territories, so that we can come in and provide that technology as a service and scale up within an existing market. So it's really a kind of partnership-based strategy for international markets.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Let's give some applause. Moving on, we have Richard Barker, the CEO and the co-chair from the Meta Advice. He's here. Welcome with applause. And Richard, your 3 minutes starts now.
Good morning. Poor cardiometabolic health is at the root of more than a third of avoidable deaths in the UK. Sorry, in the UK and the world. And the pandemic has made it worse. We have a great backlog of people with cardiometabolic conditions. And at MedAdvice, we have a solution to that. I don't have a solution to this. There we go. We have created an AI-powered precision decision platform for this new era of medicine. The unique thing we have done is train the platform on medical guidelines, not on big data. As a result of that, the solution is unbiased and portable. It reads then the EMR data of the patient and wearables data on large populations, and what it can do then is deliver to busy clinicians two things. What would the guidelines say for this patient? And what would a precision medicine recommendation be for this patient if they have a profile that's outside the clinical trial patient population? We're focused on cardiometabolic care, blood pressure, lipids, diabetes, and we're particularly focused on the comorbidities that many patients in this group suffer from. And we brought together a top quality team from precision medicine, AI, and clinical expertise. This is what a clinician sees, an AI companion, the patient journey to date, going back as far as the medical record goes, what's happened in the past and what happens next, the management plan to consider, supportive evidence for the recommendations, and the personalized medicine recommendation when that patient has a different kind of profile. Why should you be interested in MedAdvice? Well, health systems welcome faster decisions, better adherence, particularly skill redeployment when you have a problem with this backlog, and more accurate drug targeting. Pharmaceutical partners, they value market subsegmentation, prediction of response, and we're expanding from the UK and Switzerland, where we have a physical presence, into the US with top medical partners. We have revenue traction and clear guidelines and milestones for the next 2 years, and we're raising a Series A of 5 million. Very briefly, what do we offer to health systems? We reduce a huge gap between what the guidelines would suggest and what's actually done, and we increase staff efficiency and face time. One of the doctors with whom we're working says it saves them 5 minutes per consultation, which, if any of you know the NHS, is about half the time the consultation normally takes. And we have interventions for various aspects of the pharma life cycle, from improved trial design, synthetic control arms for trials, simulated outcome projections, and the identification of subpopulations. Here's our business model. I'm out of time, but project fees for pharmaceutical companies and per patient and site product licenses for the providers. Here's our global strategy, moving, as I said, from the UK and Switzerland into the US.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. And now we have some applause and time for the questions.
Thank you very much. I saw multiple value propositions for NHS, for doctor, for pharma. Are you more focused on one of them, or are you crafting everything at once? How do you look at that?
Yes, most of our effort has been into the MVP for the clinicians, but the pharma companies have become very interested in that. We have a number of relationships, including a big award from Johnson & Johnson. So we're kind of equally focused, but most of the technology effort has been in the integration with the electronic medical records. If you know that field, you know how tough that can be.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
I had one question. How do you gather EMR and wearable data on larger populations, and how do you get it?
You work with the clinical specialists on the EMR data. So you work with, in the UK, there are two major EMR systems. We're integrated with both of them. That covers 80% of the market. And we're doing a project in Switzerland with InnoSwiss on continuous glucose monitoring. So that will sweep in the data from CGM.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. We do not have any more questions, but that was amazing.
Thanks.
So thank you. So please meet Dan Daly, the CEO and the co-founder of the Acuity, who is joining us virtually. Hello, Dan.
Good morning. Hopefully you can all see my screen.
We don't see your screen yet. Yes, we can see now. And your 3 minutes starts now.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. So, good morning. My name is Dan Daly, one of the founders of and CEO of Acuity Limited. Small right there. At Acuity, we've got a novel technique for making measurements on the eye that we're using for a range of applications. We effectively use the eye as a window on the health of the body. We've got a number of fundraisers to date. Last year, we raised almost £3 million on the Cedars crowdfunding platform, and we're the largest medtech raise ever on that platform. As I say, using our technology to look at disease screening, diagnosis, and monitoring for a range of conditions. The most important condition to us is diabetes, because the sheer scale of the diabetes problem globally. As you'll be aware, there are currently over 500 million people with diabetes at the moment, and that number is predicted to grow to about 750 million people by 2045. So a very large problem, one that needs to be addressed. And you'll be very well aware that at the moment people with diabetes measure their blood sugar generally using finger sticks. So a needle which punches the finger, it hurts, it's unpleasant, it's embarrassing, and people want to get away from that with a non-invasive solution. So we're developing a machine which works by measuring the eye, measuring the aqueous humor in the eye, where you hold the device like that up to the eye, you touch the top and the optic limit pops up, hold it in front of the eye, it scans the eye, takes a reading from the aqueous humor and tells you the glucose in the body via the eye. And being non-contact, it's completely pain-free, no consumables, and compact and handheld. And of course, the feedback from the market is that people want a non-invasive solution. We've now got over 8,000 followers via our social media platforms, and the demand there for non-invasive way of measuring glucose is very strong indeed. Non-invasive also has big environmental impacts or big environmental improvements. There are currently about 28 billion test strips, lancets, and wipes thrown away every year, which you can see is a major environmental problem. And our technique will, of course, overcome that, being completely non-invasive and non-contacting. Alongside the glucose monitoring, we're also looking at diabetes screening. And the reason for that is we currently, as a population in the world, spend about £1 trillion per year treating diabetes and its side effects. And that's on those people who know they have diabetes. There are another 250 million people who have diabetes and don't know it, and they're building up the side effects of diabetes without any treatment going on there. So it's important that you recognize those, find those, and allow them to slow the progression of diabetes before it gets too much of a problem for them. And that's where our SD1 screen device comes in. That works in a different fashion to the glucose meter. This machine measures advanced glycation and product in the lens of the eye, allows you to detect diabetes at an early stage, allows you then to recognize diabetes and prevent that progression before the person suffers the side effects. Our route to market is via 3 devices. We're looking at ophthalmology first of all, so measuring the eye for its own sake. We then move on to the glucose meter, then the more advanced screen device. But in each case, they're looking at markets that are worth in the billions of dollars per year. Our market model changes too. So the first device is very much based around a sales model. So optometrists like to buy their machines. But as time goes on, we're moving more into a monthly recurring revenue device as a service model, which not only the machines we sell, but also the data we collect has value to the company and gives benefits to the individual and the health service. So thank you very much. I appreciate it's 3 minutes.
Yes.
Welcome questions, but you can see we're looking at addressing that, improving the lives of hundreds of millions of people throughout the world.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Let's give some applause. And now we have 2 minutes for the questions.
Thank you very much. I may have missed it from the presentation, but at what stage the device currently is?
So for the glucose meter, the diabetes monitor, that's currently in prototype form. We've got large prototypes, this kind of size. We've used on a number of clinical trials. We measured 30 type 2 diabetic volunteers and showed a strong correlation between our measurements and the blood glucose. And a further trial on 5 type 1 diabetics. We tracked blood glucose when it was low, when it was rapidly changing, when it was high against the gold standard meter. And our current, more advanced machine we've now developed is in, again, desktop form, but we're doing measurements in vitro that are exceeding the ISO standards for a glucose meter. And we aim to be testing on people with this new machine by the end of this year, early part of next year.
Okay, and when do you estimate the commercial availability of the device?
Yeah, we're still saying 3 years away from where we are now. I know that seems a long timeline, but the view is that the sheer time taken getting through clinical trials, going through regulatory approvals, particularly for a PMA in the States, it will take at least 3 years to get to market.
Okay, thank you.
Can I jump ahead? So how does it affect the workflow? Because this is a complete different workflow from what diagnostic for diabetes is currently at.
Yeah, indeed. That's a key point, actually. So at the moment, what happens is somebody gets diabetes, have it for a few years. I'm thinking of type 2 here in particular. They then start showing the symptoms. They present to their GP, their clinician, who will then diagnose them and then get into the pathway for treatment. The point of our device for screening for diabetes, you can use it in a non-clinical environment or a semi-clinical environment. You can use by opticians and pharmacists in the high street. So you can measure people at an earlier stage and therefore recognize those who are pre-diabetic as well as those not diabetic. So then prevention of progression rather than treatment of disease becomes more important.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm excited to announce that now we have Dominik Borzevoda, founder and the CEO from Perfood.
For having me.
Hello.
Let me really check to share my screen. I'm looking for the presentation.
Yes.
Just give me 1 second, please. Boom. I cannot share it. Can you see it?
Not yet.
Can you see it?
No.
Just give me 1 second.
Yes, we can see it now.
Sorry. Okay, I stopped it and put it up again. You have it?
Yes, yes.
Awesome, cool, great. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Dominik, founder and CEO of Perfood. Many people talked about it today. There are around, we have the problem that there are many metabolic diseases. Around 3.2 billion globally suffer from diseases related to the blood glucose metabolism, not only in diabetes, but also diseases that you wouldn't even consider to begin with, such as migraines or psoriasis or various entities of cancer or neurodegenerative diseases. And essentially, when you keep glycemic responses stable, then you can alleviate such diseases, and that is a great opportunity. Now, the challenge is that everybody reacts completely individually to in terms of glycemic responses. So there are many approaches focusing on ketogenic or low carb diet, for instance, but most people cannot handle them for a longer period. And eating a low glycemic diet requires personalization. Now, what we do is we give people continuous glucose monitors, and then we have proprietary patent-pending algorithms that give the most accurate analyses of individualized glycemic responses. And we combine that, as we call it, active ingredient into an entire pipeline of digital therapeutics with engaging and educating and entertaining content. Now, we use data from continuous glucose monitors, wearables, but also tracking data, obviously nutrition, but also activity, sleep, symptoms, and medication in our products. And for our first lead indication, migraines, we see an incredible effect of 44% reduction in migraine days. This is based on our last publication. We have meanwhile published 3 studies in 2 different journal articles and substantial reduction in migraine days. So these 2.4 migraine days per month translate almost into a full month that we give back to patients with migraines. We apply the technology not only to migraines, but we have another type 2 diabetes CE-marked medical device product, and we have projects under discovery for a variety of diseases. For all of these diseases, we have either proof of concept data or ongoing collaborations with industrial or academic partners. We've developed 4 platform technologies, have 1 global patent pending, 2 commercial products available. We've conducted more than 20 studies, out of which a couple of clinical studies, then also real-world evidence studies. Have published some data. We have ongoing studies. We have actually the first study ongoing that focuses on migraines and personalized nutrition, and it's the largest study ever done on migraines and nutrition. The commercial strategy is that we are currently active in Germany and in Austria. We expect to get DiGA approval in Germany within the next couple of weeks, and then launch our product over here, but also looking for international partners and are open for discussions. We've raised around 10 million euros in equity, and we are part of projects that have received around 25 million euros in non-refundable grants.
Dominic, we are running out of time, so thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
We'll have a time to answer a few questions. So judges, your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could you elaborate a little bit more about your pricing structure and how do you basically monetize your product?
Yeah, sure. So in Europe, it's prescription digital therapeutics. In the US, we believe that we fall under FDA enforcement discretion, so there probably we'll targeting the employer route. The structure in Germany is that you just get paid quarter by quarter per prescription. And obviously we are open for value-based pay for performance options, but honestly, the German healthcare system doesn't work like that for now. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
How do you address the challenges of DiGA prescriptions? Do you have an idea how to tackle that, to increase them?
I mean, so first of all, I think that DiGA is not growing fast is a misconception in my opinion, because usually you see the good DiGA companies growing from 100 to more than 1,000 prescriptions per month within less than 1 year. I think that's pretty solid growth actually. So you usually focus on physicians, and if a physician keeps on prescribing, then it's like SaaS-like model, because you do that by creating lock-ins, by trying to integrate in the processes, but also you can focus on patients directly.
Okay, thank you.
Third question.
Is the only thing you're taking into account is glucose in the monitor, or are there other indicators that you take into the algorithm?
Yeah, it's a good question. We focus on diseases that are linked to glucose metabolism, but depending on the disease, we take other things into account. For type 2 diabetes, it's activity, calorie-reduced diet. For migraine, it's less so.
Thank you.
It depends on the disease.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you so much. Let's give some applause, of course. And please meet Dr. Warid Alaini, the CEO of the Twin Health. Now we have on the stage. So let's give a lot of applause to her.
Thank you.
So the stage is yours and the 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Warid, CEO of Twin Health, and we provide software for automatic detection of metabolic diseases faster than blood tests, using AI to assess MRI images faster than any doctor. Now, I grew up in a small town by the Red Sea in a large family, but our family living room was like a pharmacy. Everyone exchanging various medication to treat various diseases. But what was more shocking is almost all these diseases are preventable if they're caught early. Now, we know that current medicine is reactive, not proactive, costing us millions of healthy years that could be saved. Today, current physical examination cannot detect them because it requires a comprehensive MRI examination, which is time-consuming and expensive. Over 70% of the MRI examination cost is the radiologist analysis time. And I know this problem very well because I have done my PhD in MRI analysis for metabolic diseases, spending thousands of hours annually analyzing MRI images to detect a metabolic diagnosis. And we choose metabolic diseases because it's responsible for more than 10% reduction of healthy living in the UK population as our first target. Following my PhD, I joined Jamie, who is an AI expert in image detection, and Chris, who has built companies before and sold products to the NHS, and Dr. Rishi. Together, we developed the software for automatic detection of metabolic diseases faster than any traditional tools in the market. Now, there are three main components in our journey: proving that MRI is the right tool to predict patient outcomes, replicate that in an AI model, and test it in real-world data. And we have validated each one of them. In 2020, we published our result in a peer-reviewed journal. In 2021, we built our proof of concept AI with 98% accuracy. And today, we have completed clinical testing in 3 sites. And we were blown away with the impact of the tool on patient outcomes and clinical flow. TWIN allowed physicians to achieve more than 1,000 times better performance in metabolic diseases detection, and ultimately saving thousands of lives that could be lost due to ill preventable health. Since we started our journey, we have been in exponential growth, where we built, tested, and validated our first product with 3 more in the pipeline. We are supported by top VCs, such as 500 startups and Aramco VC, and we are expanding to expand our clinical advocacy and progressing into FDA approval. Our business model is a classic B2B to hospitals with a subscription fee. The market testing for metabolic diseases is over £3 billion, with much larger window in the preventative general trend. The AI-assisted market of tools in medicine is rapidly expanding, and we are one of the first tools that are set to change the way medicine works. So join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give some applause. And now we have 2 minutes for the questions.
Sure.
Hi, thank you very much. Could you elaborate more on the value proposition for hospitals? You mentioned faster, you mentioned maybe time saving.
Yeah, absolutely. So currently, when you have any MRI examination, which is quite expensive machine to purchase as a hospital and also to run as a cost, you get one metric, one diagnosis after the MRI examination. And what we are empowering physicians and hospitals to provide to the end user is actually expanding and multiplying the revenue cycles it could generate from one examination. Currently, if you do an examination, they look at the MRI images to determine, do you have something and you do not have something? Because the doctor doesn't have time to look in detail at every single images or slices. And what we do is that we empower this doctor to be able to have a very fast determination of the risk value of the user. So they will have a standard traffic light risk assessment of where this person is lying when it comes to metabolic diseases.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
How common is the use of MRI for detecting metabolic diseases currently?
Currently, it's only used in clinical and academic settings. So it's not used. It's not the number one tool to go to in order to do metabolic diseases for the big reason that is time-consuming and it's extremely expensive, and it's only for the top wealthy, so the top 10% of, for example, the UK population. But with tools like the one we're working on, we are actually empowering the mass use to be able to provide such tool in practice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give some applause. Thank you so much. So guys, we heard a lot of inspiring pitches. And judges, you know what to do. Vote for the company that you think is the best of the best candidate in the metabolic category. Thank you to the participants, our judges, and everyone who watched us. The metabolic session is over. We will announce the results during the conference, and the winners will be invited to the super finals on November 15, taking place in Las Vegas. There are 5 more pitches ahead, so tune it again soon. Bye.
Hi everyone. So let's buckle up because we're about to kick off another session of Health Tech Challenges 2022 Finals. I hope you're all ready to learn more about the new heart diagnostics, treatment and regeneration technologies, because the cardiovascular track is where you'll meet the biggest game changers in the field. In this track, we actually have 2 companies that got the same number of votes from the jury. So we will not have 10, but 11 startups competing to get to the next round. Please meet the judges joining us today. First up, Kaspars Aleknavicius, Head of Medical Affairs at Kilo Health. Then we have Jacqueline Barendrecht, Principal and Head of Client Services at ID Pharma. We have also some people joining us virtually. We've got Tom Denwood, Chief Digital Officer at Population Health Partners. John Lee Davey, Director of Digital Health at Quanta Dialysis Technologies. Trupan Modi, Director of Digital Health Innovation Strategy at Microsoft. And Michael Bidu, the co-founder and CEO at Mind Therapeutics. So, thank you all for being with us. Now I'd like to repeat the rules of the competition. Each company will have 3 minutes to present. Then the jury will have 2 minutes to ask questions. I'll let every contestant know when the time is running out. Are you ready to hear from the first company on the cardiovascular track? Awesome. Great. So, we have, first up, please meet Philip Peters from Akurey, who's the CEO and co-founder. Philip, welcome. Would you please share the presentation with us? Great. We already can see that. So, Philip, your 3 minutes start now.
Hi, everybody. My name is Philip Peters. I am the co-founder and CEO of Akurey, where we are developing the new standard in heart failure management. The way we're doing that is through non-invasive intracardiac pressure monitoring, where we will be able to improve both quality of care and health outcomes for heart failure patients worldwide by reducing readmissions, length of stay, and complications in this patient group. The problem, as I mentioned, is that of heart failure. It's a global silent epidemic that often gets left behind in the midst of all other diseases out there. But there are around 60 million heart failure patients globally. Of this, the readmission rate is very high, one of the highest out of all patient groups. And almost 50% of heart failure patients will be readmitted to hospital within 6 months of being released from the hospital. This is one of the main reasons for why the costs are so high at almost 300 billion per annum globally. For the people involved in the heart failure workflow, it is difficult, both for the healthcare professionals to diagnose, accurately assess, and determine who to be discharged and who to keep in the hospital. This is one of the reasons for why the readmission rates are so high. But for patients, each readmission means a long-term deterioration in cardiac function, as well as a deterioration in survival rates. The hospitals also suffer from this, with an average loss of almost 8,000 per patient per heart failure admission. So all incentives are aligned to fix this problem. But 99% of heart failure patients still suffer unnecessarily because there are no accurate and non-invasive monitoring solutions on the market today. The solution is called intracardiac pressure monitoring, and specifically the Akurey Heart Monitor, which we have developed, which is a handheld medical device for intracardiac pressure monitoring. 75% of heart failure admissions are preventable through superior monitoring, such as intracardiac pressure monitoring. And what we're able to offer is accurate, absolute, and actionable insights to the cardiologist when it comes to managing their patients. For those of you who don't live and breathe heart failure, the intracardiac pressures are essentially the pressures inside the heart. And they're really the only vital sign that has been proven in large clinical studies to reduce both mortality rates and readmission rates in this patient group. So who are we? We are a technical co-founding team with a demonstrated ability to execute. We are supported by some of the world's leading hospitals and advisors who are helping us bring this product to market. We have built up a multidisciplinary senior management team with over 50 years of medical device industry experience. And we're partnering with some of the world's leading hospitals to bring this product to market. We are currently raising $5 million to take this product through FDA clearance and CE marking by the middle of 2024. And we would love for you to join us on our journey. Please get in touch at philip.peters@Akurey if this is of interest to you, and I thank you for your attention.
Great. Let's have a round of applause for Philip. Thank you so much. You just made it in time. So, judges, over to you. You've got 2 minutes for your questions.
Thank you.
Hi, Philip.
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Philip. Hi, Tom here. What evidence have you got to date that it works?
So we're running a large study with two of the world's leading cardiology departments in Sweden, where we're seeing equivalence to the invasive gold standard, so right heart cath, and that's in a patient cohort of over 200 patients and over 500 measurements.
Could you elaborate more on the scale of impact that you would be able to deliver in terms of readmission rates, length of stay?
Yeah, so again, we are using an existing playbook of using the intracardiac pressures, right? They are available invasively through either catheterization or through an implantable sensor. In these studies, they have been able to show that they can reduce both mortality rates and heart failure readmission rates by 48% and 52% respectively.
Thank you.
In terms of usability of your product, you will have like the device as well as then insights being transferred to the treating physician. How is the current adoption of your solution? Can you elaborate on that?
So we don't have our regulatory approvals yet, right? So that will be in 2024. I can speak to the experience that the clinicians have had so far in the studies, right? And it's been very little friction in terms of integrating it into the workflow. The usability is very easy. Some of our investigators have said this is the easiest study that they've ever run with us, but overall it works like a smartphone. It feels like a smartphone, so it's very intuitive to use.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, and what's your anticipated cost of goods for the device?
So we're estimating around $900 per annum. So there is a large software component to our device. So this will be sold as a subscription model at an average price of around $7,500 per year per device.
That's device plus software, yeah.
Yeah.
All in 7.5. Great. Thank you for that.
Just a follow-up question. You mentioned subscription model. Would you be seeing your health systems as your primary customer or cardiologists?
So primarily heart failure clinics in our go-to-market strategy, so indirectly hospitals and cardiologists.
Great. Thank you for that. We're just out of time now. Thank you and good luck. Okay, next up we have Fred Ohle from Biotechware, who's the CEO. Fred, are you with us?
Am.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you. Would you mind please sharing your presentation?
Yes, I thought I'd done that. Let me try that again. And how's that? Can you see the screen?
No, not yet, unfortunately.
How about now?
Okay, it's just come up. Perfect.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Fred.
Again,
so your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Again, good afternoon. My name is Fred Ohle. I'm the CEO of Biotechware. Basically, what do? We provide remote diagnostic reporting services for cardiology exams. Our solution is fully integrated, developed in-house, beginning with the medical devices. We offer the cloud platform and our own team of cardiologists to do the reporting. Key features of the platform, of course, is native cloud-based and fully integrated with the capability of fully integrate to hospital information systems. The devices, as I mentioned, are completely developed and produced in-house. Our CardioPad Pro and recently the Lite, two electrocardiograph machines that we have on the market for some years now, along with our Holter devices. The key features of our medical reporting center include, as I mentioned, experienced cardiologists doing the exams and providing also consultation services. We do remote reporting, resting ECGs, ECG Holters, and ABPM exams with a variety of modalities and time time selections. We do consulting. As I mentioned, we also offer our platform in a hybrid SaaS mode for clinics. Customers we serve range from pharmacies to private and public hospitals, general practitioners, nurses, occupational health, and of course, patients at home. Last year, we reported on roughly 60,000 exams and are growing 100% year over year. Projects that we're launching later this year, telemonitoring to, again, expand our at-home care services, teleradiology, which is requested from many hospitals that we work with, and our Holter patch services for added convenience to the patient. So thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Perfect, thank you. And as usual, we go to the judges now for their questions. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you for the presentation. What's the current commercial strategy and pricing that you're deploying right now?
Yes, in the, let's say the retail customers, we sell the devices and we offer the services on a consumption basis. Whereas with our hospitals, we offer the platform on a annual fee basis and then additional services for each report that they require.
Okay, thank you.
Could you perhaps also speak to, you could say, the value you're specifically creating for the different stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem?
Yeah, of course, for the on the retail basis, it's accessibility and convenience. We bring the exam reporting to the patient, avoiding that they have to go to the hospital for what would otherwise be considered routine exams. With the institutional clients, private and public hospitals, we bring them the opportunity to digitalize processes which are for the most part still being done manually on paper, providing greater efficiency and lower cost and freeing up their cardiologists with our reporting services to do other more lucrative type of services with the patients.
Great. And what are your expansion plans out of Italy, please?
Yeah, we're consolidating our presence right now in Italy. We're working on that this year, and we're looking maybe into next year expand. Currently looking at some opportunities in Switzerland, but we would expand beyond that to other countries in the future.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Ksenia Belkina, the co-founder and CEO of Cardiome. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I can share my screen right now because the previous startup continued. Oh, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks.
If you can please share your presentation now, and I'll let you know as soon as we can see it.
Can you see?
Not yet. Oh, yes, now it's come up. Okay, so your 3 minutes start now.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm Ksenia. I'm co-founder and CEO of Cardiome, the solution that can save lives. Cardiovascular disease is still one of the biggest health challenges of our time, and we came up with the idea of Cardiome from our personal experience. We founders wanted to be aware of our parents' health condition. Cardiome technology is an AI-based solution that combines the reusable, waterproof, rechargeable, lightweight wearable patch for multiple use, and it tracks all main vitals. It's very easy to use it and comfortable to wear. After clinical data goes to the cloud, where our proprietary algorithms provide analysis to detect many different kinds of irregular heart rhythms and send real-time feedback for both patients and clinicians. Patients can review user-friendly information in the app that supports them in health self-management, and clinicians have access to web-based dashboard with analyzed by AI and presented in real-time patients' data. Cardiomo is the only one who provides real-time monitoring with real-time results, can be integrated in any HR system. It's cost-effective, efficient for clinicians, and user-friendly for patients. We partner with testing facilities and sell directly to the hospitals and cardiologists. We provide Cardiomo page, consumables, clinical analysis of data, and report generation. We bill practice for a fee for these services, and the practice bill the patient insurance. We primarily operate in the cardiac monitoring device market. The other market segments are cardiac rehabilitation, pre- and post-operative monitoring, and clinical research monitoring. We expand from Netherlands to Germany, UK, Scandinavia, and United States. We launched pilots for cardiac rehabilitation in United States, and also as well as a project of home-based monitoring of pre-operational patients in Netherlands and study in monitoring of post-COVID patients. Our product has passed clinical validation, clinical trials, and certification process. Company has established manufacturing site, and we have launched sales in Eastern Europe last year. And currently, we are looking for late seed round for expanding in Europe and the United States manufacturing and continuous expansion in the United States. Our team, we are a team of inspiring entrepreneurs, developers, data scientists, and commercial managers with experience in market launch in Europe, Brazil, and the United States. And together with our strong support from our medical advisors and recognition by healthcare professionals, we are going to improve people's health and well-being through launching in the market our innovation and helping people to live healthy and prevent diseases. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, now we go back to the judges for the 2 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much. What are your current biggest scaling challenges?
Our biggest challenges now, we are still on the process of CE mark for new MDR directive. So this is the biggest challenge for now because we already passed all audits, and now we are on the final audit of our manufacturing side. So because we already have launched pilots in hospitals and with real patients, but we can't sell right now because we did not complete the certification. This is the biggest challenge for now. Yeah.
Speaking of kind of perhaps one of the other challenges, looking at the device, there's been a lot more sophistication, you could say, also in other wearable devices. Who do you see as your competition, and what makes you unique?
Yeah, you're right. We have several. It's a competitive market, yeah, and we have several competitors on this market. But we are the only one. We provide real-time monitoring and analysis of data with real-time feedback for both patient and clinicians, and also as a device, it's reusable, so you can use it on multiple patients, and also diagnostic yield. I mean, because the duration of monitoring is longer than any other devices, the diagnostic yield of arrhythmia detection is higher.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation and best of luck. Okay. So next up, we have joining us virtually Hakim Yadi, the Chief Executive Officer of Closed Loop Medicine. Hakim, are you there?
I'm here. Can you see my slides?
We can't, unfortunately, even... Oh, now you're up. Okay, perfect. Would you mind sharing your presentation? And that's also working. Great. So, Hakim, your 3 minutes start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hakim Yadi, CEO and co-founder of Closed Loop Medicine, a tech bio company focusing on dose-optimized combination products. We believe the future of care will be personalized and integrated. By personalized, we'll learn how to optimize the dose of a therapy to an individual, and integrated, we'll bring the great advances of digital health and digital therapeutics alongside existing medicines. We've been working in the area of hypertension, where we've developed a combination product for the precision management of high blood pressure. High blood pressure is something that impacts a third of the adult population, costs the NHS over $2 billion a year, and in the US it's up to $130 billion per year. Target blood pressure is only very rarely reached in about 50% of patients diagnosed with the condition. One of the leading drugs prescribed for high blood pressure management, amlodipine, comes with linked side effects, but it's only available in 2 standard doses, 5 milligrams and 10 milligrams. We've been working on an engine to enable us to identify what the right opportunistic dose is for an individual, where you maximize the benefit and minimize the side effects. We've just completed a clinical trial here in the UK at Barts, one of the leading cardiovascular research centers, with over 200 patients, and wanted to share some of the exciting data from 2 patients here. Here you see patient A on the left, whose blood pressure slowly drops as we introduce milligram by milligram the dose of amlodipine. Their blood pressure is adequately controlled at 8 milligrams, but at 9 and 10, they start to feel the side effects of the drug, which is peripheral edema and headaches. Swollen ankles, meaning patients can't put their shoes on. Patient B, however, whilst their blood pressure lowers with the dose change, their side effect doesn't really change. And the side effect that mattered to them was fatigue. So if you were a physician and a patient, which dose would you choose for patient A and patient B? Well, patient A, you'd go for 8 milligrams, maximum efficacy and no side effects. Patient B, seeing that side effects don't change with dose, you'd go for the maximum possible dose to lower blood pressure and take this disease into control. These initial findings have been published at the Journal of American Cardiology, and the rest of the findings are now in pre-publication, but I wanted to share them with you. We found that precision doses achieved BP control in the majority of the 200 patients that we tested. When we did that, we got no side effects in that patient group. We had exceptionally high adherence of over 80% to the drug regimen and the digital regimen, and great adherence to the whole program, with patients as old as 80 adhering and enjoying the process. The business model that we're working with is one of partnering with pharma for the development of the future of value-added medicine generics, and secondly, with payers and providers for a differentiated patient-centric product that can reduce cost and deliver better outcomes. We've got a great diverse set of investors supporting us, and we've built a multidisciplinary team to support combination digital drug products. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your presentation. And once again, over to you, judges, for your 2 minutes of questions.
Thank you for your presentation. It's just a question around your solution. So are you focused on using generic medicines, and would you also see potential other use cases in future?
As an early stage company, we're able to work first with generics to be able to prove the concept. This is something that will work for all existing therapies. Part of our premise is being able to transform the drugs of today, but also the drugs of tomorrow.
Thank you for presentation. Maybe I missed it, but could you elaborate more on the adherence rates and how you're improving them?
Yes, so the key thing here with this particular drug is adherence is impacted by side effects, and over 20% of patients don't adhere to their prescription following the first script. By changing the tolerability of the medicine to identify the right dose for an individual, we increase the adherence rates for this drug up to over 80% in the particular trial that we run here in the UK.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Hakim. And good to see you again. And how does it work? How does it work? Is it a secondary care cardiovascular consultant who does the dose checking with the patient, or does the patient self-administer the dose adjustments based on the app?
We're following a model where in the first instance, we want to be able to inform clinicians and they can be able to change. But with the data that we're generating and we'll be collecting in market, we want to be able to automate that process and take the routine sort of drudgery of dose optimization away and maximize clinician efficiency. So moving from recommending to automating with time.
Thank you. And what are your plans beyond hypertension?
Sorry, say again, Tom?
And what are your plans beyond hypertension, beyond your current study and your current ambition, please?
Beyond hypertension, we already have a product in insomnia, which we're submitting to the regulators later this year. We believe will be the first drug digital single prescription. And we're now starting to look in other indications where dose efficacy and side effects matter, which is a significant range of existing and medicines in development.
Great, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Thinking of your
I think we're out. Yes, thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much and best of luck also to you, Hakim. Next up, we've got Peter van Dam, the Chief Scientific Officer of ECG Excellence. Great, your 3 minutes start.
No?
Now.
Thank you. The ECG is invented in the Netherlands for about 111 years. And currently it's used, most widely used by cardiologists, general practitioners to diagnose heart disease. 10 electrodes are put on the body, and based on those registrations, the doctor has to say, is this diseased or not? This works very well for rhythm analysis, but for the waveform, something is missing. That's often missed. As you can see, 54% of the ECGs are misinterpreted, leading to missed heart infarcts, overdiagnosis, underdiagnosis, and with that also increased healthcare costs. I'm Peter van Dam. I've worked all my life already on understanding how the heart really functions, and I'm a co-founder of ECG Excellence, and our team really wants to change the way we diagnose heart disease. Scene ECG is our first product, a software platform that helps to inform the doctor what really happens in the heart in a better way, in more intuitive, and reduces also the costs. I can also look there. It moves with a digital modeling twin technology, the paper-based analog technology, into the digital age. And it does that through inverse cardiac modeling. And with that, it produces better insight for the physician what's happening inside the heart. It produces, next to the rhythm analysis, which is already there, the normal versus abnormal classification, and shows also where it deviates, and with that it also says what is going wrong in the heart. That's the heart disease. It's also the first technology that compares to normal ECGs, so we created a normal database and compare all the waveforms to that and show the differences to that. So what does it really add to the current clinical practice? This is what the OAMers offer, between 60 up to 60% accuracy in performance of acute coronary syndrome detection. Physicians can do this with 70% detection, and Scene ECG outperforms both of them. Currently, we have a SaaS platform and a cloud solution for institutions. Physicians just have to upload an ECG and they get a report back. Evidence, 45 articles, patents. The team has more than 70 years of experience in technology, science, and business building. We work with a lot of partners in Europe and the US, with business partners, funding partners, great advisory team, and
Let's stop you there because we're out of time.
Okay.
Okay, great. Judges, over to you for your questions.
Thank you very much. I didn't quite catch it. To whom you're selling your product?
Basically to ECG manufacturers or people who just saw, who have to evaluate a lot of resting ECGs. We're working currently with a Dutch company. They have to evaluate 600,000 resting ECGs. That's too much to do that by manually. With this, you have just a second, and then you have a first shift. This is normal, not normal. Not normal, you can evaluate more in detail. So going with all these ECGs coming about, we need something like this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps to build on that question, just to clarify that your software is compatible with existing devices in the hospital.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned that it would provide data to the cardiologists, or is it integrated in the patient?
You just send in the electronic file, and you get a PDF report back, which automatically can flow into the clinical workflow.
And what is your business model in terms of providing that kind of service?
Basically, we just per ECG, we get a fee, and so there are 800 million ECGs a year. How difficult can it be? And basically, cardiologists can't read the ECG that accurate, as you can see. So a lot of cardiovascular diseases are really missed.
Thank you, Peter. Great presentation. And what are the barriers to your expansion?
The biggest barrier is to show that that the cardiologist is not as good as they want to say they are. It's not. So that's the biggest barrier. But I think they also are overloaded with all these ECGs they get due to Apple Watches. They get a lot of ECGs where they say there's something wrong, and then these patients end up coming back because somebody has told them I have Brugada, which is a genetical disease, and they stay scared forever. That's what you can prevent with this.
Thank you for your response, and thank you for your questions. Best of luck, Peter. Okay, so next up we have, joining us virtually, Dr. Arnaud Rosier, CEO and founder of Implicity. Welcome.
Well, thanks. Hi, everyone. Can you see my slides as well?
Yes, absolutely. So you can get started on your presentation. You've got your 3 minutes now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So I'm one of these guys that may think they are better than they really are, because I'm a cardiologist, actually. I'm a cardiac electrophysiologist. And, we spoke a lot about remote monitoring during COVID. Actually, there is one vertical that has great value, and I mean proven value for physicians and patients. That is the segment of cardiac implant monitoring. So we know it reduces mortality, it saves money, it's mandatory to do. So that means, remotely monitored patient with pacemakers, implantable defibrillators, and Holters going through the cloud instead of going every 6 months to the hospital. But only 20% of patients are covered in Europe because it's basically a complete mess to do. And I've been experiencing that all my life. You have to connect to each manufacturer's platform. It doesn't really work. You don't have the patient medication or anything else, clinically speaking. So that's a mess. And, I've been working for 10 years for someone to solve this. And eventually we built a team to do it, including 2 former VP from Unicurd in Europe, Kiriba and Shop Apotheke. And we, of course, got a lot of help for a lot of KOLs, including now people from Cleveland Clinic, Mass Brigham Hospital, and Paris University Hospital. And what we did is really bring the product I wanted as a physician, which is, a universal remote monitoring platform that gets every bit of discrete data from each devices sold by manufacturers. So that's around, 15 million patients, Europe, US, for just cardiac implants. And of course, we added wearables to deal with heart failure monitoring. Using this platform, we can check on these users that they have up to 8 times productivity, meaning less nurse to scale this practice across patients, but also increase revenue, especially in the US, where they don't know how to claim it right now. And we are also a medtech company, meaning we are delivering productivity and prediction AI based on the data we collect from devices, but also we have a unique access in France to a database of 4 million patients over 20 years to build our AI, including 4 CE marking and 1 FDA clearance already done so far. We sell our product, our SaaS product, as a full recurring license per patient per year to hospitals and to IDTF companies in the US as well. And in the last 3 years, we installed 100 hospitals, never lost a customer, and benefit from the organic growth of our model. We have raised already 25 million euros. We are shifting from pure cardiac implant monitoring to heart failure monitoring, and we are very passionate about this mission. So I'm happy to answer any question you may have on what we do.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. Now, judges, it's your turn. Up to you.
Thank you for your presentation, and you're definitely solving one of, I would say, one of the headaches of many physicians who need to log into many different platforms. So, how do you go actually about getting them onto your platform? Why would they choose you over some of the others that also try to achieve the same thing, to be the universal platform for specific chronic disease?
Yeah, that's interesting. So, you know, a lot of people are trying to manage that chronic disease remote monitoring universal platform, right? I think the main reason is that we come from the pain, as you said. So we started not with like every device around. We started with remote monitoring that is actually done, that has clinical benefits, but that everyone is struggling in every, you know, large center doing cardiac remote monitoring of patients. And from there, we are shifting to additional new devices when you need to enroll patients one by one. So I guess that's the main reason. And that level of acquisition of data from Medtronic, Abbott, Boston Scientific is, in my opinion, the more difficult to achieve.
Just short follow-up question. You've showed different markets. Could you share some different barriers of adoption in those markets? Maybe you noticed something.
Yeah, so I would say, you know, we have very little competition in Europe because reimbursement is good in only so many countries, like France is okay and Germany now. The main market, of course, active is, you know, US and maybe Japan. I would say, so barriers are needed, especially in the US right now. We are the only company having medical device algorithms in the US market. So I would say that's probably the more important in terms of having barriers there.
Okay. Thank you very much, and best of luck
Thanks
to you,
a lot
Arno.
for your time.
Okay. So next up, we have Alejandro Ruiz. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. Head of Business Development at Medixin. Hi. Would you mind sharing your presentation, please?
Yes, it's sharing. Let me know when it comes up.
Yes, we can see it. Okay, great. You can start your presentation now.
Okay, thanks. Hello, I'm Alejandro Ruiz, pharmacist and the head of business development at Medixin, where we are developing a needle-free smart patch for painless drug delivery through the skin. The problem is that needles are a pain in the ass. I mean, literally. And we are still taking 16 billion shots a year, with 80% of the users already unsatisfied and demanding new solutions. We learned about this when a little girl with diabetes, Maria, rejected the insulin treatment in our CEO's hospital consult, saying that she hated needles. She still had to inject 3 times a day, which means more than 1,000 injections per year. So we invented a small piece of technology that can open the micropores in the skin. It works generating ultrasonic waves that increase the size of natural skin pores, creating a channel for big drugs to go through and closing again once we stop the device. We built that little piece in a comfortable wearable smart patch for painless drug delivery through the skin. The device is formed by a durable component, including the electronics, the battery, and the external housing, and a reservoir and adhesive that are replaced in less than 2 minutes and disposed. It works with multiple drugs, and in a typical use case, it is filled with traditional drug syringes, such as drug pens. It is placed on the arm or in the abdomen, and when activated, it takes less than 1 minute to fully administer the required amount. It is completely safe and painless to use, and that's a significant improvement from what's already out there, because current solutions involve syringes, or pens that are painful and involve social rejection, or insulin pumps that have cables connected to the body, are uncomfortable and fail constantly. Inhaled insulin shows that increased risk of lung cancer, jet injectors are unwearable, so they are uncomfortable, and microneedles are still invasive. Implants and smart drugs aren't safe for insulin drugs, for some drugs, like insulin, potentially deadly in case something goes wrong. And we know that this market has huge stakeholders like Sanofi, Medtronic, or Roche, but these companies are failing to address those main user needs. So we'll be able to position ourselves to patients that are afraid of needles and actively searching for needle-free alternatives. So the future of drug delivery relies in ultrasound smart patches because they are painless, they are wearable, and they create a connected environment. So far, we have protected our intellectual property, we have validated our technology in vitro, and we have raised 3 million euros since 2015 and secured international strategic partnerships for manufacturing and distribution. We have a wonderful team with over 15 professionals, including engineers that work in projects from NASA and MIT, and a healthcare team that grew up in Philips and Roche. Regarding our business model, we will sell directly to the consumer, mainly through online channels, and a subscription model of 100 euros per month. We also envision generating B2B licensing agreements with pharma companies for preloaded drug cartridges. We have closed a bridge round of 1.5 million euros in 2021, and this is allowing to finish the miniaturization and getting positive results on animal trials by the fourth quarter of 2022. Then we will be in a position to raise a Series A of 4 million euros in order to conduct the animal trials and get the CE mark.
Alejandro, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. We're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, so judges, again, over to you for your questions.
Thank you, Alejandro. A really great presentation. My main question is, what evidence have you got that your patches are successful, and when's that evidence going to be available, please?
Yes. The main evidence we have already obtained is on an in vitro level. We have performed permeability tests on ex vivo pig skin patches, demonstrating up to 50 times permeability increase over that ex vivo skin patches in transdiffusion cells. And also, right now in November, we are going to conduct. the animal trials in vivo live pigs. That evidence will be allowed by final December. Then in the second quarter of 2023, we are planning to start the clinical trials, finishing them by mid-2024, and then all the evidence will be available. By the first quarter of 2023, probably January, we will launch a publication with the results of the animal trials.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. How does your device change dosing schedule and manufacturing of the drugs, if it does?
Manufacturing what, sorry?
Manufacturing of the drugs.
Yeah, our device doesn't change the molecule at all. We have demonstrated that by measuring different molecule parameters, including molecular structure or biological activity. So we are not planning to change anything. In fact, the device will be pre-filled. We will be filled externally by a traditional drug syringe that the patient can buy in a pharmacy. So we are not changing any kind of presentation or formulation of the molecule. Regarding the dosing schedule, we won't change anything yet because this patch is going to be for multiple daily injections, and that will follow the doctor prescription for the patient.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro, and best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Next we have someone joining us here in person. So Nina Sesto, the CEO of Megi AI.
Hi. So we cannot cure cardiovascular diseases. But what we can do is prolong patient life and increase its quality. And surgeries are actually only a small part. Our main tools are medication, regular checkups, and lifestyle change. But how successful are we? Well, statistics is really bad, and this is our failure. And the underlying reality is that doctors can prescribe, they can advise, but it's the patient who needs to do the work. And most of them are just not able to. Our mission is to put patients back in control. So we developed a virtual heart nurse, this AI system that in a human-like interaction is with patients every single day. We call her Maggie. Her first skill is high blood pressure monitoring. With personalized protocols, she motivates them to monitor their blood pressure regularly. She supports them with symptoms and difficulties. She helps them adhere to their medication and helps them change their habits. And then at the back, we collect, we analyze, and we know exactly when patient roll stops and they need a clinical support, and we can provide that. We are a team of 4 full-time, backed by one of the largest cardiovascular centers in CEE that is owned by my family. So we have this privileged access to patients, clinicians, data, and Maggie was born there. And then we launched in 5 healthcare facilities, growing 30% every week. But more importantly, patients are with Maggie every day, and they use her for months because they create this relationship where she lowers their anxiety. And you cannot even imagine how doctors are happy when they receive this amount of data on their patients. Hypertension is a global burden. So we thought a lot, how can we increase accessibility, affordability? And then instead of pushing the product, we went where patients already are. So it's as easy as sharing a link, Maggie's in your contacts, and you have access to cardiovascular support 24/7. We are currently fundraising our pre-seed. We are expanding our team. So if you wish to join our mission, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for your presentation. Now, judges, you'll have 2 minutes worth of questions. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Great presentation. I was wondering if doctor ever enters the chat, or is it AI only?
No, the chat is fully automatic. The doctor is monitoring the data behind. So he's not entering the conversation. That wouldn't be sustainable, basically. It wouldn't be scalable.
Okay, and where do you get training data sets for those chats?
It's a combination of rule-based and AI-based conversation. It's embedded in the platform that we are using. It's Infobip, one of the biggest providers of omnichannel communication. So we use their tools to develop the chat part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I find it interesting as you provide more data points to the physicians.
Yeah.
One of their challenges is obviously also, you could say, being short on time and interpreting the data. How have you overcome that specific barrier?
Well, actually, this is reducing the time to, not to interpret, but to make a decision. When it comes to blood pressure, they're usually dealing with anecdotal data. They don't have a graph. Patients are saying by memory, oh, you know, I feel headaches, usually in the afternoon. So here, doctors have all the data in one site, their blood pressure data, symptoms they felt, what was time of the day. So actually, for them, it's 70% increases the efficiency of making a decision, and more importantly, being sure in the decision they made.
And quickly, what are your expansion plans, please, Nina?
Oh, where are you?
So I'm behind you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Expansion plans in 5 seconds.
Well, we are now launching in Croatia, Slovenia, and plans are for Central Eastern Europe, and then the rest of the Europe and the US.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't know, the mic, now the mic's working. Thank you, Nina. Next up, we've got Anna Barnacker, CEO of MindMics. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great.
Welcome, Warsaw.
And sorry, I was just about to say we can see your presentation, so you can start now.
Wonderful. So welcome, Warsaw. I wish I was in person with all of you, as Warsaw was close to my heart, where I got my PhD in astronomy. But let's focus on MindMics and imagine if we could eliminate heart failure as the leading cause of death globally, like what glucose monitoring has done to transform diabetes. And imagine if you can do this by simply putting an everyday earbuds that enable you not only to listen to music, but also precisely capture and analyze your every heartbeat and biorhythm markers. A system that gives you an unmatched understanding and guidance on how to feel better and improve cardiac health. At MindMics, our purpose is to make this a reality. And I'm delighted to tell you that we have already developed a groundbreaking new technology to achieve this. We validated clinically our patented in-ear infrasonic hemodynamography technology that can be embedded through everyday earbuds and we have shown that our technology can detect heart rhythms even as complex as atrial fibrillation with an accuracy of gold standard ECG. We also demonstrate that MindMics technology shows a high correlation with medical grade standards like echocardiogram to monitor cardiac functions and hemodynamics, with high correlation to cardiac catheter in the aorta. Our technology has the potential to deliver cardiac timing with accuracy of ECG and hemodynamics that was until now only available through very invasive procedures, but in the convenient earbud form factor. Our brilliant team is working every day to bring our vision to reality. We built a strong team with about 20 employees in Cambridge in the US, focusing on hardware research and commercialization, and about 20 employees in Krakow, focusing on algorithms development and building scalable cloud solution. We are working in unity to bring our first product to market in Q1 2023. Our first product collects and analyzes heart rate, heart variability to provide you with personalized and actionable guide to how to harness stress. We build a sustainable platform and partnership model to make the GPS of health and well-being a reality through 4 pillars of business strategy, starting with our current MindMics earbuds. From there, we plan on partnering with earbud leading in the key verticals to scale our technology. Currently, we are collaborating with Gore-Tex, the largest earbud manufacturer in the world, toward enabling our tech in the next generation of their reference earbuds. As we grow and scale, we plan to add more clinically validated indications and continue striving toward the FDA approvals that enable cardiac care and well-being that will be as easy as listening to your favorite song.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. Okay, so now, judges, your time starts.
Thank you for your presentation and very interesting use of, you could say, an existing solution. How do you get and perhaps I missed that, the data from kind of the patient to then the healthcare provider to inform kind of the care they need?
Yes, so actually we are starting in the consumer space first to understand how to build the actionable solutions. And later we will be adding also a different verticals with adding data, working with the providers and healthcare professionals. So the first solution that we're going to commercialize in the next few months will be direct to consumer, giving people information about the heart rate, heart variability, and the guidance toward harnessing stress. And from there, we will be expanding adding indications and also toward the different verticals.
Thank you for presentation. I was wondering where your IP lies. I mean, is it hardware? Is it interpreting the signals?
That's a very good question. Actually, it's everything. We have a new technology that we figured out how to actually use the existing microphones, but utilize them at the very low frequency range that has not been used before. So we have the IP related to hardware, toward implementation, toward applications. as well. So we have a very broad portfolio that is touching on the multiple aspects of the technology.
I think we have time for one final question.
Yeah, have you had any feedback from users in terms of not wanting to wear earpieces for diagnostic purposes?
Oh, actually, in terms of our technology can be embedded to everyday earbuds. So actually, this is the one that I'm wearing now during this call. This is my mic, the current prototype. And I can hear you very well, and I hope you hear me as well, and it collects the data. The next, what we're going to market with is actually truly wireless. And this technology, we know that people love wearing earbuds. It's by 2024, there will be more than 500 million truly wireless earbuds shipped. So people like wearing them. This technology is there.
Sorry, I have to stop you there. We're out of time now, but thank you for your answers, and thank you, judges, and best of luck to you, Anna. Next up, we have Oremas Mazouras, CEO of Turimeda. Are you there? Perfect. Welcome. Would you mind sharing your presentation, please? And we can see that also as well. So, your time starts now.
Hello. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, we can.
So, do you know that one disease reset? An abdominal aortic aneurysm is a vascular disease that have a high mortality rate. More than 125 million.
Oremas, I'm sorry.
20,000.
We're having some difficulty hearing you. There's a problem with the audio, it seems. Maybe you try again?
You can hear me well now?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yep, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So for this patient, I always spend over 10 million hours each year. And for those for those missed cases, there are a lot of they're real time consuming, and periodic follow-up can save patient lives. But implementing CT screening at national level is complicated and expensive. Hi, my name is CEO and co-founder of Turimeda, and we have developed a new way for aneurysm detection. So let me introduce an AI-based system that automatically detects and measures the aorta volume and diameter. That allows radiologists to see other pathologies, a late case at 50% faster with high accuracy and no variability. AI solution also to analyze all hospitals' abdominal fluid scans and alert an appropriate doctor when the aneurysm is detected. We charge hospitals based on the cloud or on-premise installations. They're charged 10 to 20% of the allocated by our product. And there is a lot of money to be made. The global aid is $20 billion, and hospitals provide approximately 140,000 million abdominal fluid CT scans annually. That is more than $6 billion. Also, there are some competitors that are trying to solve these severe problems. And we have main competitive advantage that we have fully automated patient follow-up examination and have the ability to relate other CT scans. Currently, we have integrated our solution in major
Unfortunately, the time is up, and there seems to be some problem with your internet connection. You cut out a little bit as well. I'm not sure whether he's still online, but Oremas, can you hear us? No? Yeah, I'm not even sure if he can hear us. Maybe, Oremas, if you try switching off your video, if you can hear us, maybe that will help.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Perfect. if you switch off your video, perhaps that'll help with the bandwidth, but in any case, judges, would you have any questions?
Yeah, could you just outline your clinical validation approach, please?
Sorry, could you please repeat? I will turn off the video because it seems that there's connection problems.
Great presentation. Could you outline your clinical validation approach, please?
Yes, so currently we are in the clinical stage and we have the DICE coefficient of 95%. So we currently evaluated with the 9 cases, and from 9 cases we have that coefficient. So in the near future, we plan to make the clinical trials for the diagnostic solution to have the DICE coefficient even higher, 96%.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you, Orimas. Best of luck to you. Okay, now we have our final candidate. It's Melissa Berthelot, the CEO of Warner Patch. Melissa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, absolutely. Would you mind sharing your presentation with us, please? And that's also come up perfect. Thank you. So would you please start your presentation now?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Berthelot, founder and CEO at Warner Patch. Warner Patch is a dynamic platform for virtual hospital. The problem we're looking at is the management of patient after surgery. Indeed, it is at risk. Post-operative care is difficult in any given time, but lately there's less and less available resources, and patients present themselves with more complex disease, and that leads to unexpected severe complications that could lead to death as long as longer hospital stay. We've been particularly looking at the incurable chronic peripheral vascular disease. Based on my experience in hospitals, this is a very gruesome disease field. 350 million are affected worldwide. It looks like you, I'm going to switch off the camera because it feels like there's a connection issue. 90% of those people will eventually require a surgical intervention with 30% chances of complication. It leads to about a month stay in the hospital with $250 billion being spent annually. The solution we've come up with is a way to identify complications with non-invasive disposable sensor that is actually connected to a reusable cellular unit that directly sends data across to a connected app that allows for safe early discharge. Where it works is very simple. The sensor is placed onto the patient, the clinician registers the patient onto the app and then start monitoring. As an example, a patient will stay for about a month in hospital, being discharged with the likelihood of being readmitted to stay for another month, decreasing the chances of good outcome. With Warner Patch, the patient will stay as little as possible based on safe guidelines and being discharged with Warner Patch for over 4 months of follow-up, increasing the chances of successful outcome. Economics are obvious in terms of saving, in terms of increased patient turnover, and also releasing staff time. We've come up with a simple business model with pay-per-patient scheme, as well as a simple go-to-market strategy with direct B2B in the UK and using distributors elsewhere. And if required, the patient can also be provided with consumables to increase the timeline of monitoring. There's nothing like Warner Patch. Either it's hospital-based devices or home-use devices, and nothing fits that scheme that Warner Patch does. I've been working with engineers, business-minded people, and also other clinicians, and together we've been able to attract great traction with $1 million in non-dilutive funding, full letters of intent, a co-paid clinical trials. We've submitted 2 patents and conducted 2 clinical trials to make sure that we actually are measuring what we say we do. With early adopters, we're now looking to raise additional funding for CE marking the product. Thank you so much for listening.
Perfect. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, so judges, we'll take your questions now.
Thank you for the presentation. Could you elaborate more on what complications are you tracking and trying to prevent?
Yeah, so the type of complications for these patients are either renal, so in the kidneys, they have lung complications and also heart complications. We're particularly looking at that molecular aspect that would give a very early indication as to something is going to happen, not necessarily knowing what it is per se at this stage of data analysis, because we need to conduct more clinical trials, but this is that indication that is required for asking the patient to come back to hospital for additional monitoring and additional tests.
Okay.
Sorry, Joel.
No.
Melissa, great presentation. A question on product price. How are you finding the hardware as a service and the software as a service pricing compared to, I guess, market norms?
Yes, so the way that we're pricing is more as a whole package rather than software as a service. We've seen that what we're providing is also more of that patient management aspect. So the pricing that we've come up with is essentially based on standards for medical devices in hospital use for surgical departments. So anything related to ICU in terms of pricing ranges.
Perhaps also a question on usability. So would the patient be wearing the patch 24 hours a day and then for a longer period of time? And do you have any data on, you could say, adherence on kind of keeping it on and use of the product?
Yeah, so that would be very much to the discretion of the clinical team. We expect that, 120 days is the average requirements for monitoring of these types of patients to know if it's successful or not, or if it will go worse again. So that will depend on the patient and clinician.
Okay.
But they could have it as long as required if needed.
Great. Thank you, Melissa, and best of luck to you. Okay, so thank you for your time here. The pitching is now over. The jury will vote to choose the top candidate in this category, and we'll know the final results tomorrow. We'll announce the results during the conference, and the winners will then be invited to the Super Finals on November 15 that takes place at HLTH 2022 in Las Vegas. Stay tuned for another pitching session, which is going to come right up. Thank you.
Okay. No one's keen. Come on, guys. It's just a small crowd, so might as well. So welcome back, everyone. Such an amazing day, no? So many companies showing off their products, introducing something revolutionary, hopefully, in a short period of time. But we're here today for the next hour. I'm going to be your host. My name is Matas. I'm head of innovations at Kilo Health. And today our topic for this 1 hour is MSK. We're going to have 10 teams presenting their products. We're going to have hopefully a little snap into a future of this sector. But before we get in, I would like to introduce our jury members. So first of all, Sander Ruitenberg, Digital Program Head at Connected Health Foundations at Novartis Pharma AG. How are you doing? Thanks for coming down today. Garrett Free, Vice President of Partner Success and Strategy at Dispatch Health. Hey, how are you doing? Would you like to join us in the first row? Come through. Don't be shy. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Garrett. And also Dario Hyman, PhD, Chief Research Officer at Galen Grove, who's going to be joining us virtually. Dario, are you with us? We can't hear you. Nice. The nod says yes. Thanks a lot for coming virtually, Dario. So thanks a lot, everyone, for coming down. I know it's lunchtime. I know everyone's either had one or curious to try something out, but I'd like to remind you the rules. As in the previous session, we're going to have 10 participants who will have 5 minutes in total, 3 minutes for the pitch and 2 minutes for the questions from the jury down here and virtually. Are you guys ready? Can I hear some sounds? Woo! Yeah? You ready to have some fun? So the first one up is Lisa Alam, who's going to be joining us virtually. He's a head of marketing and communications at a company called AzMed. The stage is yours for 3 minutes.
Liza wasn't able to come today. I'm Alexis Guignas, International Sales Manager at AZMed. So AZMed is a French company which was created 4 years ago. Our aim is to optimize the workflow of physicians with artificial intelligence. So why did we create AZMed? Because we figured out of an healthcare challenges, which was the explosion of the number of medical imaging procedures that you all know, against the stagnation of the doctors who are capable to analyze it. On average, as you can see, it's more than 90% of X-rays that do not show fractures. So in huge volumes, it could bring stress to the teams, the physicians, and in the worst case, they can miss the fracture. That's why we create RayEvolve. So RayEvolve is a high-performance solution based on artificial intelligence. RayEvolve can automatically detect all kinds of bone fracture, except from the skull. We can do what we call the sorting of exam by priority order, and we have a smooth integration on all types of viewers. We are proud to say that we were the first AI medical device CE marked in our category, and we are certified now FDA 510K in 2022. Regarding our entering to the markets, we had our first pilot partner, and we are proving our efficiency with clinical study as the UH Cleveland clinical study. As you can see, we have 99% of sensitivity, 89% of specificity, and high NPV, The second one was also done with UH Cleveland, and we avoid 67% of false negatives, and we gain and save time for the physicians. So it basically summarizes the return on investment. For the integration, we are 100% integrated into the packs, and all the predictions are automatically generated in less than 1 minute, and the physician do not have any additional click to do. So I create this viewer with the incidence at the left. As you can see, with RayEvolve, you will have a frame rectangle just here in color if you want on the lesion. Now we are working with more than 500 partners in 5 continents and 25 countries. So we can say that we are quite international now. And as you can see, so in 2018, we had our first partner. Now we are growing fast. We are quite efficient. In 2022, we are working with more than 4,500 users, and we collected 10 million X-rays to train the algorithm. Regarding our raising funds, we raised $5 million, and we are currently on the roadshow. Thank you for your listening.
Perfect timing. Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Lisa. This was AZ Med. Round of applause for them. Now we're going to have a couple of minutes for the questions. Jury, take it away.
Yeah, I'm curious a little bit about the feedback you've been having from the physicians. I mean, X-rays are time-consuming, but they're also quite routine. So, you know, an experienced physician doesn't necessarily need a ton of time, probably more junior physicians would. So what has been the reception, and have you seen differences there in experience levels and yeah, that type of feedback? So obviously overall positive, but maybe a bit more nuance in different types of physicians and how much they see the urgency of what you have to offer.
Yeah, sure. So we are now currently working with 2 types of hospital center, private clinics. So you have radiologists, MSK radiologists, and we published just, I think 2 months ago, our return on investments, and they decreased by 80% the CT scan they did on MSK. Regarding the more public hospitals, the emergencies are the priority target for us because they are not specialized in this category, and for them it's a way to really securize their diagnosis.
Have some time
regarding your financing strategy, when you are partnering with your partners, is this usually a commercial contract, or is this just to gather the data and analyze that? So what's your go-to-market strategy at the moment when you work with your partners?
It's both. Like we are proposing clinical study to have more visibility, of course, and to have a real partnership. And the second thing is that we have an annual license regarding volumes of trauma exam, so radiographs. And if they want, we can sell the product with this annual license.
Thank you very much, Lisa. This was AZ Med with you. Another round of applause. The next one up is Richard Luhar. He's the CEO and co-founder of Image Biops YLab.
Yes.
Is that correct?
It is, yes.
All right. The stage is yours. The pointer's over here. Yeah, just need a microphone. All right. Don't have a microphone.
Yes.
All right. Have a pointer over here.
Fantastic.
And
good.
You got 3 minutes.
Fantastic. So it's a very similar content as just heard before from AZ Med. We know these guys quite well. We're going to meet these guys this weekend in Paris. But we go a little beyond what they do, basically. And I like to say that because what we do is we actually aim to turn unstructured medical data into actionable disease insights. Now, what do I mean with that? Now, if you look at, this is just an example, which I picked, the decisions a human being can make can range from 0 to 65% depending on the blood glucose level. Now, this is quite shocking, I would say, especially as we are all potential patients. And what does it mean for now in the medical world for patients, physicians, and payers? These large discrepancies in taking decisions based on your daily condition. Now, if you think about what we just heard before, X-rays, high volume, low risk, you know, they see hundreds of them a day. And it's not just that they have to find fractures, but it's even more severe. They have to decide if you do an intervention. That means that if you go for surgery or no surgery, for example. And if you look at this pathway, this is actually something very similar, which actually affected my mom. You go to the doctor, you usually don't find what it is, they send you back, and what you end up is, in case of chronic MSK diseases, which we focus on, you get a surgery at the end of the day, which is painful, physiotherapy, you come back, lots of costs, pain, suffering. So we aim to change that by actually automating, standardizing, and prioritizing the whole imaging diagnostic workflow in the MSK space. So think of fractures, but just beyond that. What I mean with that is actually, as we also have seen just before, we take all the images which are, kind of like, related to a body part, is it knee, hand, spine, whatever it is. We scan that and provide instantly available diagnostic information, which can be yes, no information, something is present or not, or as you can see here, actually step beyond that. We kind of like measure the entire human body. We find anomalies, we connect points, and we provide clinically meaningful outputs, which are relevant to actually decide on interventions, to follow up, and even tell the patient actually what's going on. Think of it as a glorified, lab report. Now with that, we are more reducible, we save time, we find more patients actually. How do we sell? Well, you see here, we integrate, it's a SaaS model software with the largest companies. It's CE, FDA cleared, annual tiered price model, which is integrated in all these big guys, direct, indirect, quite successfully integrating that with the big players. Currently focusing on the German-speaking market, but we are also entering the UK, France, and other markets. So, and this is actually the team which makes it all happen. I don't go into detail about myself or all our cool clinical advisors, but actually this entire team here makes it all happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Well done. Now we have a couple of minutes for some questions. Jury?
I was missing a little bit of your evidence base.
Well, yes. I mean, obviously, in terms of time, I just sent it out to our data room. Actually, we have about 15 published papers in that field. It's just growing. We have 180 installations. So customers are just buying our software and then basically publishing on top of that. It's nothing completely new which we do. It's just the outputs which are standardized, structured, and we're doing so. Obviously, they can correlate it to patient-reported outcomes, and they publish that. So it's a growing number of evidence which feeds all these different modules which we offer.
To follow up on that, are you currently validated anywhere? So do you have a regulatory approval already, or is this still in the making?
Yeah, apologies, I didn't mention that. It was in the slide. Yes, it's CE cleared, obviously. First modules are MDR and FDA cleared. Think of it as, we have about currently 4 CE cleared modules, one in the US, second one is coming up, and we have about 5 additional modules which are currently undergoing FDA or MDR clearance in Europe and the US.
Nice. Richard, it doesn't seem like we have any more questions. I think the presentation was clear. Thank you very much. Once again, round of applause for Image Biopsy Labs and Richard. The next one up is Florian Coopers, a CEO of a company called Medical Magnesium. He's over here. Here's your pointer.
Thank you.
And I'll grant you 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Happy to be here. My name is Florian, co-founder and CEO of Medical Magnesium. Imagine you have a knee injury in which a cartilage fragment shears off your joint surface, a so-called OCD. Chances are very high that after first painful surgery and an implantation of a permanent metal implant, you will most likely undergo a second major surgery like this one. It will take you several months to get back on your feet, and additionally, it's a very expensive burden to any healthcare system around the globe. More than 4 million similar surgeries are performed per year. So why isn't there any implant material that disappears after the bone is healed without any such removal surgery? Medical Magnesium overcame this technology gap by combining a medical-grade magnesium alloy together with a surface conversion to create an implant platform that we call MMX. And therefore, our implants combine the best of both worlds: stability of a metal and bioabsorption in a controlled manner. Because of the elimination of the removal surgery and the formation of new bone tissue, Medical Magnesium addresses a clear clinical need. We're providing better patient outcomes because our implants reduce the healing phase by half, or in any case, they restore the natural state of the bone. Come on, no one, and I really mean this, no one wants to go under the knife a second time. And of course, we're significantly reducing the total cost of care. The cost-saving potential for this surgery, for example, is several thousand, left alone the avoided mental trauma you or your child would have to go through. We're already on the market with 3 products, which I'm happy to pass around. And when you look at the unit economics, we focus on the American market as the biggest market in the world, where the average sales price exceeds yours by a factor of 4 to 6. We already created a scalable business case for a beachhead market OCD. Dr. Daniel Günther is among the top 3 surgeons in Germany to perform OCD surgeries. And he converted to using our implants on a regular basis simply because they solve an unmet clinical need. In addition, we signed 2 agreements with the orthopedic industry, one for commercializing our products in the foot and ankle market, and another one to develop a new product in the market of sports medicine. We're a team of 18 that is eagerly working towards our vision to significantly improve surgical therapy and to close the gap between the patient's desire for best treatment and the general focus on, just cost reduction. To obtain market approval in the US and to further scale in Europe, we're looking for funding of 10 million USD. And we're calling out for investors who enjoy this as much as we do and who want to join our mission to support surgeons on a global scale. So thank you very much, and join us so that no one must go under the knife a second time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Medical Magnesium and Florian. Thanks a lot for your presentation, well done. Do we have any questions?
Are your products for, or what age range are your products for?
In Europe, from 12 above, but that will be changed when we do an MDR recertification beginning of next year. And of course, when you look at the material, we can go down into infants.
Very straightforward in many ways. Areas that you would not see yourself going when it comes to surgeries?
Definitely heavy-duty trauma. I mean, it is a new novel material, but it will not disrupt the entire titanium market. But when you look at, this is why we looked into the smaller diameter screws. We also have a fracture plate in development that is also a FDA breakthrough device, and there we go into the smaller load-bearing implants like in the forefoot surgery or at radial head fractures. No more questions?
No more questions? It's clear as a day. Well, in that case, Florian, well done. Very, very nice presentation. I have one question for you. Can I keep the sample?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm joking, of course. Nice, guys. Are you also feeling that we're rushing through all of those presentations? No? Super fast, but very intense and interesting. Are you guys having fun? Yeah? Nice. Cool. Let's move on. I was trying to make a little pause, because the next name I'm going to introduce is going to really, really break my tongue, but let me try this. Halldóra Audur Jónsdóttir. She's a co-founder and CEO at a company called Moti Apps. Judge me on the name pronunciation now.
Your name pronunciation is okay, but can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, and you have 3 minutes.
Perfect. I'm Halldóra, and I'm co-founder of Moti, and we help optimize the rehabilitation of musculoskeletal pain. Oh, it's not working. Here. Yeah. One of the biggest and fast-growing healthcare issues in the world is musculoskeletal pain. In fact, the number of individuals with musculoskeletal issues that would benefit from rehabilitation has increased by 62% in less than 30 years. From research, we know that those in pain move differently. We know that they have reduced range of motion, they reduced control of movement, and reduced quality of movement. But to keep track of such development, expensive high-tech equipment is needed. So without being able to monitor this in the clinic, there is a risk of... That's not good.
Laura, we cannot see we actually can see one slide, but nothing's moving.
Oh, God.
Could you try and resolve that?
So you haven't seen anything. Can you see it now?
We just see the front cover.
What about... Can you see I'm changing it now?
Nothing's moving.
Oh.
All right, let's have a
Can you see it now?
Still
Please help.
still the cover.
I can't find my Teams again. I don't know.
No worries. Things happen online. Meanwhile, while you're trying to resolve, I'd like to ask a jury.
Yeah, the problem is that I can't see stop sharing screen. It's like the meeting is closed or something.
Okay. Would you like to do a quick pitch without the slides, maybe?
I guess I need to do that.
Let's do that, maybe. We have a couple of minutes left on your presentation.
That's bad. Oh. Yeah. Okay. That was. I don't know where I was. Yeah.
Okay. The jury can see it on their iPads, so maybe you can go through, and they'll have a look at it.
Yeah, but I can't find the button to stop sharing the screen. That's the problem.
We don't see your screen.
Yeah, we cannot see your screen.
No. It's like I'm not in a meeting. Yeah. I mean, in my presenting. Yeah.
Here's an idea. Why don't you resolve this, and we'll get back to you at the end, okay?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Should I try to leave just close Zoom?
All right, guys, let's try and do that. We're going to give you a couple of minutes to resolve the issue, and then we'll get back to you after a couple more presentations, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's do that?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, some little issues, but that's no worry, right? We're having good fun today. The next one up is Felipe Cuenaz, a CEO of a company called Nuada, who's going to join us virtually as well. Felipe, you here?
Exactly.
Have you got some slides up for us?
Yes, just testing. Yep.
Nice.
Can you hear me correctly?
We hear you, we can see you. The stage is yours for the next 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Felipe Cuenaz, and I'm here to present Nuada, or hands. They are very important to us. They are a vital part of who we are and how we see ourselves. They are amazing, but unfortunately, they are frail. Millions of people suffer from 3 problems: lack of strength, pain, and tremor in the hand. When we talk about lack of strength, you can think about elderly people, neurodegenerative disorders, or stroke patients. When we talk about pain in the hand, you can think about arthritis or tendinitis, and tremors occur frequently in diseases like Parkinson's. These problems have a very high negative impact in the quality of life of these people, and that's why we've developed Nuada. Nuada is a new type of soft exoskeleton device that was made to be safe and light. It only weighs 250 grams. Small and discreet. It kind of looks like a normal glove connected to a watch. It's very affordable, but most importantly, compatible with daily use. Let me show you how it works. We have these artificial tendons, and they are connected to the glove itself. But when we turn the system on, they adapt to the user's hand like this. But most of the time, it's like a normal glove, so it doesn't do anything special. However, when I want to hold something that's heavy, the sensors inside the glove understand what I want to do, and then they adapt to my finger movement. Each finger is controlled individually, and I can relax my hand, and I can still maintain hold. I can hold up to 40 kilos of weight with my hand completely relaxed, so you can see how this solves the problem that I mentioned before. I still have full range of motion, and when I want to open, I just open my hand and returns to be a normal glove. So again, it's very intuitive and easy to use. Obviously, this being such a big problem, other companies try to solve it. But the approach has always been the same, having motors actively pulling the fingers, which is not what we do. The problem with this approach is that the motors need to be big in order to provide relevant force, and they need big batteries, which means that the user can then has to use like a backpack or a pouch where the motors and the batteries are. This becomes very heavy, expensive, but again, most importantly, not compatible with daily use. There are 179 million users just in Europe and the US with hand dysfunction, and 4.2 million workers in the assembly lines that perform demanding professional activities just for the automotive industry. Currently, we have distributors in the USA, France, Norway, Singapore, and Portugal, and we are looking to expand our partnerships. Currently, we have 3 business model revenue streams. One, it's the actual sales of the hardware, but the glove can be removed and replaced, which creates a revenue stream associated with a glove itself. But the sensors inside the glove provide additional metrics, and we create a 3D model of the hand, which allows us to provide additional software services, especially relevant for the rehabilitation of the hand. We have been throughout the world a tiny bit and won several awards, but the most relevant traction...
We're out of time.
Oh,
I'm so sorry,
yeah,
ran out of time. Can you have a last sentence maybe?
Yeah, so the most important thing that you need to remember about Nuada is that Nuada is a natural device that people will live and forget they are wearing. Nuada, your life, hands-on. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you very much, Felipe. We have 3 jury members. Do you guys have some questions for us?
Yeah, I mean, patients don't like to look like patients, right? And although this is probably more subtle than other options, it is highly visible. How are your experiences so far with that aspect? I mean, not just the patient themselves and how they feel about wearing it, but the reactions from the environment.
Yeah, so it's a bit like glasses. We expect this type of systems to become massively adopted in the next 10 years. So we believe that the weirdness of the initial users will be removed as we go. Regardless, because people who have loss of hand function basically don't have a functioning hand, with this they can have a normal hand again with function. So what we do see is that people are super happy to use it, and actually they like the tech appeal, let's say, of the system itself. Obviously it doesn't appeal for everyone, but then we can adapt the textile and the appearance for other different users.
Perfect. Dario, maybe you have a question?
Out of my comfort zone in terms of asking a question.
Yeah, a little bit more on the go-to-market. You showed us 2 very different angles. One was more into the professional environment, which seems more straightforward to me personally. The other one was more like a very general approach. Can you relate on those 2 and how you would value those?
Yeah, so in healthcare, the good part is that if someone doesn't have function of the hand and then you put the system on and then 15 minutes after, he can write again, he can pick up forks, knives. The immediate value for the user is very obvious, although the dollar sign number is harder to calculate. In the industry, while there's a very easy way to find how much money the company is saving by not having injuries, the value for the user needs to be calculated over long periods of time. So the idea is, and what we are doing is with the specialized partners in healthcare, using their existing pipelines, we are actively selling to healthcare. And then as soon as we get relevant data into several industries and activities, then we can explore those more easily, let's say.
Nice. Thank you very much, Felipe. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Nuada and Felipe. Next one up, we have a person named Soren Wirtz, who's a CCO and a co-founder at a company called Precure. Are you guys excited? Oh, you're over here. Welcome. Here's your pointer.
Thank you very much.
Your slides are on.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes.
And I'll right away introduce you to Helene. I met Helene 10 years back, coming to me with a classical injury in her arm, a Trition injury. She was working as a lab technician. Even today, she's not able to work full-time as a lab technician at all. And of course, Helene is not the only one. Almost 2/3 of the population is suffering from MSK or MSD, and it costs a huge amount of money, not only to the employee, but also for the employer and also for the society, of course. In Precure, we want to do something about this. We want to prevent this from happening. So we have developed a solution called the MLI solution. It basically consists of 3 different elements. First of all, we have an interface, basically a health and safety tool for the users to see data, to see insights, and to know when and how to change. It could be tasks and so on. It consists of an app for the user. When do I need to change behavior? Can I get a notification before I even feel pain? And it all comes from our smart wearable devices. All the data comes from here, and we cover back, shoulder, and also elbow. We provide our solution as a subscription model. You can get X number of devices. You have free access to software support, of course, and you can imagine a lot of different use cases doing this. And here was. So we are already now helping the individuals. You already met Helene for the first time in 10 years. She's actually feeling better because she knows how to change her behavior. The last person down here, she was up for operation, and due to her behavioral change, she actually didn't need that operation. But we're also helping companies. We are helping Zurich Insurance. They saw a case where we reduced pain among their employees by more than 40%, and we have a lot of different use cases showing real impact for the companies and for the employees. We have a super strong team, 18 people strong, diverse in both nationalities and of course professions, covering sales, and of course also R&D and so on. So right now we are having value streams going for enterprise customers as a B2B solution. We go for insurance companies as well, and especially going into pharma manufacturing in EU and the US as well. Financially, we have a more than 12 months runway as we speak right now, and we have raised more than 3.5 million euros so far, and we are landing a sales budget for more than 1.1 million this year.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Søren. Round of applause. You have any questions, jury?
In terms of your device, is this an in-house produced device, or have you are you working with a third-party provider for your devices?
So we, I'm not sure I got the question, but the production of the product is external.
But the software is your own proprietary software that you've developed.
All in-house. Yeah, everything is in-house development, but the hardware is external.
In terms of the data that you are getting in, how much of this is pre-validated via clinical studies gathered from hospitals versus first-hand experience of what you're currently gathering via your own devices?
Great question. So all our data and all the feedback that we provide is based on scientifically proven thresholds. And the technology that we use are also very common. It's been used for more than 50 years, so it's not a new technology as such. So it's very validated, the technology.
Thank you.
Yeah, regarding the app, what is ultimately the behavioral component within that? Like, what is really the role of the app?
So the app provides real-time feedback. So it provides every time if you sit like that for too long, the app will provide you with information saying, maybe you want to consider changing your position, get up, stand up. So it provides both risk valuation, real-time risk valuation, but also provides you with thoughts and ideas on how to change that behavior.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Precure and Søren. Thanks a lot. We still have a couple of companies left to pitch today. Are you guys feeling okay? Everyone's having fun, I see. Okay, nice. Let's move on. The next person I want to introduce you is Robbie Huddleston, Chief Medical Officer of a company called Sapien Health. How are you doing?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
We can see your slides. When you're ready, 3 minutes.
Brilliant. I'll kick off. Hi, everyone. I'm here today pitching on behalf of Sapien Health. We're a digital clinic for surgery. We help people prepare for and recover from surgery at home. And to date, the majority of our focus has been on major elective orthopedics, things like hip and knee replacement surgery. So what is it that we're trying to solve? Well, having surgery places a huge strain on the body. This graphic represents functional capacity before and after surgery. We've plotted those who undergo prehab versus those who don't. You can see in both groups there is a significant decline in functional capacity in the post-op phase. But for those who've undergone prehab, who've actively prepared and optimized their bodies ahead of time, the drop below baseline function is much less severe, and the return to normal life happens much more quickly. In the non-prehab group, you can see that post-surgery, there's a significant dip below baseline, and many of these people actually never go on to regain preoperative quality of life. And of course, this is leading to significant costs for healthcare providers due to unplanned cancellations, longer hospital stays, post-op complications, and longer recovery times. So what is it that we do? Well, there's two components to our solution. The first is the Sapien app, which is a self-directed learning platform tailored to the individual and their own modifiable risk factors for surgery. When I talk about modifiable risk factors, I mean things that we can influence ahead of time, like sedentary behavior, poor nutrition, poor sleep, and even poor mental well-being. The second half of what we do is health coaching. The health coaching is essentially the art of facilitating a person's active involvement in their own healthcare. And every Sapien member is paired with their own human expert health coach who works with them on a one-to-one basis to put into action what they learn following the program. In terms of our go-to-market, we've been very much focused on the prehab phase up until now in hip and knee replacement surgery, but we recognize that this is a small part of the surgical continuum. It's very much in our plans to expand into those other phases on screen at the moment. We've already made inroads into post-op rehab for hip and knee replacement. And of course, if we can expand in each of these areas, we'll be massively increasing our total addressable market. In terms of progress, these are our product metrics for hip and knee replacement. We've over 50% engagement rate, a completion rate of 86%, and a net promoter score of 89. And we're pretty happy about our clinical outcomes as well, having demonstrated a one-day reduction in length of stay. The health economics analysis concluded this would be equivalent to about £564 of cost saving. This is our founding team. There's 4 of us. We currently have 11 full-time staff, and we're hiring for a lead designer and back-end front-end engineers. And just to finish quickly in terms of funding, we've just recently closed a £2 million seed round, which we hope to use to expand our footprint within the UK, to execute on our product roadmap, and to make our first steps into the US healthcare system. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, Robbie. Well done. We got a couple more minutes for some questions, if there are any.
Do you see yourself expanding into the rehab section post-surgery, or do you see yourself just focusing on the prehab?
No, absolutely. It's very much our plan to expand across that continuum. We've made steps already into the rehab phase, more so at this point around post-op emotional support and helping people adhere to their programs which have been prescribed in hospital. But we've been working with a number of physiotherapists recently to actually create digital versions of their post-op rehab programs.
Good to see you guys again after the AWS Accelerator. Question is, how much are you working with insurance companies already? Considering if you start moving also towards the preventive health side, it will become quite interesting for them to actually start using you as a B2B2C platform. How was your traction so far? What's the review, or what's the feedback that you got?
Yeah, so insurers are one of our target markets. To date, we've been pretty much exclusively within the NHS, but we've signed a contract with Lime Global, who are a relatively new health insurer who operate a bolt-on service, and we're going to form part of their core offering. We've also got advanced discussions with Aviva and Bupa going on, but we're not yet live with any of our insurance clients.
A question around what are the feedback loops back into the care team, so the medical team that the patient is actually dealing with?
Yeah, so I mean, we try. Part of what we're offering is that we're not there to burden the healthcare teams, and we deal with modifiable risk factors, lifestyle behaviours primarily, and we feedback at an agreed cadence with the healthcare providers. If there's a concern comes up during the coaching that needs to be addressed, then we'll speak directly to. We normally have a named safety contact with each of our clients, but we actually part of what we're offering is that we're not burdening clinicians where possible.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Robbie. This was Sapien Health. Round of applause. Nice. The crowd's warming up a little bit, I see, right? Waking up after lunch, I see. Cool. Yeah, we got a couple more companies presenting today. The next person I want to introduce is here live with us, going to come on stage. CEO and co-founder Bartosz Borucki from Smarter Diagnostics.
Yes, thank you.
You got 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thanks. Good morning, I'm Bartosz Borucki. I'm running Smarter Diagnostics, which is a University of Warsaw spin-off company, and we bring AI innovation for medical imaging across orthopedics and sports medicine. So, in nowadays society, more and more people are engaged into sports, into physical activity, and with sports, unfortunately, come injuries, and especially tissue-related. And with injuries comes consequences which are not good. And we need tools to know the reasons of those injuries. We need tools to diagnose them and to, above all, prevent them. So this is a horizontal problem. On one side, when talking about medical imaging, the radiologists still have shortages. Then the medical personnel and physiotherapists, coaches, trainers, and so on, they don't give proper tools to for treatment indications and for injury risk management. And the athletes, they just don't get injury prevention tools. So what we propose is to use magnetic resonance imaging, especially for the Achilles tendon, to take a look into what's going on inside collagen tissues on a structural level and to detect very early changes in such tissues. And we do it with a very fast MRI sequence, so we can propose very cheap and fast screening studies. We use then AI interpretation tools for image analysis and to create not only the reports but also something that we call patient paths, so some indications for treatment. The core of our solution is, of course, the AI-based software, being a medical device which is compatible with the radiological software stack of PACS, and some other platforms, and can be deployed as a software locally or in the cloud. And the outcome is that the radiologists get the support tools, the medical personnel and trainers get injury risk management tools and treatment indications, and the patient gets cost-effective health monitoring and cost-effective injury prevention offer at the market. We have just finalized the seed round and we have the MVP ready. We have some ongoing pilots on screening, athletes monitoring, and metabolic diseases detection. And now we are focusing on completing the validation and regulatory process for our software as a medical device, and we are starting to negotiate the more comprehensive offer of diagnostics, also including metabolic diseases. And we are heading towards injury risk management, highly available magnetic resonance imaging, including mobile devices, and towards significant savings on the level of healthcare and insurers. Thank you very much, together with my team. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bartosz. Do we have any questions from the jury? Please go.
What are your thoughts around, you mentioned athletes, obviously that's quite a specific but smaller group. What are your thoughts around what would trigger this approach, since these early signs may not be recognized by the patient as problematic?
Well, by athletes, we always mean all active people, all active individuals. So we are also mainly addressing it to non-professional athletes or just you doing sports. We are now starting to address it as a more lifestyle offer that you can package it with together with some blood tests and things like that to just do a healthy living, to monitor your life, and to be sure that you have no risk of injuries.
So since your go-to-market strategy relies on a person going basically for MRI once every 3-6 months, it's not really applicable in many markets, considering many markets are very self-paying. How would you convince someone that the early prevention would actually make sense and the additional spendings would in return give you a better lifestyle?
Well, for professional athletes, it's more or less 2 times a year. For non-professional, it's once a year. It's enough for these diagnostics. But to answer your question, we are mainly trying to address it at the insurers level, at the payers level also, because we are working on some healthcare economical models that we can show that proper screening at the population scale can address the issue and can lead to really significant savings on both treatment and rehabilitation of such injuries.
Thank you.
Perfect. We're also running out of time. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Smarter Diagnostics and Bartosz. Next one up is a company called Sonosyn, and David Herbata, who is the CEO of this company. Are you with us?
Hi, yes, I am. Can you see my screen?
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine.
Fine?
Thanks.
Cool. We can see your slides. You have 3 minutes as everyone else. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, I'm David Herbata. I'm the CEO of Sonosyn. We are a spin-out company of Oxford University. And we have a new imaging modality to scan soft tissue. Now, this starts with a need, which is, in this case, scanning for an injury. And generally, the sports doctor or the MSK specialists will use ultrasound and, in some cases, CT or MRI, depending on availability. Now, CT uses X-ray, so it's a limited number per year. MRI uses magnetic fields and generally comes with high cost and long wait time. So we have a new modality that works within an ultrasound session. We can basically scan the tissue, in this case, the injured thigh of a rugby player, and we can see that that is effectively an edema. We can see the fluid accumulation. Now, this saves basically imaging costs, but also saves some of the steps in the diagnostics process, and therefore the health economics are very favorable. But more importantly, we can see soft tissue like no other technology in the market today can do. We can see the conductivity and the end fluid. This all works within a conventional ultrasound scan session with our consumable, that green sticker that is placed on the patient, and works pretty much for the clinician like they do today with Doppler ultrasound, selecting a region on the screen, and then in 2 minutes obtaining an image. This is how it looks in real life. So basically you can see the sticker patch on the patient, and you can also see a conductivity map, in this case of a shoulder. That's a capsulitis or frozen shoulder. So we can see the inflamed tissue around the shoulder within 2 minutes and within the ultrasound scan session. Our team has basically people both from the business with business results behind and a clinical team that has experience developing medical products. Julian was in Mirada Medical that got sold to CTI and Siemens Healthineers. Is our lead engineer. We have a regulatory affairs advisor who worked for Varian and Intuitive in the role. And we are pretty much ready for the market with a 12-month entry in the US plan, due to the fact that we have 35 patents, 3 patent families. We have our OEMs set up and the product strategy and validation done. We have our in vivo and in vitro validation of the technology, which we further built into commercial demonstrators. And basically at this point, we are ISO certified. We have a pre-sub confirmation by about the 510K path of approval into the US market. We have an office in the US located and secure, and we are going into an MSK clinical trial in the UK, and we will expand into other areas of application. That will happen within the next 12 months, and we are basically going for it. Thank you.
Right on time, David. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any questions from the jury?
Have you had any feedback so far from medical device firms such as Philips, Siemens, etc.? Have you been engaging with them, considering that's very much their territory?
Yes, we are actually engaging with all of them. So we had a large number of discussions. Our strategy is putting our own product in the market. So we have our OEM, Cephasonics, and we have the converters for the consumable, which is the main source of revenue. But yeah, we are talking to all of them right now.
Could you speak a little bit to the requirements for technologist competencies, so similar to ultrasound, where the quality of images really depend on the technologist's competency? How does that translate to EMA?
Basically, it translates exactly like ultrasound. If the clinician or the sonographer is able to capture an ultrasound, they are able to capture an EMA. So they are identical. They are related. They are not the two different competencies.
Okay, loud and clear. Any more questions from the jury? The pitch was great. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Once again, Sonosyn, round of applause for them. So normally this would have been our last company to pitch, but do you guys agree with me that everyone deserves a second chance? Yes, of course. All right, let's see if Haldora here from Moti Apps is here right now. How are we doing there, guys at the back? Okay. We can't get through to... one moment. I see. Sure. Meanwhile, we're waiting. We can maybe interact a little bit with the jury. How are you guys feeling today? Are you guys doing okay? Yeah? Nice. Good interaction. I love it. Here we are. Haldora, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's
You're doing okay?
annoying when it doesn't work.
Nice, no worries. The jury and everyone in here gave you a second chance, so take it away, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Haldora, and I'm co-founder of Moti, and we help optimize rehabilitation of musculoskeletal pain. One of the biggest and fast-growing health issues in the world is musculoskeletal pain. In fact, the number of individuals with musculoskeletal issues who would benefit from rehabilitation has increased by 62% in less than 30 years. From research, we know that those in pain move differently. We know they have reduced range of motion, they have reduced control of movement, and reduced quality of movement. But to keep track of such development, expensive high-tech equipment is needed. And without being reliably monitored in a clinical practice, there is a risk of progressing too fast, which increases the risk of re-injury, while progressing too slow lengthens the recovery time and sick days. Considering previous points, there is a need for a new solution to help healthcare professionals diagnose and optimize rehabilitation. Moti is a new device offers the ability to perform a complicated measurements in a simple manner, measuring range of motion, quality of movement, and control of movement, while storing all the data in the app. For example, we have cooperated with Aalborg University. We have used Moti to measure neck movements and compared it to the gold standard, where we found out that Moti can accurately measure range of motion, speed of the movement, and the quality of movement. Moti offers many possibilities considering the simple nature of the setup, with flexible and stable mounting methods. My coworkers with expertise in musculoskeletal research are always exploring Moti's ability to measure other clinical relevant data, so we can further develop Moti software and implement new features. Testing of more advanced features such as balance, both static and dynamic, are well on their way. this opens new possibilities and new market opportunities. This could be, for example, within sports clubs or targeting the athletes themselves who wish to monitor the progress of their training. MOTI is the result of a multidisciplinary cooperation between designers and MSco research experts, and we appreciate the chance to present here and the second chance. So don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Wow, perfect. I knew it was the right choice to give you a second chance, right? Round of applause for Eldora and MOTI Apps. Thank you very much. We still got a couple of minutes for the jury to ask some questions if you'd like. What do you guys say?
Outside of the measurements that you're able to take with your hardware, does your software at all help influence clinical decision making, or is it strictly just a measurement tool?
Right now, we're just a measurement tool, not taking any decisions. So it's the physiotherapists or doctors that take a decision out from the measurement. So it's just a screening device.
Yeah, I mean, simply, like put, for me, I guess, what is going to motivate a doctor to, let's say, replace their traditional approach with MOTI?
Of course, it's more accurate measurements, but it's also the quality of movement. That's something that's really hard to estimate by the eyes, but you can also get it graphically. So it's easy to see graphically both the changes and just to see if it's if the quality is good. So to compare a healthy shoulder to a shoulder where you have pain, you can clearly see it in the graph we call quality of movement. And then you have a graph of the progress.
Nice. Well, thank you very much once again. Big round of applause for MOTI Apps. Well, what a day, guys, no? Lots of exciting technology, a little bit of drama, some key insights. We're coming to an end. Therefore, I'd like to thank all the participants today in the session. I'd like to thank our jury. Just a reminder, these participants are going to be judged by our jury members and selected a winner who's going to go to Health 2022 in Las Vegas to pitch in there. But meanwhile, we still got a couple of sessions down here in the next couple of minutes. So thanks a lot for everyone for coming down, for listening and giving feedback, and we'll see you around. Welcome back. How's everyone feeling? Woo! Guys, once again, for those who wasn't here last session, my name is Matas. I'm head of innovations at Kilo Health. I'm going to be your host for the next hour, and the track we're reviewing the pitches today is neurology. The next 10 companies, they mix technology and science to create astonishing new ways that help patients all over the world deal with neurological conditions. We're going to jump right into them, but before, I would like to introduce our jury. To start, Sander Zuertenberg, once again, digital program head, Connected Health Foundations at Novartis Pharma AG. Welcome. Marius Makris, scientific research analyst at Kilo Health. Welcome, Marius. Juliana Heisenbelli, healthcare senior program manager, worldwide public sector at Amazon Web Services. Are you with us? We can't hear you. Dario Hyman, once again, PhD, chief research officer at Galen Grove. How are you doing?
Good to see everyone. Hello.
Stephanie Bristol, head of digital health, external innovation and alliances, imaging and AI and machine learning at Biogen. How are you? Doing well. And last but not least, Michael Bidu, co-founder and CEO at Mind Therapeutics. You with us? I hope so. Thanks everyone for being in here. Without further ado, neurology is our theme today once again. I'd like to introduce the rules that we continue this pitching session. Same as before, 5 minutes for one company, 3 minutes pitch, and 2 minutes for some questions from the jury. To start with, I'd like to introduce Gabrielle Willow-Fuerte, co-founder at a company called Actipulse Neuroscience. Are you with us?
Here I am.
We can see your screen. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriel Villafuerte. I am the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Actipulse Neuroscience. So what we do, we bring non-invasive brain stimulation from the hospital to the home of the patient. So depression is a huge deal. 1 in 5 of us will suffer depression in our lifetime. But why should we worry, you know? Antidepressants exist, right? Why should we worry? Well, 5 out of 10 people will not respond to antidepressants. Right now, there are 7 million people just in the US suffering from this, treatment-resistant depression. Fortunately, there are some options for those who do not respond to antidepressants. Nowadays, a non-invasive brain stimulation technique called transcranial magnetic stimulation is FDA approved for the treatment of treatment-resistant depression. However, well, it's a little bit complicated. Why? It's expensive, it's very difficult to use, and it's kind of inaccessible. How does it work? Well, it just applies a magnetic field over the cortex, in a non-invasive way to change the electrical activity of your brain. So this is how these kind of devices look right now. It's expensive, around $15,000 for the whole treatment. You need to go to the clinic 30 days to receive the treatment. And it's not very scalable. You can only see more or less 6 patients per day. So this is our solution. We created a device. The last 4 years, we have been working in developing a portable, affordable, and scalable device that can be used directly from the home of the patient without physician assistance. So that will help and reduce the cost. So does it work? Yeah, this is some of our data. And we have an average reduction of around 58% of symptoms after 4 weeks of the intervention. So a little bit of our traction. We have 4 peer-review papers with our technology for patents. We have had 2 pre-submissions with the FDA, and we were part of Winter 22 batch of Y Combinator. So currently, we just started our pivotal trial for getting FDA approval. And we are looking to get FDA clearance by the first quarter of 2025. Why we are the ideal team? Well, Adrian, my co-founder, he's a passionate entrepreneur. He has created three different companies. Well, myself, I'm a medical doctor with a PhD in neuroscience, and I have been working in non-invasive brain stimulation for the last 8 years. We are founded by Y Combinator and several passionate angel investors. Thank you very much. Contact me for any questions or crazy ideas that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Active Pulse Neuroscience. Dear jury, we got 2 minutes for some questions if you got some.
Okay, thank you for our presentation. So could you elaborate more how this, for example, hair, sweat, has any impact on this kind of stimulation at home? For example, do you need to apply any gel or lubrication?
It is based in transcranial magnetic stimulation, so you do not apply an electrical field directly. So you apply a rapidly changing magnetic field, and by this physical property of magnetic fields, you can induce an electric field. And the benefit of using magnetic fields is that you don't use any electrode or nothing like that. You just locate the coil. It is a coil that creates a magnetic field. You just locate a coil over the area that you want to stimulate, and then you get an electrical stimulation inside the brain.
Considering that you are looking for FDA clearance by first quarter 2025, what are you bridging in between? What are you doing for the next 2.5 years? What's your runway look like?
Yeah, well, obviously the pivotal clinical trial is a big pivotal trial. It includes 240 patients. It will be a multinational, multicentric, randomized, sham-controlled clinical trial. This has been checked out with the FDA. We have the advantage that clinical trials for mental health disorders, especially depression, do not use biomarkers, so the trial will not be that expensive. So that is like an advantage. We can run the trial, but not that high amount of money compared to other, for example, diseases as Alzheimer's disease. You need a lot of biomarkers. So we're, in the good spot in that sense from the economic part.
Nice, Gabriel. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Once again, big round of applause for Active Pulse Neuroscience. Next company I'm going to introduce is called Filmo Health, and Alex Krovinkel, the CEO, is going to come in tell us their story. 3 minutes, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone, my name is Alex. I'm co-founder of Filmo Health, and we built a digital health companion to help patients suffering from fatigue, accordingly to a symptom management platform sharing data with pharmas and health insurers. So first of all, what is fatigue? Fatigue is a clinically relevant, massive form of exhaustion, meaning for patients that small activities like taking a shower, playing with their kids, or going for a walk can be so exhausting that they're not able to do anything for hours or sometimes even days, making for many patients the worst symptom that they are suffering from. But is fatigue a big deal? So if we look into the numbers, we can see that 90% of the MS and cancer patients suffer from it, but we also know it from other diseases such as long COVID, rheuma, diabetes, and many more. And just alone in Germany, we have 4 million patients suffering from fatigue, making it also a huge economical impact for pharmas and health insurers. So what are we doing? We are building a digital health companion that is collecting various vital and environment parameters by an open API that we have for all wearable manufacturers out there, so you can connect your Apple Watch, your Garmin, your Fitbit, everything is possible. In addition to that, we have integrated several patient report outcome measures as well as quality of life measures, so proven scientifically tested and questionnaires. But other than that, we are also offering a variety of mindfulness, physical activity trainings, stress management, energy training by different courses that we have integrated in the app. We are a medical device with that. We have tested it in several clinical trials, proving a first outcome for improving the fatigue, but also, for example, the quality of life or the cognitive impairment. Other than that, we have a strong GDPR concept, which is also ISO certified. So with our patient companion app, we are currently live with 3 different chronic conditions, which is long COVID, multiple sclerosis, and ME/CFS. And later this year, we will follow also in the cancer and rheumatism environment. We are collecting, on average, like 20,000 data points per patient per day. And what we are doing out of that is like combining and analyzing it in such a way that we can bring it then in our data platform, where we have different outcomes, like for medication, for physical activities, medical records, the patient outcomes. And we are able to share that like in the different data dashboard, and this can be also exported, for example, for pharmas or for health insurers. So what is our business model behind it? So at the moment, we have selective contracts in Germany with 8 health insurance providers that are insuring more than 20 million people so that we have immediate access to them. By these corporations, we are already able to make a yearly revenue of roughly 1 million. And other than that, we are currently working on this app data platform so that we also can use it as a software as a service data tool, as well as we're working with marketing corporations and a white label solution that we will offer soon as well. So what we are looking for at the moment is farmers from the neurology and the oncology environment. And other than that, at the moment, we are not fundraising because we closed the seed round earlier this year. But for mid-2023, we are planning a Series A. And if any investor is interested in it, then please come to us afterwards here or via email. Thanks a lot.
Well done, Alex. Round of applause for Filmo Health, right?
Fimo. Well, doesn't matter.
Nice. We still have a couple of minutes for some questions if there are any. So please, jury, take it away.
What are your thoughts on getting a less motivated patient to actually engage with this on an ongoing basis?
Of course, also happens, and I guess like we have the typical issues regarding compliance as many others have, but from the beginning on we worked a lot like with design, with proper design as well as gamification, and at the moment the numbers that we are achieving are way above the average that we see like from similar applications, and that's also what the health insurers like about our approach.
Guys online, any questions?
There's someone speaking, but...
I have a question online. This is Steph Bristol. Very great presentation. As you're looking at moving into more collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, how are you thinking about integrating your application with other apps that might already exist that are therapeutic area focused to either avoid or manage potential kind of app overlap that either patient subjects or patients have?
So can we repeat the last sentence? I didn't get it.
How are you overcoming potential issues from an app perspective and an end user of having multiple apps that are trying to kind of serve different symptomatic needs, particularly as you're expanding into known therapeutic areas?
Yeah, I got it now. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so what we see at the moment is that most of the patients that start using our app, like on average, like 80% haven't used any app before, so it wasn't like a big issue for us. And what for the others, we are just trying to convince them just like to work with our app. Of course, like I know for the pharma environment, like in some specific use cases, that might be not that beneficial, but that's what we are currently planning or working on.
Brilliant. We have 10 seconds. Anyone's got a short question, remark? Okay. Alex from Filmo Health, thank you very much. The next one up, I'd like to get a warm welcome on stage, Michael Schmidt, who's a CEO at a company called Ikaros. Welcome. When you're ready.
Thank you very much.
When you're ready, 3 minutes, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I hope I managed this thing here. Have a good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm co-founder of a company called Ikaros, and today it's about therapy meets gaming. 2 founders. We are 12 people. We established the company in 2015, and we try to improve rehabilitation and therapy. Over 100 million people suffered from strokes worldwide, and unfortunately, over 12 million people add up to this every year. So strokes are the #1 reason for disabilities among adults, and if you suffered from a stroke, then a long-term rehabilitation will await you. So low engaging therapy will not work because you need, as a patient, to be engaged and to stay with it, especially when the stroke was severe, and you will face lifetime training, basically, to come back to where you once were. To solve this, we developed a system. I don't know, can you see it? Yeah, you might be able to see it. So the Icarus Health is a highly motivating and effective platform that we developed quite some time ago. And neurologists and therapists loved it. So we specialized in adapting the platform to the special needs of this customer group. And yeah, it adds up together with virtual reality, and it really gives you absolute motivation to reach your goals. And it is highly effective for people who actually are not mobile anymore. We do have very different ways to engage with the patient, from flying through cool environments, through all kinds of different scenarios that help keep people motivated and work out on a constant basis. The system basically itself consists of four different parts. It's Icarus Health is a passive mechanical system, virtual reality, software, and of course a platform that recovers all the data that is being produced while people work out. We are selling the system now since 2018 to rehabilitations, therapies, and hospitals. And we are still selling the hardware, so to say, plus the software. And from beginning of next year, we will have a system that you can subscribe to get more software access. Yeah, we do have some traction already in Germany, and press is also helping us on that. In Germany alone, our key market right now, we have 2.8 million stroke people that really need to recover, and 270,000 are coming to that number every year.
Michael, I'm very sorry, we're out of time.
All
Maybe
right.
a last sentence?
Yeah, last sentence. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, hope you enjoyed it. Thanks.
Well done, Michael. We have a few minutes for some questions, if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's do it.
How do you see your technology translating to other patient audiences?
Yeah, it does. We are working with Parkinson's patients already too. Especially our customers are working with them and asking us to create software that matches that kind of issue. So there's other indications that we can help. Yeah.
Okay, any questions online? Marius?
I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. Are you thinking about making this product more consumer-friendly? For example, buying less expensive system?
Yes, we do have a system in place, and there's a story I didn't find the time to tell you about. We have patients who made it through therapy, so to say, and they obtained a consumer version of the product that we launched in 2019. So they keep working out at home, became part of our World Championship in racing each other and racing people who did not suffer from stroke, and they're competitive. So from patient to athlete, that's basically the story.
Nice. Well, thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for Icarus and their technology.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot and good luck. Next one up, I'd like to invite on stage Mario Zuzak, who's the CTO at a company called MyReha.
Perfect.
Are all the pronunciations correct?
Yes, almost.
Yeah?
MyReha, but the rest was correct. Thank you.
The stage is yours for 3 minutes.
Awesome. All right, so my name is Mario. I am a CTO and one of the co-founders of MyReha, the digital neuroclinic. What we want is to bring neurotherapy to every single patient's home. Who is we? My founding team consists of Philip, a neurologist who has worked for several years in the field of neuro rehab, and Moritz, a lawyer by training, our CEO, having worked in regulatory affairs. There's me in the middle. I have a technical background. I've worked as a machine learning researcher at companies like Google Brain or IBM Research. The problem that we are focusing on is currently affecting over 1 billion people worldwide who suffer from neurological disorders. They can range from stroke, Alzheimer's disease, up to MS. The consequences of these disorders are super complex and individually different. They can range from speech impairments, cognitive disorders, limited daily living skills, up to motoric disabilities. The good news is that neuro rehab works inside of a specialized neuroclinic for a couple of weeks. The problem occurs once patients are being discharged from the hospital. Currently, neuro rehab ends at home due to very high costs and administrative burden. The solution? Earlier this year, in January exactly, we've released the MyReha app, which is the first truly intelligent DTX for tablets. It is heavily AI-based. It has over 30,000 exercises in more than 40 scientific games, covering every single aspect of speech and cognitive therapy, and is a medical device of class 1. It can be used in clinics, practices, and at everyone's home. What do we mean by AI-powered? We're super proud of our speech analysis capabilities, which we can really detect anomalies on a fine phonematic level. We are doing cognitive skills analysis, for example, perception problems via hand gesture, via hand-drawn figure recognition. Hand pose estimation gives us a fine motoric feedback possibility, and the last one are recommender systems, which are basically individualizing the therapy exactly to a single patient. Everything that we are aggregating in the backend is put together in MyReha Insights, which is a web application for treating physicians and therapists who can get really detailed analysis and smart documentation. Our go-to-market strategy consists of 3 phases. First, B2B, where we are gathering as many clinics as possible. Second, getting as many therapists and doctors in the B2B2C section. And third, once MyReha is getting reimbursed, for example, from payers like DiGA, we're concentrating on the B2C market. Early traction, right now we're in over 30 rehabilitation clinics in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, which is 100% of the clinics that we have contacted after only 8 months. More than 900 patients have used MyReha with an average of 3.2 hours of additional therapy time per week. This is our monthly user growth of around 30%, and the last one prior funding. Here we see that, if the slide will connect, we have made our pre-seed round with around 2 million euros, where 1.3 million come from research grants and the rest from external investors. Thank you.
Much, Mario. Big round of applause for MyReha. MyReha?
MyReha, yeah.
MyReha,
yeah.
Nice. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Which markets are you aiming to enter subsequently? Considering that you're currently in a very German-speaking market, what's your next step?
Yeah. So since we're using multilingual pre-training, what's super interesting for us, especially for these speech analysis capabilities, are English-speaking markets. So once we get a larger financing round, we would go into the US and maybe before into the UK. But English-speaking is definitely the next one for us.
So thank you for your presentation. As I noticed, your product is heavily gamified. What gamification techniques are you using?
Yeah, absolutely correct. What we really want is that patients can use this for months and years, actually. Right now, we have started in January, as I've said. We have patients that have trained with MyReha for 6 months. What we are doing is, on the one hand side, we are creating triggers that basically tell you, okay, where you have to progress in order to reach the next level. Basically meaning, what does this transfer to everyday capabilities? This is something that is very interesting for stroke patients, to patients that really want to get back to work, for example, where we can transform these capabilities into something that helps them in everyday life.
How are you already or planning to integrate with EHR, so electronic health records, and hospital systems?
Yeah, huge thing. So right now with MyReha Insights, we try to really create an API that is easily accessible by multiple systems. However, from the other way around, to get these PDF symmetries, it's quite difficult to get something out of that. But for us, we are basically providing an API in these JSON formats for the different EHR systems. So that's super important for us.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Seems like we don't have any more questions.
Great.
Once again, round of applause for MyReha. Oof, how's everyone feeling? Good? Excited? Lots of interesting companies and great technologies. But don't worry, that's not the end. We still got a couple more left. The next one on a list is Felipe Aubray, who's the CEO at the company called Neuralise. Welcome on stage. And once you're ready, 3 minutes are yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Philippe. I'm the co-founder and CEO from Neuralise. It's a startup working in neurosurgery on a pathology called hydrocephalus. So it represents a surgery every 15 minutes, either in the US or in Europe. Hydrocephalus is an accumulation of brain fluid inside the brain and around the brain, creating very high intracranial conditions. So it's a very severe pathology and concerns, it's either congenital or induced pathology, and also concerns patients over 65. 1% of the senior are concerned with the pathology. The only treatment possible for hydrocephalus is a shunt. That's a device which diverts the cerebrospinal fluid from the brain down to the abdomen. And you have a device in between which is regulating the brain pressure. That's called the valve. The main problem with the shunt is they have a very high malfunction rates, which means the patients needs to go to hospital each time headaches happen, which means they have to go through CT scan and MRI very often, and the outcome is very uncertain, which means the neurosurgeon has very much difficulties to diagnose if the headaches is related to the shunts. In 30% of the cases, this ends up with a revision surgery, which is of course very bad for the patients and also induce very high cost. Neuralise is developing two sets of devices. In fact, both of them are measuring the intracranial pressure. The goal is to bring together with an app where the patient is going to enrich the clinical context, bring much more data to the hospital and guide the neurosurgeon in the decision process and avoid these exploratory surgeries. The global market is mainly driven by the shunt market, which is globally 1 billion per year. And we have a large pool of patients which are patients diagnosed with Alzheimer, and 10 to 20% of these patients are finally suffering from hydrocephalus. So we are currently fundraising 3 million euro seeds. The goal is to reach the first in human for the first devices and continue the development of the connected valve, and also to match a grant we got from the French government where we need matching with the equity. A lot of traction in the US with a very powerful patient association called the Hydrocephalus Association, and also from major FTech company in the US working in this field where we could have a very good collaboration. So we have a very good team, both on management and also strategic board with our investors, and scientific boards with many neurosurgeons in Europe, also in US, and we want to increase this board to address more and more countries in the future. Thank you for your attention, and I stay open to questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Felipe. Jury, do you have any questions? The topic's heavy, I know.
Yeah, that's really a heavy topic. Thank you for the presentation. From your trials, have you found this sensor limits the patient? For example, can patient use bath or swimming in the pool?
Yeah, in fact, our device is implanted as the shunt. So it's not a specific surgery. We take care, we take benefits from the shunt surgery or the shunt revision surgery to put the device in place behind the ear. So it's under the skin. So you can have a normal life. Yes.
And is it safe-proof from, for example, from magnetic storms?
Yes. So we have patients which have very frequent MRI, which is a strong magnet. So the magnet compatibility or the MRI compatibility is part of the specification. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, jury? All clear. I see. Well, in that case, thank you very much. Thanks a lot for a great presentation. Okay, moving forward, I'd like to introduce you another person who's going to join us virtually. Ran Yam, who's the CEO of Novacyte, is going to introduce us to their product. When you're ready, if you're able to share your screen and show us some slides. Okay, we can see everything. 3 minutes.
Second, 1 second. Okay, let me share.
Are you with us? We're having some technical.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's Deepika Guiral, who's going to introduce a company called Novae. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm
sorry
just
for
trying
my
to
mistake.
share my screen again, but I think because someone's already currently sharing, I'm not able to.
We can see your screen.
Okay, if I'm changing the slides, is it coming through?
No, that's Ranjam screen.
Yes, I think it. Ranyam, is it possible for you? Yeah.
Some technical difficulties. Are we able to resolve those? We'll need a couple of minutes. How are you feeling today, Deepika?
Good, thank you.
You're doing good? Where are you based? Internet.
All right, is that being shared now?
We still, okay. Your slides are up. Let me see if you can flick through them real quick. Are they moving? Perfect. Okay, let's start over. The stage is yours for 3 minutes, okay?
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present Novae. We are a startup from University College London, and what we are doing is creating a disruptive technology identifying ophthalmic and neurological disease activity at its onset. So as we know, the population is aging, and with it, the prevalence of age-related diseases are increasing. So neurological diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's are incredibly difficult to diagnose and monitor, and there is a great need for early and relevant endpoint measures to evaluate novel neuroprotective strategies. So our solution is a platform technology called DARK, and as a commercial agnostic biomarker and a potential diagnostic, what DARK can do is detect early disease activity, measure treatment efficacy, and also facilitate early treatment and prevention. So how does it work? We have IV-administered DARK, which binds to stress cells, which are then seen as white spots in the retina, as you can see in this video. The AI algorithm that we've developed will then automatically identify these spots as seen by the blue circles in this image. At the moment, we are successfully implementing DARK in ophthalmic trials. But we are seeing an increasing amount of literature presenting the eye as a window to the brain because of embryological provenance between the two. And this is why DARK has scope in CNS disease. So what we have shown is that DARK real-time retinal images in these diseases can show in vivo effects of treatment before they're visible in the brain. So we have also used DARK artificial intelligence in the clinics to show identification of MS disease. And so what all of this collectively is showing is that DARK can be used as a non-invasive surrogate marker in the diagnosis and management of neurological disease. So we have a full strong team, and this is spearheaded by our founder, Francesca Cordero. She is an expert in retinal neurodegeneration and has spent years developing the technology. And we have also worked on 9 commercial studies to date, generating revenue by selling our biomarker into pharmaceutical clinical trials. We have raised £3.5 million with a further £7 million Series A just started to further our diagnostic development. And we also apply for non-dilutive grant funding. So in summary, we can provide optimized and personalized treatment options to monitor patients suffering with neurological diseases.
Okay, Deepika and the company called Novae, round of applause. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Are you ready for some questions?
Yeah, ready.
Yeah.
This is Stephanie online. Fantastic presentation. Can you share how the injection may or may not be part of standard protocols today, whether or not that's in your clinical trials or in clinical adoption to facilitate the overall use of the platform and the AI?
Yeah, so at the moment, our IV is being implemented in clinical trials as the biomarker side of things. We are also developing a nasal formulation that is currently being used preclinically, but we require a bit more data in order for it to be applied to the clinic. And the nasal formulation would really form the basis of our diagnostic prong. And we are currently seeking funding and really developing it internally as much as we can in order to facilitate that, because adoption would be much easier with a nasal formulation. We would also need to ensure that it would fit with the reimbursement pathways that we are exploring when it comes to the diagnostic side of things.
Okay. Any more questions from the jury? In that case, Deepika, I'm sure everything was very, very clear. Thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Sorry for the confusion at the beginning. Oof. Hard topics, right? Long day, everyone? No? It's not over yet. The next person I would like to introduce is going to also join us virtually, which I confused previously and so on, made all of this mess. But Ran Yam, who's the CEO at Novacyte, are you with us right now?
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
Perfectly, loud and clear. Have you got your slides on?
Yep, so let me share my screen. Okay.
All right, we can see your screen perfectly fine. You got 3 minutes. You can start.
Yeah, so hello everybody. My name is Ran Yam, CEO and co-founder of Novacyte, a global leader in pediatric vision care digital solutions. So a few figures about the company. We were established in 2016 in Israel. We have 22 employees, 20 granted patents, 12 pending patents, $26 million were raised so far from strategic partners and venture capital. And already we have 2 global subsidiaries, one in US and one in China. So the indications that we are treating are 2. The first one, the current one, is amblyopia lazy eye, which affects about 3% of the population. This is a leading cause of vision loss in children. And the gold standard treatment of patching is suffering from very low compliance because the kids just hate the patch. The second future indication that we will treat is myopia, short-sightedness. This is a 21st century epidemic, which will affect more than half of the global population by 2050. Today, I will focus only on the amblyopia lazy eye treatment. So the way that it works is that the kid is getting our device to his home for a period of 4 to 6 months and watching through the device his favorite content, which could be anything. So imagine Netflix, YouTube, Disney, whatever the kids like to see. And what we are doing at the background are 2 things. First, we change in real time the colors of the content, and this way we separate between the channels of the 2 eyes, and then only on the channel of the strong eye, because amblyopia always affects one of the eyes. So on the strong eye, we blur the center of vision according to the momentary gaze position as we are following through eye tracking the eyes. The intensity of the blur and the size of the blur are corresponding to the level of amblyopia. And this way we stimulate the brain to first work with amblyopic eye, but also to integrate the 2 images together to create binocular vision and depth perception. Now, this treatment is not a standalone treatment. It is controlled by the physician remotely. Now, I'm very, very happy to break the news that just last week we got the FDA clearance for this device. And this puts us in a very, very small group of companies that has an FDA-cleared digital treatment. And we are the only ones to treat amblyopia with a valid business model and in a randomized control study that was tested against patching. As you can see here, we concluded the RCT study against a patch with better result than patching. So we are very excited towards our global launch. In US, we have FDA cleared, 3 CPT unique codes for us and a monitoring center in place. In Europe, we already got a CE mark under the MDR, and we started distribution in Italy. And next year, we expect to get the NMPA approval for China. We have a very, very strong management and extremely experienced advisory board. With this, I thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Wow, incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done for the FDA approval last week, right?
You're the first one to hear it, by the way.
Pardon?
It went on a PR just today, so it's very, very, very new.
Okay. Nice. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. So, how long does the treatment with your device takes?
So it takes 1.5 hours a day, 5 times a week. One of the CPT codes that we got for the US requires that there would be at least 18 hours of treatment in order to get reimbursed. And the period is about, we tested it for 4 months, but we expect in reality to be used anywhere between 4 to 6 months.
Any more questions?
Into which other, let's call it sub-therapeutic areas are you aiming to venture? So currently you are within 2 different ophthalmology areas. Which others are you aiming to cover in the future? Considering that you have so much data already on those patients?
Yeah, so actually just showed a very small portion of the company. We're also doing diagnostics. So we have a diagnostic device which is measuring many visual deficiencies. So this is another part of the company. Talking about digital treatment, so lazy eye is currently our focus. We are going to market, as I explained, both in US, Europe, and next in China. And the treatment for myopia, which is a global epidemic, will take some time because we have to prove the efficacy first and only then take it to market.
Brilliant. I see we're running out of time. Raniam from Novacyt, once again, congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
And last but definitely not least, we have Simone Mora, who's CEO of a company called Plus Biomedicals. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
When you're ready, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Simone Mora, CEO and co-founder of Plus Biomedical. Our Italian biomedical startup works in the rehabilitation field, and starting from the market, we always know that actually braces for rehabilitation in neurology are always stiff and bulky, but mostly they do not collect data, and so patient but also doctor do not know how the rehabilitation is going, and this is why and according to the number, we know that stroke people, Parkinson disease is increasing over the year. These are just number of the Italian market, so let's think about the worldwide market. And thanks to this, we decided to design and patented a new line that we call MoveOn. In fact, MoveOn is the first non-invasive sensorized line for the rehabilitation in neurology and orthopedics. The two are the most innovation. The first one is what we call innovative patented silicone application, by which we emulate the muscle strength and we help muscle supporting them during movement, during the ADL activity, daily life. And the second one is that we have put on the braces sensor in order to collect data also for patient, but for the doctor too. And this kind of technology can help patient in terms of recruitment of muscle and support during the gait and walking, and at the same time give feedback. Feedback when, for example, patient is getting closer to wrong movement, or when he do or not do a correct movement during the day. And at the same time, doctor can have information. Our target are doctor, hospital, and rehabilitation facilities, since our device is medical device class 1 and can be refunded. These are some milestones that we have achieved, and by the end of 2024, we will launch the full body line in order to extend the application to other joints of the body. And yes, in 2024, we are going to launch the sensorized full body line, and actually we have just launched in last May the third hip brace with MoveOn technology. Just to give you some example of clinical trial, because the results were very good on a patient with a stroke patient and pathology and Parkinson diseases patient. And if we look at, for example, foot support time, but mostly the COP and COM, center of pressure, center of mass, with the brace, without the brace represented by the red line and the blue line with the brace. So the difference is very huge in terms of balance and movement. And this is our team. We are heterogeneous because we also have clinics inside our team. This is a projection of the revenue that we are going to reach in 3 years. And next step is expand our target, also our commercial team also out of Italy.
Simone, I'm
yeah.
sorry, we're a little bit out of time.
Yeah.
Maybe the last sentence?
Yeah. What we are looking for investment and support, and we are going to fund 2 million. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. Round of applause for Plus Biomedical. Jury, do we have any questions? We got a couple of minutes for that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. What is the biggest challenge when developing this sort of device? Is it the hardware, software?
We have to make yeah, okay. At the first time, we would like to start with the, let me say, passive line of braces without sensor that is already on the market. And after that, we are going to sensorize them. So yes, sensor is a good, is complicated, but what we think is important is to give a doctor, a support in order to understand how the rehabilitation is going when the patient is not under control of the doctor, because actually there is no way to understand it. For example, why he is at home. Yeah.
Any other questions, guys, online? Okay, I think your presentation was loud and clear. Thank you very much, Simone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Round of applause, Plus Biomedicals. Oof, what a day, what a session. Quite intense, right? I hope everyone enjoyed. I see Mairo saying he enjoyed a lot. Just like that, we've just finished with our presentations. Thanks a lot for the jury who's online. Thanks a lot for who could attend in here. The next step is that jury is going to collect the votes, vote on these individual teams, and going to announce the results, the final results tomorrow. And the finalists are going to head to Las Vegas to a Health 2022 conference and going to pitch over there. So thanks a lot once more. My name is Matas. Thanks for having me today, and have a nice upcoming session.
Okay, here we are again, another round. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nadine Verbeek. I'm the Head of Health Product Management at Kilo Health, and I'd like to welcome you to this session. So we're now at the final stages of the Health Tech Challenges 2022, where we identify the most disruptive companies in the industry. We're approaching our closing track. Well, workplace wellness, sorry, there's an echo here. At this track, we will meet the rock stars that are bringing employee wellness to another level. Whether they create apps for stress management or offer holistic support for teams, these companies are ultra good in what they do, and you should definitely be putting them on your radar. So please, I'd like to welcome the judges joining us today. First up, Neringa Debaskiene, researcher in Interactive Electronic Systems Group at Kaunas University of Technology. Welcome. Simon Raoult, Hospital Manager of Centre Hospitalier de Valenciennes. Welcome. Where are you? Hopefully you're here. Brian Cooper, Chief Information Services Officer at Synchronous Health. Ross Farrow, Founder and Chairman at GOE Development Limited and Wellness. Imogen Mulliner, Growth Investor at Sapphire Ventures. Tripan Modi, Director of Digital Health and Innovation Strategy at Microsoft. And there are two more. Michael Bidu, Co-Founder and CEO at Mind Therapeutics. And last but not least, Josh Berman, Investor at Insight Partners. So thank you all for joining us today, judges and audience members as well. One last time, let me remind you of the competition rules. Every company has 3 minutes to present. After that, the jury has 2 minutes for questions. And of course, I'll let every contestant know if, hopefully, the time does not run out. The first pitch we're having today is from Caroline Noublanche, CEO and co-founder of Apricity. Caroline, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
And can you see my screen as well?
Not yet. And now it's there. Perfect. So Caroline, take it away. You've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you everyone for having me. So Apricity is a company, a French company, as you can hear from this delicious accent, but we operate in the UK and now have just started in Spain. We tackle the problem of fertility. So let me tell you about that. First, oh, my screen is not moving. Yeah, okay. First, in a world where everything has changed, fertility treatments have remained a very medically driven treatment, very outdated and complex, when 1 in 6 couples actually suffer from infertility. So that's a major issue which impacts all areas of your life, and it derives from the fact that people are having their babies later and later, but also for medical reasons. And one of the major cause for infertility is actually male infertility now. So this has an impact on, of course, people, and they are both patients and employees. They are extremely stressed. They have a lack of control on their personal life, and it's very costly, especially in the UK. You can see the cost there. And it also has an impact on their employer, because when you're stressed, you have a lack of productivity. All the medical meetings make that you are absent a lot at moments which are random, and it's costly, so you need financial support. And a lot of women actually declare to change a job because of this, or to stop working. So it's a question of retention, of attraction of talent and retention. Then, Apricity, we are the world's first virtual fertility clinic. And what we do is we maximize the chances of pregnancy, and we deliver a transparent and highly personalized fertility experience. Let me explain how. So by comparison with a traditional clinic, we have a really patient-centric journey where most of the treatment happens from the comfort of your home, with blood tests at home, scans at home. You also have drugs delivered at your place, sperm analysis at home, and you only go to the clinic for egg collection and embryo transfer, so twice. You're supported by your care team, advisors, fertility nurses, and doctors all across your journey, but you go to one of our 7 partner clinics for the egg collection and the embryo transfer. And everything is underpinned by tech so that it's utterly efficient and effective. So in terms of tech, our patients have a mobile app that tells them where they are in their journey, but we also have this system to make sure that when we receive your blood test, we analyze them straight away, that we also optimize some stage like like the embryo selection to make sure you have the best journey possible. So this is our app, and you see that it's great for medical adherence and better. It's a self-injection that you have during the journey. So it lowers the risk of errors. We also have a team of advisors available for you for 7 days a week and from 7 a.m. in the morning till 9 p.m. at night. We offer all kinds of treatments for patients. And I mentioned we work with partner clinics. So if, as a corporate customer, you are to work with us, you will be provided with education, with individual support, but also with a treatment operated in a completely different manner. And we have already strong traction through Europe with all of these companies that you can see. And we would be super happy to support some of you there.
Caroline, I'm sorry I have to stop you there. We're out of time. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, would you have any questions for Caroline?
So fertility issues are highly personal issues mostly. How do you deal with that and having an employer involved in this, in your scheme, so to speak?
So I mentioned we have fertility advisors and fertility nurses. So what we offer to employees is actually a one-on-one consultation, a complimentary session where you can share your history, and we will recommend the course of action if you have to continue naturally or if you will go for a diagnostic or a treatment. We don't share this information with the company and with your employer. What we share with the employer is a number of treatments that we incur and that we perform for them. And very often we also work with the PMI, so the private medical insurance provider of the company, such as we work with AXA Health, we work with WPA and some others, Reward Gateway, Willis Tower Watson. And you would be surprised, actually, there are a lot of people accepting to share even in webinars around male fertility, female infertility. So that's also, we saw there would be more problems to share in wider audiences, but it's actually quite spread.
I have a quick question around when you're approaching enterprises and your customer base, are you typically replacing sort of allowances, budget allowances for such a solution? Or are you replacing an existing sort of competitor of your own?
So it depends. We convinced some of the corporates to actually add to the personal medical insurance to support for fertility, and some others actually take in this pocket of cash allowance and that you mentioned, and you then choose where to use your cash, and if you want to use it for fertility treatment.
Okay, great.
Did that answer your question?
Great. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Caroline. Good luck to you. And now we should have joining us Calvin McGinn, the co-founder and principal researcher at Compris. Hi, Calvin. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yes, please. It's a little difficult to hear you, though, I have to say.
Oh, let me turn it up here.
Okay, that's a bit better. If you could just share your screen, and then I'll tell you once we can see that.
How's that? Can you see it?
Perfect. Thank you. So you've got your 3-minute pitch now. Thank you.
We'll never solve substance addictions until we tackle them as chronic illnesses. We track heart scores, A1Cs, mammograms, and biopsies because prediction is prevention. And the foundation of every chronic illness plan except one, addictions. Other illnesses get 50% one-year remission rates. We can't even keep 10% in recovery. So my wife Joyce and I founded Compris, the French word for understood, to bring an evidence-based new gold standard of understanding, assessment, and management to the most destructive chronic illness on the planet. Even with treatment, it takes 17 years on average to stay in recovery. Our son's friend Joey overdosed 14 years into his addiction. That's because our treatment paradigm's broken. We're either pretending it's an acute illness or doing a post-mortem. There's no prevention built into any of it. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force confirmed there's not even one good assessment tool on the market. No wonder we're losing so many. 80% of those with substance problems go to work every day, but only 17% of employers are equipped to handle their needs. And meanwhile, employer costs in lost time, productivity, and job turnovers are skyrocketing. Capri is an anonymous 15-minute digital assessment with customized reports for employees, EAPs, and providers. Capri helps people no matter where they are in their life, whether at risk, struggling, needing a provider, or in recovery. Capri's 6th grade reading level self-report checklist offers immediate results in English and Spanish on any mobile device or computer, anytime, in complete privacy. We can only improve what we can first measure. Capri is the first non-invasive biopsy that measures a person's lifetime relationship to addictive substances. Capri helps us understand the illness itself, what's behind it, what buffers it, how it works its way through a person's life over time. In other words, how to manage it as a chronic illness. We created an evidence-based risk model, motivation scale, and resilience profile that includes social determinants of health and embedded the best tools out there. In short, Capri is the first to predict risk, prevent onset, provide quality care tied to outcome measures, and promote recovery with quantified guidance. To get outcomes comparable to other chronic illnesses, we would need 25 times our current recovery rates. Capri's next step is to achieve 8 times that. Employers can save an average of $8,500 per employee in recovery. Providers can be reimbursed, and insurers will pay less for better care. I created 13,000 algorithms to optimize Capri's predictive modeling. We now have automated, personalized reports for both consumers and providers. We've completed several pilots confirming Capri's value, and Capri has been added to a statewide recovery resource. Here's our roadmap, and here's our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Calvin. Great pitch. So, jury, would you have any questions for Calvin?
I do. Can I ask?
Of course.
Sure, go right ahead.
Yep. So, first of all, thanks a lot. Great initiative over here. Now, what you're doing is something that many other startups are doing, as well as many of the peer organizations are doing in one or the other capacity. So, for your business model to succeed, what are the key differentiators that you have or you plan to have to sustain?
Well, the key issue is that the illness has not been tackled as an illness, as a chronic illness over time. We took the research and created the most comprehensive way of actually seeing the illness for the first time. Once you can see the illness this way, and once you can compare risk to resilience, you actually give providers, you give wellness programs, you give everyone out there the opportunity to now bring to the table both prevention opportunities and a way to manage the illness once it shows up, where you can help people over time develop resiliencies against the illness, because that's all built into the model.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the initiative is fantastic. The bit that I see a little bit of a struggle with is focusing on workplaces, because most employers aren't amenable to people who have either an addiction or have had an addiction problem. Whereas I think this is maybe something that's more focused to governmental organizations. Maybe you could explain how you think that workplaces will be more open to this.
You know, since 80% of the people who have these problems go to work, if we ignore the work issue, we're in trouble, okay? And the other thing is, we set up to have 2 options here. We have an actual private, personal self-discovery process for the employee before the employer even knows about it. So they can actually go and get this themselves. So the employer is basically supporting this benefits package that allows them to get to it without even talking to their employer about it. If once they're ready, they want to get more help, they can go to the EAP within that employer setting and get that support. But it really keeps it anonymous and private. So we believe the problem's there. With the COVID pandemic, they agreed that, you know, providers said this is a huge issue. It's a huge problem, the stress that's going on. So we need solutions. So they want to.
Calvin, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there because we're out of time. But thank you very much for your response and for your pitch. Thank you again. Okay, so next up we have Anna Blackman, the Chief Operating Officer from FormScore. Anna, are you there? Perfect. Can you hear us well?
Yep,
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Would you mind sharing your presentation, please?
Right. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Not yet. I'll give it a minute.
Okay, here we go. So your time starts now.
Great. So I'm Anna Blackman. I'm the co-founder and CEO of FormScore. There are three key messages I'd like you to take away from the presentation. The quality of the product we've delivered, the traction we've got in the market, and then the quality of the team. But firstly, what problem are we trying to solve? Well, the costs of mental ill health are really high. They're over $1 trillion to the global economy every year. And we know that employees want to see their employers invest more in their well-being, and that trend is increasing over time. So we developed FormScore to tackle that problem in a really simple way. It's based around asking yourself and those around you a really simple question every day, which is, how are you today? Often the response to that is good, fine, busy, or in the UK, I'm not too bad, thank you. But we want people to spend a minute a day reflecting on a range of what we call the FormScore questions and really think about how they are and what might be impacting their well-being, whether that's their sleep, exercise, how purposeful they feel at work, and then give themselves a rating out of 10 every day as a proxy for their well-being. You'll see from my background, I'm a 7 out of 10 today. Work is good, I feel very purposeful, I haven't slept all that much because I've got a small child, but actually I'm in good form today. What we're doing is twofold. We are giving employees a way to manage their well-being and improve their well-being, and we're giving employers actionable insights and analytics so they can really meaningfully help their people. So let me show you a little bit about what it looks like. The FormScore platform, you go in every day, you rate your well-being out of 10, and you indicate what might be impacting it. We're in the process of building a Teams integration and a Slack integration, so it's really relevant in the workplace. In the app, you can connect with your friends, your family, your trusted colleagues if you want to, and you can use that as a mechanism for offering support to one another. What it does over time is help you build self-awareness so you know kind of what's impacting your well-being, and then what the platform does is give you really tailored, personalized content on how you can improve your well-being, because well-being is a really personal thing. What we do for employers is aggregate and anonymize that data, and we give that back to employers in a real-time dashboard and reporting so they know what is impacting their employees. We've had great initial traction. We've run some pilots, we've got enterprise clients, and what we've been able to do is demonstrate that using the FormScore platform actually improves well-being over a period of time. We are working with a number of brands that you'll recognize, and we have a really fantastic team. Rob Stevenson, our CEO, is a global mental health campaigner. He couldn't be here with us today, but he's very recognized in that market. Andrew, who's a serial entrepreneur, and Daryl, who is the brains behind all of the technology. Those are my three key messages: the product, the traction, and the team.
Thank you, Anna. Right on time. Perfect. Thanks again. So over to the judges. Would you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Anna. Curious about kind of the employers, what they're thinking on this, kind of how they see this product and how they would actionably use the data they get from the employers to help them out.
They use it. So what we find in a lot of organizations is that there are well-being budgets that are held in a number of different places in an organization, and actually what they find is engagement with those solutions isn't very high. So they're spending lots of pockets of money thinking they're improving well-being, but the reality is that well-being is a really personal thing. So what our data does is be able to tell you at a team level what's impacting a team and at an organizational level. So actually you in team A, you might have an issue with sleep, so you might want to give them some targeted support around sleep. In team B, it might be that the data is telling you their workload is too high. And so actually you could be much more targeted in the interventions in individual teams, depending on what the data is telling you.
Okay, thank you.
Could you tell how many people do connect and use your solution every day after a week or so, after some period of time?
We have about 8,000 people using the platform at the moment. We measure engagement based on how many people using the app at least once a week. And typically engagement levels are 40% in an organization where we roll it out, which is much higher than some of the other platforms that, that are used, particularly in the UK.
Do you have any evaluation? How much engagement do you actually need for the solution to be useful?
Oh, that's a good question. I think more than 25%, I think for us gives us a really good picture of how the organization is working.
Okay, great. Thank you again, Anna, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Great, round of applause for Anna. And now we should have another person joining us virtually, and that's Mika, I hope I pronounce your name properly. Mika Leah, CEO and founder of Gumi Group Incorporated. Hello. No sound? We see your presentation, but we don't hear you. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, I think you need to find the unmute button.
Got it.
Okay, now.
Thank you.
Here we go. Now we can hear you.
Okay. You can't see the presentation anymore, can you?
Correct, exactly. So we can now hear you, but no
Okay.
presentation.
Wonderful. Okay, give me 1 second. Oh my goodness, I was all set for this, and now, okay, hold on 1 sec. Present. I'm so sorry, everybody. Okay.
We can see something, but it's coming up slowly, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
All right.
enter, and then
Yes,
there we
perfect.
are.
All right,
Perfect.
take it away. You've got 3
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Mika Leah, and I am the CEO and founder of Gumi Group. Gumi Group specializes in workplace wellness programs for HR directors, insurance brokers, and insurance carriers. We are disrupting the industry by launching a SaaS platform that gives all 3 customer segments direct visibility into the same data and dashboard to allow them to work together to increase employee engagement by 3x. We did $500,000 in revenue last year, and we are on track to hit $1 million in revenue this year. Our programs are currently implemented in hundreds of Fortune 1000 companies. And I want you to imagine that you are the HR director for your company, and you've been tasked with reducing turnover and increasing employee engagement. So you've decided to put together a wellness program. The problem is that your CEO is demanding an ROI on every dollar spent. Less than 10% of employees participate in anything, and you have no idea what people want or if it will work. With hundreds of providers in the space, you can choose to work with multiple vendors, or you can work with Gumi Group to choose from multiple areas of health with everything from fitness to finance. Plus, Gumi's platform gives you the reporting your CEO requested and the flexibility to change your program based on the needs of your employees, resulting in increased participation. Our collaborative platform allows everyone to see what everyone else is doing. Companies can schedule programs with the click of a button, brokers can leverage data to negotiate more wellness funds, and insurance carriers have the transparency of how their clients are spending their money. Because our platform benefits everyone, we get paid from each customer segment, and each subscriber to the platform is asked to invite their counterparts to join them. We've increased revenue year over year from referrals, and our go-to-market is based on that success. We have 2 revenue streams: subscriptions to the platform that you see here in blue, and fees from services provided that you see here in purple. What makes us unique is that we offer best-in-class, on-site, and virtual programs with hundreds of experts across 6 pillars of health in all 50 states in the United States, delivering programs in half the time than our competition. We project we'll be at 36.5 million in the next 4 years. And why me and why now? After a lifetime of being an athlete, I had major heart surgery at the age of 33. 5 heart stents later, I became determined to create a company that made health and wellness affordable and accessible for everyone. We've got an amazing board of directors, and today we are seeking $1 million in investment and a convertible note with a 20% discount and a $6 million valuation cap. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have now.
Thank you. I was just about to stop you because we're over time. Thank you, Mika. Any questions for Mika from the judges? Sorry. None here? Huh? Please go.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
So first of all, thank you for the pitch. It was very interesting, right? And it seems that you have really a great growth strategy and a plan for US. What about global? What are your aspirations for, going global, and what kind of assessment that you have done in terms of business?
Yeah, so we do have plans to go global in the next 3 years. So our big explosion will happen yes, so global in a few years. We currently have a few clients that are global in Europe and Australia and Asia, but they're with headquarters that are typically based in the United States.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah, so my question was, I saw the back end for the reporting, but do you also have content, or do you provide that through third parties? Like
we do have unique content that we have. So we have 6 pillars of health, and we have unique content in each of those pillars. Most of our content does come from our experts, our hundreds of experts, and we leverage that we copyright that so that we own the rights to it.
Okay. I think we have time for one final question.
A quick question from me. You talk a lot about ROI. Just wanted to understand sort of what's the average ROI you bring your customers?
Yeah, so what we found historically is that, like Anna was saying, she gets a 14% engagement rate, which is typically the average is 10%. With our clients, we average about 30%. So that's the return on investment that we have as a 3x based on, we 3x what the average is for most of our clients.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mika and judges. I think we can give Mika a round of applause, and best of luck to you. Okay, so next up we have Candace Hampson, the CEO of KiteLine Health. Candace, are you there? Okay, Candace, we can't hear you.
There.
There, perfect. Would you mind, please? Okay, perfect. Now here's your presentation. Take it away. You've got 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Candace Hampson, CEO and co-founder of KiteLine Health. KiteLine Health exists to make it easy for everyone to be proactive about their health. This was me in 2015. I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and I wasn't expecting it. I think the hardest thing for me at the time was really finding the right information about research-backed information that I could find about lifestyle change that I could make to improve my chance of recovery and also prevent recurrence. And it wasn't just finding that information, but also having support to make that behavior change, which was really important to us. We know sustainable lifestyle change can have a massive impact on many areas of public health, and these are just a few of them. In a corporate setting, however, it's really about long-term illness, chronic stress, and burnout, and these really impact the bottom line and present challenges to retention, absenteeism, productivity, and engagement. Companies know now they need to cultures that support personalized whole person health. But it's really hard to do. Achieving that sustainable lifestyle change on your own is very hard. Prevention's hard to measure and value, so it never gets procured. And then personalization is really hard to do because people need to know what they need and what they want. So this is where KiteLine Health comes in. We support people with health conditions and well-being needs through personal health coaching, bite-sized learning, and practical tools, creating a more resilient, engaged, and productive population. At the moment, we have 3 main products. We offer online courses developed by our health coaches, vetted by our medical advisory board, and we also offer live remote coaching, either in groups of up to 10 or also one-to-one coaching. We are different because we are research-backed. We are all about lifestyle medicine and bringing that side of integrative medicine into the mainstream. We also provide an admin dashboard with aggregated insights across user activity. Our go-to-market strategy is targeting L&D and HR teams to drive sales, and post-sales, we run internal comms campaigns with our companies that have been bespokely created to drive engagement. Traction, we are currently working on a 70K pilot with John Lewis, a massive retailer in the UK, and we've been supported by Antler and SFC and have raised 368K to date. This is our team. My co-founder, Christine, is our CMO and has 20 years of content building expertise. Urian's our head of product and tech and has over 11 years of experience building health tech apps. We have a stellar advisory board across integrative oncology all the way through to NHS advisors and ex-Babylon tech advisors. And this is our raise. We're raising £1.5 million of seed funding to accelerate our growth. Thanks very much.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Candice. So, judges, would you have any questions for Candice?
I have a quick question, Candice. First of all, that was an awesome presentation, so thank you for that. I'm kind of curious, I know it's a pretty crowded space, so just kind of would love to hear more about your differentiation in the market.
Sure. So we believe we have differentiation in a couple of ways. One is the integrative medicine, bringing the lifestyle medicine side of that into more mainstream understanding and use. That is what is really important to me as a previous oncology patient, bringing that kind of awareness around. We also have that combination of providing live remote sessions with health coaches, as well as the content side. And so we feel we can provide both depth and breadth, which is what is needed with companies. So they don't have to go to many different providers. So I hope that helps.
Any other questions?
A lot of companies like yours have issues with customer engagement. Do you have any special solutions for that?
We believe that companies know their employees best and know how they kind of respond best. So we really work with our main clients to develop bespoke engagement strategies that we can implement on the platform that ensure a higher engagement rate. So at the moment, our engagement rate's also around kind of 40%, like the other companies have mentioned.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think we have time for one final question. It has to be a quick one, or else. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you so much, Candice, and best of luck.
Thanks so much.
All right, next up we have Adrian Vinuales from Mindgram. He's the head of international expansion for Iberico-America. Hi, can you hear us?
Hello,
okay?
how are you doing?
Yes, great, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you please share your presentation?
I think I have it on already.
Perfect, now we can see it. Take it away, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everybody. So let me tell you a story about the taboos and stigma in the workplace, no? And that has certainly created a bunch of problems to modern organizations and mostly recently where with the pandemic and the current situation mostly coming from Europe has even make this much more visible for all companies. And then when you like realize that how your working environment, you have a majority of people that is suffering from anxiety and even like a depression and burnout symptoms, now that's concerning like top management in companies. So companies, of course, they are tackling those. They are trying to tackle those issues with like some yoga sessions, online psychotherapy. Here and there, some fragmented actions that in their spots they are not being able to tackle the whole solution in an holistic way. So there is when we founded Mindgram less than 2 years ago, a startup from Poland that nowadays has grown to an 80 people team, has a top-notch platform, more of a network of over 500 therapists, and 80 customers already signed, and over 9 million euros of funding that we have received until today. And of course, among those customers, those come with over 50,000 users that are nowadays using the platform from well-known brands and companies that are proving or value in the service and the product market fit that we were looking for. And not only that, that we have been able to sign our milestone in 1 million ARR in getting that healthy growth and being able to keep that steady along this year and a half working. But our main goal and main KPI here is to reach an ongoing registration rate and engagement rate of users. No, we want to have like impact in the companies that we work with, and they use it, and of course we're going to have impact in their well-being and mental health. So our platform, as I was saying, it's a mental health and well-being platform that has that goes all the way from diagnosis to advanced health, having also prevention and early intervention with a strong focus in prevention, where we think that we're going to make a much more resilient workforce for companies that we work with. So our founders from Poland are Adam, Kuba, and Gosia, experienced in psychology and health techs, and they have recently hired top-of-the-line managers that are going to sustain this growth, which is basically our main concern, no? And actually our new milestone recently is that we have managed to stabilize our cost, and now with the same product we want to expand to new markets like Spain. We're now getting the first customers. So thank you, and that's all for Mindgram.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing. Okay, judges, would you have any questions for Adrian?
Thank you for the presentation. A question around sort of go-to-market. What does your typical go-to-market sales motion look like?
What is your typical, sorry?
Go-to-market sales motion.
Our typical go-to-market, after we accomplished to consolidate the Polish market, where we launched our product and platform, we moved to Spain, and we're going to keep flowing to Spanish-speaking markets, where we see there is a bigger opportunity, while there is other like competitors in English-speaking markets and in Northern Europe. We're going to keep focusing on that trend.
What is the biggest risk, and how do you plan to mitigate it?
Our biggest risk nowadays is to accomplish product market fit in the different geographies that we want to achieve. As I was saying, our go-to-market strategy is to keep expanding to Latin markets and Spanish-speaking markets, and accomplishing product market fit in different geographies is going to be a big challenge. Now we have proved that the similar product, with some localization, works in geographies such different as Poland and Spain. But of course, Latin has like many countries with different specificities, so that's going to be, of course, like a big challenge to adapt and get product market fit in every geography and country.
I agree that's a big challenge, but what's the risk to your business? Those are two different questions.
Yeah, for the risk for the business is actually achieving like the right service for companies. No, like as you have heard, like two of the people presenting before myself, they were tackling almost the same type of service, like with a different angle. So I think that there is a lot of us like going to the same target, but like trying to find the right product. We believe that our product, being the most holistic one, is going to be the way to go for companies, being like the benefit that is going to tackle that type of the employment, like a mental health support for employees. But yeah, that's going to be a big risk.
Great. Thank you so much for your responses and your questions, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so another round of applause, please. Okay, next up we have someone joining us in person. Rita Masurano, co-founder and CEO of Navarro. The clicker is up there. And whenever you're ready, your 3 minutes will start.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. So, hi everyone, I'm Rita Masurano, CEO of Navarro, and I'm here today to show you how we are revolutionizing mental health care. So, once upon a time, there was a girl who, in between her crazy daily hustle and bustle, stopped for a minute to notice her hand shaking. She went to the doctor, and he said, "Oh, that's just anxiety. Here, take some pills and no one will ever notice you have a problem." But does it make sense to take pills that often? Shouldn't there be a better way to cope with it? That girl was me. And if we look closely, workplaces are the main trigger of those symptoms. So when they are not addressed, it eventually leads to burnout, the professional exhaustion syndrome. Most of the company's employees are reporting symptoms, and that ends up having huge costs on how companies are performing and their expenditures. So, as the old saying says, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's why we developed this tool to help companies provide coping skills to their employees. For that, let me introduce you to Holly. This small brain, he will work as a personal trainer for mental health through our mobile app that combines a lot of positive psychology techniques that are clinically validated and personalized to our needs. Here's a practical example. This is a basic breathing exercise, but through the microphone we will understand the breathing patterns and with that suggest the right amount of cycles you should do in order to regulate your own breathing. So with this biofeedback technology, we allow a personalized journey for each one of us. And then, in the end, we can provide companies as well with reports on the global mental health state of their workforces and performance. This technology, this biofeedback technology, has been the result of a study of the master thesis of the co-founders, myself included, and we've been testing and proving the results on the European Congress of Psychiatry for 4 years now. Holly has been really, our biggest result so far is the improvement in coping skills that we have noticed only with 6 months of usage of the app. So we saw a 14% increase in the coping mechanisms of the workforces. We've been highlighted both nationally in Portugal, from where we are from, and internationally for our results with this approach on mental health with companies. So we started developing this technology around 2018, as I mentioned, and we've been working on it so far. Last year, we released the beta version of the app with a super large company in Portugal. It had around 35,000 employees. That's where we started to see these big metrics, so this improvement in coping mechanisms and so on. This year, we are preparing for launching in the next couple of weeks with a product in the market, starting in Portugal. We already have some proofs of some pre-launch paying customers and a lot of companies requesting our services. And then we intend to expand to other European countries, and in 5 years we want to be market leaders in this sector. Currently we are fundraising, so we need to expand the team to medically certify with Class 1 device and for this launching of the app. Behind all this, we are a team passionate by the human behavior, and we have a board of advisors that help us build all the app. And of course, we don't want to stop here. We are starting by workplace well-being, but we eventually want to integrate with healthcare and reach everyone everywhere. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay. All right. Judges, you have 2 minutes for your questions.
An excellent presentation is how to think of the question, but for now, is the content that your app is offering in Portuguese?
Both Portuguese and English.
Okay. So if you intend to scale, what do you see as your biggest obstacles?
The main obstacle, I would say, is not an obstacle. It's just like a delaying factor, which is adapting to the culture of each country that we are moving to. Because mental health is a specific issue that involves this, so we have to adapt that to the culture we are entering. But apart from that, it's a really scalable product because it's a mobile app. And it's, as I said, personalized to our needs through our interaction with the app.
Great presentation. I would love to learn a bit more about how you see sort of your competition and who you come across when you're talking to potential customers.
That's a great question. So there are a lot of solutions emerging in this field, but our main differentiation is in fact this personalization tool, so this biofeedback that we do, resorting not only, we could resort also to wearables, but we are doing that strictly with the smartphone sensors, so reducing the need for external hardware. You can do it like we all have a smartphone, but we don't all have like a wristband. But so with our solution, you can do that with just this piece of hardware.
Correct.
One last question. What kind of evidence-based study have you done on your capabilities?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Evidence-based study and research to support the, your product. Basically.
Okay. So we started applying it to patients. So we had a control group and then an experimental one. With that one used the gamified solution with the biofeedback, another didn't. And we verified a reduction of anxiety symptoms 5 times faster on the experimental group. But that was a clinical setting. Now we are implementing this solution as a prevention tool in not a clinical setting. So we are now assessing those results.
Okay, thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
We're out of time now. Thank you for the great presentation. Okay, so we've got 3 left to go. Next up, André Santos, CEO and co-founder of Nutrium. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. And we even have your presentation. Perfect. Take it away.
Hello. So thank you so much for having me today. I'm André, the CEO of Nutrium. And today I want to present you Nutrium Care. So first things first, do you know how important nutrition is for your overall health? After losing 25 kilos, I realized the real impact of having excess weight had on my entire life. But this is not only about obese or overweight people. Bad nutrition is really affecting you, and you can change your life by changing your eating habits. And I believe in the past 6 years, we have built the infrastructure to solve this huge problem in scale. We have the leading nutrition counseling platform and the biggest network of dietitians worldwide. So we have decided to use this infrastructure to start bringing nutrition to people that never thought about the real impact of their eating habits, much less in having a dietitian. So we have launched Nutrium Care, a solution that enables any company to offer nutrition to their employees. Nutrium Care is a very complete program that uses technology to enable you to find the best dietitian for you from our huge network of dietitians. After selecting your dietitian, they will be in your pocket, always available for you. And finally, we will complement the entire experience with workshops and webinars for your entire team. So this is much more than having a dietitian. With our technology, you have first, asynchronous care, second, proactive care. What this means, the dietitian will also get in touch with you. For example, last week, I received a message from Maria João saying, Andrea, I saw that you did no exercise in the last 2 weeks. So I'm just wondering, are you on vacation mode or is something more? Well, this is really changing my life, my health, and the health of every company with Nutrium Care. The feedback and the results are being incredible. People that never thought about having a dietitian are now promoters of it. But we are just starting. You can see what we achieved in 6 months. Companies like Danone, Vodafone, or Randstad are already working with us. but our incredible team of 50 young and talented people, which is growing like each month, is on a mission to ensure Nutrium Care is on every good company worldwide. And for that, we need you. We raised 5 million so far, but we are raising our Series A. And if you want to know more about it, please get in touch with me. Because together, we can change the world. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for that, Andre. And you finish with 10 seconds to spare. Okay, judges, over to you for your questions.
Thanks, Andre. Curious about the other players in this space. Are there other, dietitian type apps that would compete with you here?
We have a lot of competition. Most of our competitors are local players working on each market. And I believe the main difference between us and them is really, first, our technology, of course, because it's very different from having your dietitian in your pocket or having appointments, but also the network of dietitians. Since we are using our SaaS customers as the supply, we have customers all around the world. So an international company can offer the same benefit to all their employees all around the world. And that's probably the main advantage that we have.
I have a question around scalability. How many dietitians how many customers to each dietitian, and how are you working to increase the efficiency of your dietitians?
So right now we have 15,000 active dietitians as in our SaaS solution for dietitian. But we are not using the entire network of dietitians. So we are, for now, using our best dietitians to provide the service, but we can increase the number anytime we want. But that's a very good question. What we are doing is helping the dietitian to provide a good service by automating some things. For example, we are identifying the normal pattern of their patients, and we are alerting them. For example, Andre stopped doing exercise, and they are able to interact with me. That's the kind of things we are doing right now, is really helping with AI to automate the follow-up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you, judges, for your questions as well. Okay, so now we should have Kulin Shah, co-founder of Onsurity. Are you there? Hi.
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you mind sharing your presentation, please?
Yes, I have already shared it. Let me know when you can see it.
My mic's gone off. Okay, now it's working again. Yes, we can see it. You can start now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to all the global audience out here. We are Onsurity. We are India's first and only based employee health benefits plan focusing on the Indian SMBs. The key numbers for you to kind of digest out here is that India has about 655 million people, which comprises of the missing middle. These 655 million people are associated with the 63 million SMBs in India, who hire about 330 million people, and only 5% of them have any kind of a healthcare. One of the biggest reasons for not getting this healthcare is because till date, brokers, agents, and insurance companies have not really kind of provided a relevant product to the SMBs. Two, that India is typically a 12-month or an annual premium economy, and hence the working capital gets stuck if you kind of make such large annual payments. And of course, from an operationality perspective, there is no technology that aids these SMBs today. So what is Onsurity? Onsurity is basically is a full stack approach to providing a complete healthcare solution to the SMBs and their employees. We have created a monthly subscription payment technology platform, which basically combines a monthly membership of bundling health, life, and accidental insurance, and a first of its kind health and wellness assurance products. We also have a backend technology which helps us to ascertain risk associated with the SMB, and we are able to provide an instant quote and an instant purchase, just like a Netflix solution. Normally what takes about 60 days for a company HR to go ahead and purchase our employee health benefits plan, we do it in about 5 minutes. We also have a complete distribution internally and complete wellness, and we focus a lot on claims management with a team of about 30 doctors helping you during your claims needs. We are close to about 3,000 plus businesses. We have about onboarded 400,000 lives, all of this in the last 24 months since we launched. And today we have raised about $15 million. And we work with partners like WeWork, LG, Visa, DBS.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the team of your startup?
Co-founder is one of the world's youngest actuaries and has spent the last 12 years in the insurance space. And we have a team of people who have built SMB businesses in the past. Our head of technology has built very scalable B2C businesses and B2B businesses. And our marketing head comes with 17 years of experience of building SME products for small banks. And our head of business comes with, again, experience of 17 years in the banking space and has built basically multiple geographies for that bank in India. And we have about 70 people in our tech team and about 30 people in our underwriting team and about 30 people in our claims management team. We're a team of close to about 240 people today.
Great. No more questions?
One last question, right? What do you see overall as a market?
And hence it's up for grabs. We are the fastest growing in this space because today, fortunately, our product is not batched by anyone in the country right now. We're the only product that provides a monthly subscription platform for SMBs.
Okay, good. What is your plan of expansion beyond India?
I'm sorry, we're almost out of time, so I think
we're going to be in India only. India poses a great opportunity for us, so we'll right now be in India only.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and best of luck as well. And lastly, for this category, we've got Marco Benitez, the CEO of Rook Motion. Hello, can you hear us?
Hi there. Yeah, I can hear you very well. Thank you very much. I'm the last. I hope you enjoy my presentation. Just 1 second, please.
Okay, here we go. Great, take it away.
Great.
We can see it now.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for this time. I'm Marco Benitez. I am the founder of Rook Motion. I'm co-founder of Rook Motion, the CEO. And we empower any wellness app to log the human performance. And we will become the single source of truth of wearable data. In fact, we can help a lot of the previous startups that we see today. The problem that we are addressing here is that the adoption of wearables has become a mainstream. 3 out of 5 people in North America and Europe are using wearable devices on a daily basis. Unfortunately, the stakeholders of health data are trying to make sense of the information collected through wearables, are faced with a financial and operational challenge to do so. So how do we solve this problem? Rook Motion provides easy access to comprehensive biomarkers data and insights embedded into any wellness app through our API and SDK integration. What that means is that we integrate hundreds of wearables, organize, standardize, and normalize information in one place. With that information, we give feedback in real time, or we can embed the raw data of the wearable devices, and we embed this information in third-party apps. So basically, Rook Motion enables any brand to generate a more personalized, engaging, and effective user experience without the hassle of integrating hundreds of wearables one by one. So why now? We are accelerating the inevitable by becoming the single source of truth for wearable data and insights. The business model, we are a B2B business model. So basically, we are a health data as a service provider, and we charge per active user. We extract the information from these 3 ways. We extract information from the wearables with an SDK, with the health kits, with Apple Health Kit, Google Health Kit, etc., and the APIs from each wearable. Then the market, that's the reason that I'm here. We operate in a huge and growing global market with more and more people using wearable devices on a daily basis, and companies trying to make use of the wearable data. Some of our clients are fitness apps, digital health platforms, corporate wellness. The corporate wellness vertical is very interesting because they now are trying to have all the information from their own employees and give them like incentives, like discounts or something like that that help to low or slow the stress that they have. And all this information is provided from the wearable. The other verticals are the insurance companies who wants to know the same thing as corporate wellness, and also the big pharma. Big pharma, they are using this information from clinical trials, from the phase 1 to phase 4, from interventional studies, and also from the real world evidence studies. So this is something very important for them. Do we have traction? Yes, we have. We sell our solution just this year in the market, and we could quickly sign 7 contracts that are representing 2.4 in annual recurrent revenue after the rollout. And we have a waiting list of 30 companies. We are a seasoned diverse team with background in healthcare. We are biomedical engineers in the fitness industry and software development. We are located in the United States, specifically in Miami, and we have a strong tech presence in Mexico and Peru.
Marco, I will have to stop you there. We're just out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And judges, would you have any questions for Marco?
Yeah, Marco. So the information you pull from those, is that for data research, or is that actually to provide solutions for healthcare to link into those applications?
So basically what we are doing right now, we pull information from the wearables, but by their own clients. For example, in the insurance companies, they extract information from their own clients. So the information is the raw data from wearables. As you know, probably the wearables, some wearables are approved by the FDA, like Apple.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm back with a new tie, if you can see that, but also with a new, what's it called? We're talking about clinical workflow. That's what we're doing. And from AI-powered solution to futuristic health data platforms, our next finalists pull all the stops to revolutionize the way medical institutions operate. So if that sounds interesting, stay and we'll do a deep dive in that. But before we start, we have to introduce our eminent judges for today, of course. So we have Rena Such, Head of Digital and Connected Health at IPSOS, Neringa Dubaiskaine, Researcher and Interactive Electronic Systems Group at Kaunas University of Technology, Simon Rout, Hospital Manager of Centre Hospitalier de Valenciennes. I hope I got that right. And then we have Brian Cooper, Chief Information Service Officer at Synchronos Health, Robert Lugovsky, a co-founder and managing partner at Cobin Angels, Michal Shadorek, attorney at law, partner at KRK, and on virtual link, we have Trupen Moody, Director of Digital Health Innovation Strategy at Microsoft. And thank you very much for joining us today. And once again, I would like to go through the rules. Simple rules, 3 minutes for each company to present, and then we have 2 minutes for the judges to ask questions, and I will come in and interfere as soon as we go over time. So I'll be the bad guy here again. And with all of that said, I think we can jump into the first contestant. And then I would like to present Sandra Shalma, the CEO for Addix. Please join me on stage. And then if you get the presentation ready,
clicker?
Feel free to start. You got 3 minutes from now.
My mother began her Alzheimer's investigation about a year ago, and we're not even halfway through the process. For millions of individuals around the world, it is just as tedious, inefficient, and often costs too much. It's too expensive to obtain a diagnosis. So we do have the technology to change this, we just need to utilize it. My name is Sandra Shalma, and today I will introduce you to Addix, a screening tool for early detection of dementia. The greatest problem with dementia has been identified as late and costly diagnostic procedures. The total global cost is actually over 250 billion euros, not million as it says here. And it takes about 5 hours to diagnose a patient in total and can cost up to 10,000 euros. So what it results in is large people with undiagnosed needs. So Addix has found and developed a solution. We have this non-invasive screening tool using machine learning technology that allows clinicians and patients to merely scan facial images for analysis and then receive results within minutes. So this is a one-of-its-kind patented solution. So the benefits would not only serve the healthcare sectors in net savings and allow more patients to be screened, but it will also aid in acceleration of patient recruitment that would facilitate earlier detection of pharmaceutical medical advances. As of today, there are no existing low-cost biomarker tools in the market. The most common measures used today, such as MRI and PET scans, they don't really compete with the advantages that Addix offer in terms of cost efficiency, scalability, and the non-invasive applicability. So the total available market today is estimated to be over $5 billion or euros. And it's as the number of elderly population is continuing to increase, that number is also estimated to increase extensively within the next few years to come. So with our conservative estimation of market share, we estimate over $400 million in obtainable market. Our business model aims to work with key opinion leaders to first enter the pharmaceutical and healthcare industries, to be a facilitator for stratification of patient recruitment, And further on down the road, we're intended to go to market for the public for self-administrative purposes. So our upcoming milestones aim to collect the data collection before we do the regulatory compliances, and then we go to market. Oops. Here is our ADDX team, and me as the CEO, our machine learning expert, Philip Peters, our inventor, Jacob Gelberg. Okay.
We're out of time.
Thank you.
And now, if the judges have any questions, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you for your pitch.
Hi.
In terms of, so this is facial. So it's pure. Are there any other biomarkers you're considering, like voice? Because there's been some evidence to show that voice can also be really impactful in this condition.
Yes, there are other digital biomarkers that are being explored in the moment. We are focusing on facial images that have been related to, for example, cerebral blood flow changes, brain atrophy that can be seen in external feature changes, as well as skin tissue changes, so as well as the apogene expression that has been related to dementia progression. So we're looking primarily at the facial image analysis right now.
And where are you in terms of how much data you've gathered, clinical trials, or I saw the timeline very quickly. So.
Yeah, sorry about that. We have done a pilot study, and we're actually got a 71% accuracy rate on that one. So that's pretty relatively high in comparison to clinical diagnosis. So we're planning, and we have in the pipeline clinical study collaborations that we're about to start now with projects.
Hello, thank you for presentation. I know it's quite early, but do you have any imagination about the business model? That's one question. And the second, you said that you have patented technology. So what is patented and on what geographies?
So what we patented is the machine learning model that we developed using these computer vision techniques to identify the special identifications of dementia and Alzheimer's progression. That is, it's been an extensive filed patent, but we're in the progress still.
Okay. And the business model, can you elaborate a bit?
And the business model, we're aiming to firstly...
How are we going to make money?
Well, as our customer base in pharmaceutical industry, we're aiming to form the study collaborations and then enter via the networking possibilities that we have there.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. No time for no more questions. So thank you very much,
okay.
and good luck.
Thank you. Get in touch.
Next up, we have Alexandra Berner, who's the Senior Director of Business Development at Climedo.
Okay, thank you.
3 minutes starts now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name's Alexandra Berner. I work for Climedo, and we offer a SaaS platform that's concentrating on clinical trials. Imagine you are a lung cancer patient, and you have suffering from symptoms like chest pain, coughing, generally feeling very low and tired. You're facing a lot of other issues, like family issues eventually, financial issues, but really your biggest fear is death. Your only hope is a clinical trial. So the sites, the experts could be something like 200 kilometers away from where you live. And that is a big challenge for these patients. So really, what we're trying to do at Climedo is go from this site-centric, old setting in clinical trials, go into a patient-centric setting. How do we do this? We offer an interactive EDC system. So we're collecting data from not only sites, so the doctors, but mainly also for the patients when they fill in questionnaires. And they can do that rather than having to go for the sites directly and spending a lot of time in cars and feeling low from wherever it feels convenient for them, from their home, their sofa, their workplace. We're also collecting data. There's an option to do that from wearables. We've already done that, starting a project now. And all this data that we're collecting remotely is obviously flying back to our sponsors, the pharma companies, academia, where they do what they want to do, is obviously find a cure for the patients. And also giving data back in dashboards and customizable dashboards so that the investigators mainly, and also in the next step, patients can see where they are, what has happened over time. That's clearly for post-market phase 4 non-interventional studies. Basically, we can tailor all the interfaces down to the patient. It's very easy to use in the setup, but also for the patient to use. So who are we? We've been around for 5 years now, and we're more than 60 employees already. We are based in Munich in Germany. And we've started with academia, with the Charité in Berlin, where they needed a digital solution for the oncology pediatric department, where we build up the system specifically for clinical studies. So everything that you would wish for in there is obviously built in when it comes down to all the regulations. A next step, go into the industry.
Sorry, I'm going to have to break it off there. We're just
fine.
out of time.
No, it's fine. Last thing, if you want to see what a patient sees, you can scan that in on your mobile.
Very cool indeed. Now, our lovely judges, please fire away your questions, if you have any.
Who is your main competitor?
I'd say Castor in Europe. Obviously, when you go more global, they're the likes of Thread, Science37, Medable, if you've heard of them. But there's clearly also big companies like Medidata and Viva and whatever. They all have got some sort of ED systems, but they're old, heavy. You know, they were built for different types of thing, not on the digital steps. So they're built there in rather than from bottom up, which is where we're coming from.
Another spin-off from Charité called Kairos, recently acquired by, I think, by IQVIA. Is it in your range or some?
We don't actually stumble across them. I've heard of them, yes, but so far we haven't hit that.
Thank you.
So in terms of, are you predominantly working with pharma companies with the clinical trial side and academia? And is it Germany primarily at the moment from the map?
Yes, at the moment it's Germany, DACH region basically. Next step is obviously going into Europe, which is our goal by 2025 to go into obviously more countries, more languages, more support in that area.
And you started with the problem statement around lung cancer, but you're broader than that, right?
Yes, I mean, that's just an example, obviously. So it could, we're therapeutic area agnostic, if you like. So it could be anything, yes.
Okay, no more questions? Then we thank you for that, and good luck. Next up, we have Kevin Lyman, the founder and chief science officer for Enlytic. Now we can see you. Hello. And we see your presentation. So feel free to start. Your 3 minutes are counting now. Yes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Kevin Lyman, founder and chief science officer at Enlytic, and today I'd like to tell you briefly about how we're reimagining healthcare by reimagining the ways that humans and artificial intelligence can work together. Clinical efficiency and capacity are the #1 issues challenging healthcare globally. While the number and complexity of procedures performed annually sharply rises, the number of clinicians qualified to interpret these studies fails to keep pace. Technology aims to anneal this curve by maximizing the efficiency of our limited clinical resources, but a myriad of technical issues inhibits the ability of vendors and health systems to do so effectively. At the heart of all of these challenges is that of interoperability, or the ability to access and make meaningful use of data across the various people and software tools in place along a patient's journey. Surprisingly, more than 76% of hospitals in the US today admit to using more than 10 disparate EMRs in their day-to-day practice. Unsurprisingly, that leads to incredible difficulties in accessing and correlating relevant data. Similarly, the use of disparate imaging systems has caused more than 7.6 billion diagnostic images to be inaccessible altogether. These issues result in nearly 5% of all radiology studies having errors, which in turn cause a loss of more than 30 billion annually to the US health system and more than 125 billion annually to the various hospitals across the country. The rise of AI has offered potential solutions to some of these issues, but the challenges in interoperability prohibit the use of AI at scale, with the average solution still requiring more than 10 full-time employees, more than 12 months on average to implement. Through our leading clinical AI platform, Curie, our solution is a tool called Endex. Endex uses a collection of world-class computer vision and natural language processing algorithms to analyze clinical data and standardize it to a universal ontology. While countless technical solutions in the past have attempted to interconnect the various tools hospitals use along the care pathway, Endex is the first to act as a universal translator, ensuring the ability for these systems to effectively communicate. Other tools simply try to connect the phone lines between two countries. Endex uses advanced AI to ensure the parties on either side can effectively understand one another. And in doing so, we've found and shown massive benefit to our customers. With 9 global customers signed in only 1 year since beginning commercialization of Endex, we've been able to show an average reduction of more than 80% in reductions to clinical workflow or interruptions to clinical workflows and staff related to interoperability issues, with an average ROI of more than 2 to 5x. With 3 to 5 year contract terms at an average of just under $340,000 per year, we've already booked more than $5 million in committed ARR in our first year of commercialization and more than $15 million in total fulfillable commitments. We have a team of about 70 experts from all walks of life in healthcare IT, including our CEO,
I
Jim
am sorry,
Fani.
Kevin, but we are out of time.
Thank you very much.
Now the jury has their 2 minutes to ask their questions.
Hi, thank you. Who are your customers? Are you going direct to hospital systems and they're the purchase the product, or you work with med device diagnostic companies as well? What's the business model?
Yeah, we actually sell to both. Our primary customer segment right now are health systems who really suffer from a lot of issues in day-to-day workflow because of this lack of interoperability. But in doing so, we've attracted the attention of a lot of the OEMs, the providers that manufacture the devices themselves that cause these issues, as well as the software tools that are plagued by the issues themselves. And so we've been very fortunate in just a year's time to have customers in all of those segments. I'd say our focus remains on the health systems, but our fastest growing segments are the OEMs, who I think recognize the inherent licensability of the technology for their customers.
What markets do you want to access? And specifically, do you want to access the EU market? And have you addressed the EU perspectives on creating a universal European health data format?
It's a great question. While our focus was initially meant to be pretty squarely within the United States, and most of our customers are here, our largest customer is actually the largest teleradiology provider in all of Europe. And that kind of caused us to very early on have to have a big focus, not just on EU and GDPR related issues, but developing a universal ontology that accounts for all languages and differences in different medical cultures. And so while the US was our core focus, everything has been built inherently for the EU, as well as a lot of Asian countries as well. And so we're very quickly moving throughout Europe with a particular focus on the UK, Spain, Germany, and a couple other nearby countries.
Who do you compete with?
Time is actually up there, so we don't have time for the last question. All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Luis Valente, the CEO and co-founder for Elof, Intelligent Lab on Fiber. Now we see you, and if you start your presentation.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Mehak Mumtaz. Actually, I'm going to be representing the company for Luis today. I'm also a co-founder of Elof, and we are building a cloud-based intelligent platform to accelerate drug development. For hundreds of years, new treatments have been developed on the basis that the same medication will work equally for everyone. But for many diseases, this is unfortunately not the case. A prime example of this is Alzheimer's disease. In the past 14 years, there have been more than 400 failed clinical trials and only one disease-modifying therapy approved recently. The reason why drug development for diseases like Alzheimer's is so difficult is the complexity and heterogeneity of these diseases. Hence, clinical trials to test these treatments require effective patient stratification based on a patient's molecular profile. However, as we also heard earlier, current screening procedures used are inefficient, invasive, and costly, and that leads to high failure rates and costly trials. We founded iLoft to tackle this problem. iLoft is enabling the development of personalized therapies for complex heterogeneous diseases like Alzheimer's through a unique platform which can stratify and recruit patients for clinical trials based on their molecular profiles. Our platform uses a patented photonics device to capture an optical fingerprint of a patient's blood sample. This fingerprint is then compared using AI with our cloud-based fingerprint library for potential matches, identifying appropriate patient profiles for trial recruitment. The method is non-invasive, it's label-free, low cost, and very rapid. And that enables trial sponsors to save up to 40% of the screening costs, up to 70% of the screening time, and to improve patient retention in trials. Using our platform, we are building the biggest library of optical disease fingerprints to help drive the development and adoption of personalized medicine for complex diseases. And in just 2 years, we've built significant momentum. We're partnered with some of the biggest institutes around the world to grow our data library. This currently stands at around 3,000 samples in our biobank and is expected to grow 5 times in the next year. We've also attracted attention of global pharma players, including Roche, with whom we're launching a multi-center clinical study across 7 hospitals in Europe. We're backed by leading technology and healthcare investors, including Microsoft Ventures, Mayfield, and AMS Osram, one of the leading photonic sensor company around the world. We just closed a seed round early this year, and we're currently scaling the team in our technical operations. We're also very proud to be recognized by Microsoft as a top lead global female-founded deep tech company.
And by time. Sorry, I have to break you off.
That's okay.
Also, sorry for the naming confusion in the beginning. There were some technical issues. I hope that's okay. And now the jury, your questions?
I have a question. What is your customer, meaning who is your customer base, and what is your commercial model for revenue generation?
Yep, sure. So our customers in the first instance are pharma companies who are leading clinical trials for their various drugs in the pipeline, or CROs who are actually organizing these trials for them. Our current revenue model so far has consisted of primarily a project-based fee based on the number of samples that we process in a particular study. But our future business model, as we validated with our partners and customers, it consists of an upfront fee that covers the device cost and installation, along with a subscription fee for the software usage. And then depending on the type of study or project, we then also have a royalty component, which is based on trial and drug development milestones.
And what's the competition on the market?
So we're competing with the incumbent technologies like genomics and proteomics. However, we have a significant advantage over them because of lower costs, less complex data handling, the ease and time of sample processing, and that makes our method a lot more scalable. Now, at the same time, application of photonics to biology, it's a very hot field right now, and there are multiple companies that are aiming for a piece of the pie. What makes us unique is our superior signal with much more, a higher sensitivity, our data collection capabilities, and our strategic partnerships, and the way that we integrate AI, and that enables us to extract much more information than traditional methods.
Okay, that's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on to the next. Here we have Vera Guerrero. She's the global business development for Medictor. And it's in person also. Please take the stage, and then your 3 minutes will start.
Yeah, just 1 second. Coordination is not my thing, so. Okay. Okay, so my name is Vera. Nice to meet you. I work in global business development at Medictor. So we all know that access to healthcare is an unsolved problem worldwide. So an unassisted decision-making leads to errors. So people tend to go on Google and type their symptoms, and then they make the wrong decisions. One of them is to run to the ER, and that leads to another problem, which is saturated emergency rooms. And Medictor is here to help you with this first step, accessing healthcare, driving patients to the right level of care at the right time. How we do this? We solve this problem in a very reliable and scalable way by building what's Medictor today, the most accurate AI-based medical assistant for triage and pre-diagnosis. So in our tool, we mimic a human-like conversation. As a patient, you can type and express your symptoms in your own terms. That will lead to a conversation of an average of 14 questions, and at the end, we'll provide you with a recommendation on what to do next and a list of possible diseases that you may be suffering from. So we've been doing this for the last 10 years using our own technology built in-house. We have a massive medical database covering 95% of primary care. We use natural language recognition to improve the patient experience, and we have our technology available nowadays in 15 languages. So the technology is important for us, but also it is the clinical evidences of our tool. And for that, we continuously conduct clinical trials with real patients in real-life situations. And nowadays, we have an accuracy of 91.3%. So we are a white label B2B SaaS solution available in all types of interfaces that can be embedded in your technology and up and running in up to 4 weeks. We've been proving our value proposition worldwide for different verticals. We work with insurance companies, with hospitals, the pharmaceutical industry, and telemedicine platforms. So some of our unique features, if there is any doubt about working with us, is that we actually are the only ones in the market with a clinical trial with real patients. We have 15 languages. We are the only ones working with natural language processing. We have the lowest average number of questions. And we have experience. It's been 10 years and 26 countries. This is our footprint worldwide. And my question for you is, are you ready to improve access to healthcare with us? Thank you.
That's a good segue over to more questions from the jury again.
Oh, is this nice? No questions?
No, always questions. So who are your competitors? I know you're the only one with clinical trial data.
We are not the only ones with clinical trials. We are the only ones with clinical trials with real patients. Our competitors in the market do have accuracy. They use a different type of clinical trials, in-house, using vignettes. And we have a few worldwide. Some of them are the local company from Medica. Another one could be Ada from Germany, or even Babylon Health.
And where have you had the most success in terms of the particular countries that you're really established in? Particular countries that you're more established in?
Well, the US, I would say that it's our main market nowadays. We actually already have an office there and a dedicated team. Otherwise, Latin America will be like a natural connection for a Spanish company, which we are. But over that, honestly, worldwide. It's 15 languages and a few more are coming.
What class of medical device are you in?
Our consumer version, which is this one for patients, we are a medical device class 1 and FDA exempt in the US. And I'm saying this because we also have a professional version of Medictor, which I didn't specify, and that one will be a medical device class 2.
Under MDD or MDR?
MDD.
No
15
more
seconds.
questions. We have 40 more seconds. All right. Then we thank you for that. Now over link, we should have Nikunj Malpani, the CEO of Neodox. We see you and we see your presentation. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah. Hi, thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the global audience. I am Nikunj, the founder and CEO of Neodox. At Neodox, we're building instant lab test kits. It was founded by 3 of us, Anurag, Prateek, and I. All 3 of us are alumni of IIT Bombay in India. Globally, there's a health tracking cultural phenomenon going on, where people are exercising more, supplements and healthy alternatives are increasing, more and more people are getting tested, and we are seeing a similar trend in India as well. That's why, and also, like historically, first around 50, 60 years back, we got lab testing. And then in India, we have a model where a phlebotomist comes home, collects a blood sample, takes it to the lab. Few years ago, we started getting fitness wearables. And today we believe the time is right to build your personal lab on the phone, to make it possible to test at a much more reasonable rate and at a much higher frequency with higher convenience. That's why at Neodox, we're building a tool that lets you track your biomarkers at home with just your smartphone. So I'll just stop sharing my screen for a moment so that my video is there. This is the test card that we've made, and this comes in such a packaging. So you take the test card, dip it in a urine sample for 30 seconds, click a photo using your phone, that's it. Results are generated within 30 seconds. And you have it live on your phone. There's no need to wait at all. Today, we are covering several biomarkers for use cases like urinary tract infection, which is affecting 60% of women, maternity wellness, jaundice. We are also making a solution for chronic kidney disease. We essentially using the same technology that happens in a lab using a big machine and making it possible directly via a smartphone camera, making ourselves vulnerable to the external conditions. And using this, we are able to cover more than 80% of all diagnostic tests across urine, blood, saliva, semen, sweat, etc. In this venture, we are backed by some amazing investors by Y Combinator and Omidyar Network. We've raised around $2.5 million of funding. We recently concluded a product evaluation study, and I'm happy to share that we had a specificity of 99% and sensitivity of 96%. We are today live in more than 50 clinics, doctor clinics in India, and on Amazon India as well. We have got some amazing customer reviews, and we are now looking to scale a solution further to India and then to the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now over to the judges.
Hi, thank you. So what is the business model you're going after? It sounds a little bit both B2B and B2C. So what do you see as the real potential here? And talk us a bit more through that.
Yeah. In India, at least for the first couple of years, it will be B2B, where we'll be working with doctors and diagnostic labs, because trust is extremely important. People are yet not open to wellness testing. So in India, that is our major focus. And then as we grow, we'll be doing a lot more partnerships with other healthcare companies, pharma companies, digital healthcare companies. And as we grow, D2C is obviously a very big option as well.
Have you submitted approvals for your solution? And is it categorized as a medical device?
Yes, we are a medical class 2 device. We completed our product evaluation study with a leading hospital in India on 210 patient samples. So we have concluded that.
No more questions? The jury is happy? Then thank you so much for that pitch and good luck. Jumping to the next contender. Nadine Van Dongen, founder and managing director for Patient Insight Workflow Software by PIP Health Patient Intelligence Panel. That's a mouthful. I hope I got that right.
I know.
Take it away.
All right, thank you so much for your time. This pitch is targeted at investors who are interested in digital workflow solutions for pharmaceutical companies, so B2B. Here's my clicker. So Patient Insights workflow software is making your patient insights projects feasible, compliant, and effective. It's the other way around. Oh, yeah. I want to talk about the big but in pharma's patient centricity. We know when pharmaceutical companies talk about they're so patient-centric, but then if you scratch the surface, you find out that they haven't spoken to any patients this year because of complex pharmacovigilance, regulatory affairs. So they say, of course we listen to patients and the patient's voice as a patient-centric company, but we are not allowed to speak to patients. But what about they report adverse events? But every project is different. I don't know how to proceed with this patient insight project. Doesn't make them very patient-centric because there is no workflow systems in patient insights projects. In our experience now, we've seen that 66% of patient insights projects have no clear record what steps have been taken when talking to patients about their experiences. Therefore, no audit trail is really there. 2/3 of the interviewed patient engagement managers admit that they don't really understand what are the full range of steps that you have to take when you do patient insight projects. And we saved around 20 hours per project when we used our workflow software. So our solution is a software application to manage patient insights projects, making sure they are compliant, feasible, and effective every time. So you get better internal control, improved efficiency, reduced risks when you talk to patients as a pharma company, and you come earlier to market. And we've developed a prototype. The prototype is already in use with 2 big pharma clients. Janssen Pharmaceutical is using our workflow system already to do all of their patient insights projects, and Takeda Netherlands. When we talked to a Janssen compliance manager, he said, I just quickly ran through all the patient projects we've done in the portal, and what a relief. It's so easy to use. With one click on a button, he can see all of the actions his team has done in patient insights projects. So therefore, 100% audit trail. So we've got competitors, but we are the only patient insights expert. The market size is big. We have a business model where we can do per license, per project, or we custom make it for the clients. Our go-to-market is small, medium pharmaceutical companies, health communication agencies, or patient insight research companies. And our target is 1.8 million revenue
I'm very sorry,
in
I'm
3
going to
years.
have to stop you. Just out of time. And as always, we kick it over to the judges for your questions. Anything here? Anything on Bayer?
In terms of the data, who tags, like, I assume there's a process. What do they receive on the workflow? I mean, they have all these different studies that they do of different types.
Yeah,
so who's managing that?
Yeah, so both the pharma company and the research agency will both input in the market. So they're both users. So, for example, if there's a screener questionnaire, the research company uploads it. Then the pharma manager knows now what steps to take to make sure that that screener is compliant and according to regulatory affairs in the company, in the country. Then they tick it off, and then the agency can go to the next step. So it's like, it's a combination work, it's a project management tool.
Does the software also provide expert knowledge? For example, if a company wants to do any type of patient survey, does your software automatically light up and tell them, listen, you have to have some types of patient consent, for example, any kind of expert knowledge?
So one of the steps, so an average project is 64 steps in 10 different buckets. And one of the steps is, for example, informed consent. And then the company's informed consents are tagged in there. So whether you work there for a month or 10 years in a company, you know what consent form to use and what consent form is validated. So you don't, so that's the end of my presentation. We take the but out of the pharma industry.
to make it happen, that nobody has excuses anymore, that patient insight project and the patient's voice can be heard. You just have to follow the steps.
All right, thank you.
We only have 4 seconds
I understand you have some sales already. What's your traction so far?
Time is up, I'm sorry.
We speak tomorrow. We have a meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Give a hand. Thank you, Nadine, for that. Next, we have Clive Minahan. He's the co-founder and joint managing director of Personalized Diagnostics. Please take it
So
away.
3 pictures and it's cocktail hour. Hang in there. I'm Clive Minahan. PDX is a software as a service company collecting, analyzing, storing, and delivering data in the provision of diagnosis, analysis, and vaccine delivery management on the World Health Agenda in the human and animal sectors. The first version of the software was created in 2012 for the NHS, and it's still being used in NHS Wales for dermatology and sexual health. The second version was developed for COVID. Andrew and I, my co-founder, we formed a joint venture with a lab in Cambridge for Recover19 to digitize the collection of patient data around COVID for collecting, analyzing, and results delivery. And that platform's processed over 2.5 million tests. Our very new company, PDX, is taking that platform into pharmacy, clinical, and veterinary. So this is how the platform works, collecting data remotely, passing it up to the cloud to be stored securely, passed off to the labs to be processed and analyzed, and those are some labs that use it, or in point of care, results back to our cloud and now off to the users, and also to government where required. So the benefits and value proposition for our users, channel partners, and labs is around speed of response, ease of use, and cost saving. For PDX, it's about controlling the channel. How can we get more tests into our channel partners, especially point-of-care tests going forward? In terms of progress, in December of last year, we formed a joint venture in VetDX in the veterinary sector. In July, we acquired the rest of Recover that we didn't already own. And last Friday, we acquired Pinpoint Travel, which gives us access to the travel health market. So these are our 3 legs: PRX Pharmacy, PDX in clinical, and VetDX in veterinary. And through our partner, RAF Solutions, and through the vets, the XL Vets, we've got access to UK and Ireland, Canada, and New Zealand. In terms of the tests we offer to our customers, we're agnostic. We use the best of breed. And so this is one of our labs and some of the tests that they offer. So management team, Andrew at the back and I, obviously we're novices in this marketplace. Professor Stephen Smith is a non-exec director, Guy Kogan, ex-Monitor Group, Stephen Murphy, and my old friend Penny Dash used to be head of healthcare for McKinsey in Europe. We just closed our first seed round in June, 175,000. We're going to close a bigger round later this year and a Series A next year. And in terms of income, you can see we're already making revenues each of our streams. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping on time, so I don't have to be the bad guy. The jury, your questions?
So you've got the 3 different arms. What's your kind of projections and focus? And also the markets. I don't know if I missed it, but what markets are you focused on?
So in the veterinary sector, it's diagnosis and vaccine delivery. So in the animal market, it's diagnostics and vaccine delivery. Every year in the UK, 60 million vaccines are delivered, over 100 million tests, all handled with paper. In the travel health market, 400 million people, pre-pandemic, 400 million people were traveling in North America and going to places where they need to know what vaccines they needed. The one area where we're still working out in the market, to be honest, is on diagnostics, because we don't want to be in the Me Too healthcare health wellness sector. It's whether people post-pandemic will be more prepared to pay for tests because they want to get access to it. And that's where we're moving slowly or tentatively.
No more questions. Okay, thank you very much, Clive. Next, we have Andrea Nudi, co-founder and CIO at Replicare. So please come to the stage, take it away. 3 minutes starts now.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrea Nudi. And first of all, I want to say thanks to Health Tech Challenge to give us the opportunity to present this project. So the challenge that every doctors must face every day is that they have to use multiple services that are not in touch with that are not connected to each other in order to follow in a complete way the clinical path of their patient. Replicare has developed an horizontal platform with all the most relevant services in a unique solution, and on top of them, a forgotten one, the clinical plan. That means monitor patient before and after a medical act through follow-up and reminder. In this representation, we can see all the Replicare solutions. We can see agenda, booking, payments, telemedicine services, analytics, and AI. But I want you to focus on the bottom where we can see the patient medical history. There are 6 touch points, and can be even more, where the doctor are able to collect structured and unstructured and follow-up data. We qualify as data hub, and for this reason, we have developed a completely scalable solution that is able to be integrated with other client solutions, and let the doctors to acquire even personal data, specific data of their patients, such as life habits, sports, environment, and so on. All this data fits the Replicare database and is then ready to be sold or used for AI algorithms. In this example, we can see a risk indicator that can support the decision-making of doctors, in this case for predicting the occurrence of an heart event. Our targets are main B2B and are public hospital, private hospitals, industries, institutional industries, universities, pharma industries, and insurance company. Our platform is GDPR compliance, cloud SaaS, and follow all the best practice for privacy and security. Our clients are a public and private hospital that are already using our Replicare services. We also have a partnership with a university to develop AI project, and with the Institution of Order of Doctors in Rome. While in the other column, we can see other major firms that we are keeping in touch with. As a team, we coordinate our startup with my family. I'm really proud to coordinate to share this incredible journey with my family. We also have AI and IT partner, of course, data protection officer, and other important advisor. As investment, we are requesting for 3 million that let us be much more scalable in the market. You can see the revenue grow very rapidly. This is very common in companies that have a cloud solution based, thanks to low cost for scalability. Thanks to everyone for your attention. This is my contacts.
Perfectly timed, perfectly timed. Once again, over to the jury with the questions.
How to integrate with existing infrastructure and systems in hospitals? This must be tough.
So what we used to do is going to the client, in this case the hospital, interview the client and understand which are the solutions that they adopt. And in this case, find a technical solution to integrate our services that they need in order to complete their clinical path follow. Thank you.
Yes, one more question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the functionalities of your product. Is it a full hospital information system, or are the functionalities scaled in a different direction?
Okay, our attention is mainly focused on data acquiring. Of course, first of all, about all the clinical informations and data must be collected. Thanks also to the follow-up. But what we do in general is going to our client, even in this case, interview the client in order to understand which are the data that they want to acquire. And thanks to our solution that is completely scalable, we let them actually acquire this data. And then, of course, we can analyze for them if they want, or maybe they just want the data, whatever they prefer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Then we have reached the last pitch for today, actually. And here we have Joanna Jarmok, SARA Platform Manager at Savantec Health. Please join me on stage. Pitch is up, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Joanna Jarmok, and I'm Product Manager at Savantec Health. At Savantec Health, we create algorithms, AI-based, that support rare disease diagnosis. Rare diseases, why we focus on rare diseases? Rare diseases diagnosis is a major problem in healthcare ecosystem. So according to FDA, only 1 out of 8 patients with rare disease are being diagnosed and duly treated. So we come up with a solution, and these are our algorithms. They operate on platforms that scan EHR data, and we made those platforms available to patients and clinics for free. Medical clinics support us with fully anonymized data that we use to improve our algorithms and create new ones. So far, we developed cooperation with 18 clinics and have data of more than 5 million patients. So we have 2 platforms, SARA platform and virtual clinic platform. The first one that you can see on the left is directed to medical clinics and doctors, and it scans EHR and identifies patients with high risk of certain rare disease. The implementation is very simple. It's plug and play with clinical IT systems. Virtual clinic platform is dedicated to individual patients. So each one of us can enter online application and fill in questionnaire and also add medical data. And our algorithms scan for rare disease. How our business model works? So first, we implement the algorithms in medical clinic. We identify patients, and we create monthly aggregated reports that are fully anonymized, and we provide those reports to pharma and biotech companies. Pharma companies and biotech companies cover implementation cost as well as monthly subscription fee per disease per clinic, and we can also agree on finder's fee. So these are our top clients that we can actually make, we can show to the public, but there are of course more, and we are working on expanding. This is our great team, so we are already around 30 professionals, and by the year end, we want to be 40. And this is how we see our expansion. So we are now in Poland and Germany, and we are expanding in Brazil, and next year, US and Canada. Thank you very much.
Out of time, I'm afraid. Okay, one last time, questions from the jury.
Thank you. How many rare diseases do you cover? And it's quite complicated, right? That's the whole reason they're rare.
Exactly.
So what builds the algorithm?
Right. So for now, we have like 10 mature algorithms, and we are working on, I guess, 10 more. So we focus now on blood cancers. So we have 4 algorithms for blood cancers. We have lysosomal storage diseases, PID, and also some cardiology diseases. Yeah.
Okay. I have 2 questions, if you don't mind. One is, you said that you have plug-and-play integration with HRM systems.
Yeah.
So maybe you can elaborate how are you doing this, because it's usually not as easy. And the second one is that I understand that your business model is based on selling data. Maybe this also could be a bit more explained.
Right. So I wouldn't call it selling data. So our main goal is to somehow speed up the diagnostic process. So for that, we use the data from the medical clinics. And as you're very right, it's a very difficult process. So for the moment, we are mainly operating, or our main operations are in Poland. So we need to work clinic by clinic to develop cooperation. So it's based on agreements. All key stakeholders are included. Data are fully anonymized, so everything is according to law and according to agreements. So this is a very important and difficult part of this business. That's very right. So what we deliver is, so we actually find the patients that would be in the system or would be seeking for help for years. And thanks to the
we have time
algorithms,
again,
it's much
sorry.
faster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joanna.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, my friends, it looks like that was the last pitch, so that concludes the pitching competition. Now the judges will actually go and do their voting. We'll know the answers by tomorrow. And the winners, of course, will be invited to the Superfinals November 15th in Las Vegas. You don't want to miss that. And one last thing before we wrap up, I just would like to thank all the companies pitching, of course, then the jury, and everybody who's been watching, both here and from abroad. And with that, I'll see you on the party tonight. Thank you very much.